조나영 씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다.
이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고 속이고 살아남는다.
나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
HP tried onto it, except
stepping in, they
all live and healthy. Even Sonics, yeah, if they can win this position, Sonics and Onyx though shuts down the Sonic stream.
What's up, PUBG Esports fans? Week 3 was filled with merciless fights over the last few chicken dinners to qualify for the weekly final. Did you have fun watching Week 3's weekly survival? Except KPI Gaming and Team Liquid, who already have golden tickets to the grand final. Most teams had to fight for more points, which led to a bloodbath. First, let's take a look at the Pick'em Challenge poll as of December 10th. The results of Week 2's weekly final definitely influenced the vote, as Virtus Pro, who was third last week and sitting on first, and last week's weekly final winner, Team Liquid is currently ranked fourth. Both GNL Esports and Global Esports XSET's significant rise grabs our attention, as they have always resided at the bottom in the previous weeks. If you haven't casted your votes yet, then make sure to get some hints on who to pick in the up and down. Without further ado, let's get started. Day 1 started off with Europe's dominance as Navi, Team Liquid, and Heroic picked up chicken dinners. While other teams were desperate to pick up chicken dinners, Team Liquid had already begun to look at the bigger picture in preparation for the grand final. Although they already have a golden ticket, Team Liquid still tried to oppress 17 Gaming, who were fighting for the same loot spots. Do Pochinki and Picado belong to Team Liquid now?
Since we made it to all 3 weekly finals so far, we feel very confident. So even though we made it to the grand finals already, we're still playing to win this week.
Day 1's 5 winners were finalized when Danawa Esports and New Happy put an end to the European dominance and picked up 17 kill and 16 kill chicken dinners. On Day 2, teams that targeted the center of the circle and utilized defensive strategies were able to win the majority of the chicken dinners. Starting with Virtus Pro, who blitzed to the center of the circle from the start, Ghibli Esports, who infiltrated military base and successfully pushed Space Station Gaming, Mad Clan, who overcame the struggles in their favorite loot spot La Cobreria, and Oath with their brilliant strategy to go straight for the center. All won sensational chicken dinners. Among many teams that struggled playing on the edge of the circle, Fury's performance on Erangel stood out even more. They took down team after team when maneuvering around the circle's border. They wiped out Sonics, the last team alive, and got themselves an 18-kill chicken dinner.
I think ultimately we need to trust ourselves to take really good fights, really strong fights, ones that are going to give us the most points, especially obviously in Super, you're looking for kills. And ultimately putting ourselves in positions as well that also do that for us, and then we're going to be able to soak up a lot of points and hopefully finish at the top there.
On day 3, teams from the bottom 16 flourished and picked up chicken dinners, leaving behind so many powerhouses who failed to qualify. Kyson Esports and the second miracle of Yuppie. Star-Lord bringing the team together. And Attack All Around, who received straight as in strategy, combat, and concentration, was able to secure their spot in the weekly final. Although they have to win the weekly final to directly advance to the grand final, they were able to pick up a chicken dinner after taking down some of the strongest teams, so it's not impossible. The rise of the global esports X-Set continued in week 3. They demonstrated explosive performances throughout the entire weekly survival and were able to catch Gen G off guard and pick up the chicken dinner in match 15. Although they need more points, since they currently only have 68 points, they have a good shot at directly qualifying considering their current form. Global Esports X-Set have become the fiercest dark horse in PGC 2021, and their growth could be a legendary story. Gen G's revival was a moving moment that brought tears to the viewers. Ever since the ranked decision, their struggle continued, and they needed a bounce-back moment more than any other team. Although their combat skills were in the later phases of the weekly survival, they were short of winning a chicken dinner. In the 16th and final match, they were backed into a corner when Teagleton knocked Pio. Inonix, who tried to save Pio, clashed with the members of Sonics who wanted to finish him off. In a 1v4 situation.
Go time for Sonics. And yeah, if they can win
1,
Sonics and Onyx,
2,
the opening knock on
3,
shuts down
4.
Extreme, just like
Inonix played exceptionally and wiped out Sonics all by himself. They showed some signs of revival after scoring 52 kill points in 7 matches and dramatically picking up the last chicken dinner. But they have only earned 43 points in total in the weekly final so far, so they need to finish at the top of the leaderboard.
이번이 마지막 파이널이기 때문에 무조건 1등을 생각하고 있고요. 폭발력 터지는 판들이 많다면 충분히 가능성 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 그랜드 파이널을 갈 수 있게끔 최선을 다해서 노력하겠습니다.
Sonics, who weren't able to uncuff the runner-up course. Former PGIS champion Sonics had the most second-place finishes, and no chicken dinners throughout the 3-week span of weekly survival in PGC 2021. PCS5 Asia champion Petrichor Road also failed to qualify for this week's weekly final, which means that they won't be able to directly advance to the grand final with the points they have right now. The well-known powerhouse FaZe Clan managed to find good form and show their combat skills by placing in the top 4 3 times during the weekly survival. But they failed to advance to this week's weekly final again. The Grand Survival is their last chance. Sonics, Petrichor Road, FaZe Clan, and other potent teams like 17 Gaming, Multi-Circle Gaming, and so forth are aiming to pick up chicken dinners in the Grand Survival. Which teams will win the final spots and head to the grand final? Make sure to check out next week's Grand Survival. We only have a couple of pick'em challenges remaining, so it's time for you to make your move. Inonix clutch play really came through for Gen G. They are currently over 200,000 votes behind Virtus Pro, but let's see if they can turn the tables. As for the weekly kill point MVP, New Happy is currently in first place by a landslide. Will Ghibli Esports be able to continue their aggressive play style in the weekly final after missing out last week? The Grand Survival will be the last chance for the teams who failed to qualify for all of the weekly final, including this week's. Grand Survival will be held on December 16th, and the last 4 tickets to the Grand Final are on the line. 16 teams starting from the 13th place in total points from the weekly final will compete, and every time a team picks up a chicken dinner, that team advances to the grand final, and the next team in line will join the competition until the last team joins the lobby. Who will reach the grand final, the stage everyone dreams of? Stay tuned until the finale.
실수하지 말고.
팀 스탠스 잘 생각하고.
서클 대비 영상 다 같이 하고.
창모드 더 확인하시고.
예.
Hello. Hello.
Guys, we see you. Hands up, hands up. Hello. Oh.
아, 1-3이야.
Wave.
We are going to Rozok. See you.
Okay, let's go.
그래서 나사인 하시.
시작해봅시다. 나 이거 샷건 든다. 아, 누웠다, 소람. 왼쪽, 정면, 라사나. 내 아래, 넷시.
Mitra yaklaşık
sağdan
mola
da sol.
atabilirsin. Mitra yaklaşık mola
Ben yaklaşıyorum.
Smoke atıyorum. Bu smoke'un içinde olabilirler. Görmüyorum sağda. Çatı. Slova HP.
일장 차트.
Çatıya bakıyorum ben.
İçime atlamış ya.
차트나.
Smoke
Smoke'da benim öldüğüm smoke. Benim öldüğüm smoke dışarıda.
solumda.
Çıktı. Orta smoke'ta. Sol. Geri yap. Sol. Bravo.
Se on kai tähdessä suoraan. Se on suoraan mun alapuolella jossain.
Ei tarvitse puskea sitä. Voidaan venaa hetki.
Joo, suoraan mun alapuolella ja se on tähdessä.
Katsokaa vähän valoja. Heitä.
Mä oon hoitanut tuolla.
Nade. Eikö voidaan yhä panna? Älä. Sulla pitää boostaa, sä saat yhden digin boostaa.
Ei mulla on boostaa.
No, jännite tietysti.
Sanokaa sitten perä.
Joo, älä vielä. About nyt. Vähän meni aika deploy kanselaan. Mä tiedän. Sä voitit silti.
Yeah!
I think it's 4 men G now, all the way yellow. 2 players on this.
Then we need to do something when they make a play here. I have full eyes on now, they don't know about me. Or report. I'm knocking one.
I'm gonna nade him as well, I'm smoking.
I'm doing 1-8 boys.
Yeah, I'm gonna nade him as well. It's one attack.
Knock the blue guy. I mean, the
Nice.
guy all the way green. Yeah,
Hurt.
knock green. One guy blue rock.
Nading it.
Ah, sulta tuolla.
I knocked the rock. That's kinda dip, I think. Dip.
Close guard, heads on it.
Get him, sir.
Right flank, guys. On the count. Back guys. Pudasia.
Catch him. Let's go together. Come. I flash. He's fully fine.
He's throwing stuff again.
Come.
Steady, push. Pudasia, Browning. Let's go!
Hey, let's go.
He's lit on the tree.
Only did. 1 HP on my tree.
He smokes for across the road.
Oh! That's really bad timing, bro.
Nice try.
That's really bad timing. I was gonna molly his tree. He was on the tree, holding the cross.
GG's, boys.
Oh my
Still got
god,
4
that's
games.
frustrating.
We need to even beat the
Smoke
guy.
their rocks at all? Smoke their rocks?
Yeah, I'll try to smoke that angle.
One guy left. So you can pick this guy on the right.
Yep, I'm peeking this here.
Last guy?
Yeah, I'm not swinging. Is it one?
Sure.
I gotta heal. Let's go.
Cut info. We are not giving him any info.
Yeah, come closer, Flood. Come closer. Trust me. So we can trade.
Looks like the left team is a little bit more disadvantaged than the right team, by
Yeah,
the
well,
way.
let's
Right team has more of an advantage. I've got good info. Move up and start big, guys, because I can see everything.
Yeah, that right
No, we want them to use all their utils, so just not one a brew, so definitely a 4v4v4.
Which one's brew?
The right team.
The left of this smoke.
Yeah.
I'm holding the left smoke, they have to push.
Nading the right rock. I'm nading the right rock.
Yep, let's get some util out.
Got 2 nice.
That's the double knock.
Stunning left. I'm pushing you with you, Renan.
Okay.
Got a knock.
Insta. One knock.
Wait, he's got knock one off the side.
One up on Sonics.
There we go. 온다. 얘들아 온다.
확인했어.
형 와줘. 왼쪽으로 온다.
왔어.
하나 뿌렸어. 수성해. 왔어.
나한테 어그로.
라스트 하나.
라스트 1번.
라스트 멀다. 시간 달로. 줄 가자. 승력 주소 가자 바로 주소.
줄서 갈게.
나머지
연막.
나 오른쪽 끝으로 볼게.
4번 연막.
연막. 나무 쪽.
연막 끝. 한 대.
젠지!
치킨의 주인공이 됐습니다.
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Holy.
Oh boy! Let's go!
Oh my god.
오프라인을 굉장히 오랜만에 하기 때문에 좀 설레는 것도 있고, 뭐 세레머니나 이제 뭐 다른 팀을 좀 의식해서 리액션을 한다든지 소리를 지르다든지 이런 부분이 좀 더 흥미로운 것 같아요.
รู้สึกว่าก็เป็นถ้าเกิดเทียบกับรอบที่แล้ว PGIN รอบนี้ก็ดูแบบว่าดูเปิดกว้างดีครับสามารถมีคนมาดูได้อะไรอย่างนี้ครับก็โอ้โหก็พวกเราก็เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างเต็มที่ครับเพื่อรายการนี้ก็เป็นรายการที่ยิ่งใหญ่มากๆเราก็เตรียมพร้อมเต็มที่เพื่อจะทำให้ได้ดีในรายการนี้ครับ
저희 PGC 리고스 팀은 크래프톤 리고스 팀과 함께 철저하게 사전에 준비부터 현장에서 진행되는 모든 과정들을 투명하고 빠르게 판단해서 PC에 임하는 선수들에게 최적의 경기 환경을 조성할 수 있게끔 항상 노력하고 있습니다.
저희 중국에 있는 5팀도 저희 리고스 팀과 계속 원활하게 커뮤니케이션 하면서 동일하게 진행을 합니다.
모든 선수들이 이제 심장 박동 측정할 수 있는 패치를 착용하고 있고요. 방송을 실시간으로 송출을 하게 됩니다.
심박수 측정 패치를 선수 가슴에 이렇게 부착하고 이렇게 데이터가 뜨는데요. 서버로 전송받아가지고 진행이 되고 있습니다.
교전같이 선수들이 많이 긴장하는 순간을 공유할 수 있다는 그런 게 좀 생기면서 보는 사람들이 몰입감 있게 볼 수 있다는
이 선수들이 얼마나 긴박한 상황인지 볼 수가 있어가지고 정말 이런 신선한 시도 경기 중 몰입도도 높여주고 굉장히 좋은 시도가 아닐까.
Creo que en los momentos finales se siente eso, las pulsaciones te dan a todo poder y el nerviosismo de ganar la partida o de no hacer ningún error te llega un poco en contra, pero nada, es eso solo. En las últimas partidas, en las partes finales.
ผมว่าก็เป็นระบบที่ดีครับเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าเวลาที่ช็อตมันตื่นเต้นอย่างเงี้ยการที่เราได้เห็นฮาร์ทเรทของนักกีฬาก็ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดีครับ
하도 게임을 많이 하다 보니까 다들 딱 게임이 잘 되는 딱 맞는 심박수가 있는 것 같아요.
이번 PGC 2021의 옵저버는 지금 총 3팀이 준비되어 있고요. 모든 팀들을 약간 평등하게 보여주는 그런 방식으로 했는데 더 신경을 쓰는 거는 마지막 4팀 남았을 때 선수들의 호흡이나 긴장감이 확실하게 느껴질 수 있는 옵저버를 하도록 노력하고 있습니다.
바쁘게 그리고 앞에 있는 애로
Muy emocionado, la verdad. Además, el primer puesto era algo que venía buscando y tipo al principio no me lo imaginaba, pero bueno, estoy muy contento de poder haberlo logrado.
Tonight, we're gonna show you. ¡Pam!
난 보여드릴 수 있는.
We'll win.
Now moving to the circle. Genji. Where's a matter of time? There's usually Molotovs coming in. Hooking numbers.
Oh yeah.
Ghibli that's trying to make it in, and now it is team is looking at, trying to run through it. Lambo, what can you do? Peeks back into it. Does get the knock on the one, but it's not gonna.
안녕하세요. 기블리 스포츠의 메인 오더를 맡고 있는 박찬혁 람프탄입니다.
안녕하세요. 기블리 스포츠의 에더 정지훈입니다.
편하게 해도 올라가겠다 어느 정도만 해도 생각을 했었는데 2주차 때 저희가 기회가 왔을 때 못 잡아서 3주차 때는 이제 왔을 때 무조건 기회 잡아야 되겠다 딱 약간 긴장감을 느꼈던 것 같아요.
Run through it. Lambo peeks up, gets a out. What can you do? Peeks back into it.
첫날에 4, 5매치 진행을 하면서 이제 좀 치킨 싸움을 거의 투판다 했는데 이대로만 해도 충분히 올라갈 수 있겠다 이런 생각으로 이제 다음날 경기 임했고 4매치 만에 올라가게 돼서 좀 어찌 보면 후련하고 거의 그랜드 파이널도 확정이라서 자신감도 붙은 것 같아요.
An absolutely fantastic win for.
끝나고 나서 이제 숙소로 돌아가는 길 진짜 약간 그런 감각이 없어서 이게 꿈인가 싶더라고요.
저는 이제 샤인머스켓 한 봉다리 뜯고 이제 바로 흡입하면서 힐링하고 있었습니다.
Get in, and now it is team is looking at, trying to run through it. Lambo, what can you do? Peeks back into it. Does get the knock on the one. Seeing some fights around the barracks and everything else like that. I know that Ronan is hoping the fact that he can get rezzed here is.
이게 밀배 안에 지형이 되게 점령을 하고 있는 팀을 밀기가 굉장히 힘들어요. 이제 왼쪽으로 가면 이제 막 여기 트라이를 해가지고 시작을 하고 오른쪽 위로 튀었을 때는 이제 I 능선에 가려고 생각을 했었는데 되게 애매하게 뜬 거예요. I 능선에 가기. 그래가지고 양쪽 다 서클을 봐야 되겠다 해가지고 일단은 디귿자가 그나마 제일 사람이 없을 타임이라 생각해서 일단 거기로 질러서 들어가서 시작하자라고 하고 갔던 것 같아요.
Uvo towards the west is Burr on. They're already on the south side in their vehicles and now.
최근에 PGC 데이터적으로 여기 페이지가 먹고 있는 이곳 최근에 이제 많이 뜨니까 이제 저쪽으로 이제 많은 팀들이 이제 힘을 실으려고 하는 것 같아요. 여기 있는 집단지 딱 요게 이제 치킨 먹기 제일 쉬운 스팟들 같아요. 빌드업 치기도 되게 쉽고 박을 팀도 없어서 안전하고 그래서 이 집단지 세 개가 되게 제일 약간 좀 뭐라 해야 되지?
꿀자리.
네, 꿀자리. 예, 꿀자리라 생각합니다.
This line is going to be Ghibli that's trying to make their. And now it is just oh.
이제 저희가 붙을 때 위험한 각, 이제 저희가 죽을 각만 연막으로 가려가면서 SSC가 왼쪽 피킹하는 이제 그 창고 왼쪽 각, 요 라인에다가 연막을 깔아주고 이제 저희 가는 길 이쪽에다가 연막을 하나씩 깔아주면서 일단 저희가 죽을 각을 완전히 봉쇄하고 이제 조그만 창문들이 나 있더라고요. 이제 창고에 뭐냐 캐비넷 같은 거 위에 올라가 있대요. 이제 선수가.
오른쪽 위에 올라가 있어 구조물 같은 거.
아 올라가 있어? 아 그럼 내가 죽여줄게 하고 수류탄 딱 던졌더니 이제 그 선수가 죽고 스피어 선수랑 람부 선수랑 엠번 선수가 이제 진입을 하면서 이제 다 깔끔하게 정리를 하더라고요. 이제.
There's just no form of cover that can really work for it. Space Station Gaming.
일단 제가 생각했을 때 선빵이 제일 중요합니다.
맞습니다.
상대방이 먼저 저희한테 작업 치는 걸 막기가 힘들어요. 왜냐하면 상대방은 여유롭게 어떻게 작업 칠지를 생각해서 작업 치다 보니까 수비하는 입장에서도 모든 걸 다 대비하기 힘들단 말이에요. 이게 찬혁이 형이 메인 오더고 나머지 3명은 다 어디 선빵 칠지 생각을 하는 이제 그런 역할이에요.
좋다 생각하면 선빵 싫어합니다.
말 때 많아요.
Sim can assault one of these different areas while Petrichor.
And now they are in.
BBL이 거기서 이제 나중에 이제 가야 할 길이 저희 쪽으로 오는 길밖에 없었고, 그리고 저희랑 가장 가깝기도 하고 저희한테 가장 위협적인 각이기도 했어요.
어차피 나중에 무조건 싸워야 될 적이라 그래서 방어구 소모를 시켜놓으면 좋다 싶어가지고 BBL을 계속 견제를 했던 것 같습니다.
TSM is leaning in the favor of going after where we see Burr trying to defend up at.
사실 이제 마일롱 선수가 잘 해주더라고요. 그 앞면선 나와가지고 한 몇 분 전부터 보고 있었는데 마일롱 선수가 3명을 잡아주고 이제 들어와야 되니까 친구야 너의 역할은 끝났다 하면서 이제 제가 고통 없이 보내줬어요. 마일롱 친구도 나쁘지 않은 인생이었을 거예요.
Get something out of it. Burr picks back over, but now it's just going to be Godby on the last.
TSM도 다 정리하고 이제 불이람을 제가 한 명 기절을 시킨 다음에 남은 한 명을 한 대인가 2대 정도 때리고 기절을 당했어요. 제가
살짝 불안했어요.
침묵의 3초 정도.
속으로 제발 해줘.
But for Ghibli, they've got control of everything right now. Godby, what can you do? Picks back into it, does get the knock on one, but it's Ghibli comes out.
했던 것 같습니다.
저희 기블리 사랑해주시는 팬분들 가슴 졸이면서 대회 안 보시고 마음 편하게 행복하게 대회 보실 수 있도록 저희가 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 우승까지 할 테니까 열심히 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 기블리 화이팅!
고맙습니다.
그게 혹시 소미의 e스포츠 프로 컬렉션인가요?
네 맞습니다. 저 같은 경우는 장비 꺼내기도 되게 편하고 그리고 이게 보시면 마우스패드가 딱 맞아요. 수납 공간이 되게 많아요. 앞에도 뭐 이런 것도 있더라고요. 그래서 궁금해가지고 이렇게 해봤는데 이게 선반처럼 이렇게 열려요. 그러니까 임시로 정리할 수 있는 그런 공간도 있는 것 같고 저도 지금 잘 쓰고 있습니다.
저도 갖고 싶다.
레더 선수는 쪼매한 거 가지고 있잖아요.
수미 고마워요.
고마워요.
morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to the last of the weekly finals. Today, we crown a champion, give them $30,000, but more importantly, find out which 12 teams get the bid to the grand final and who will be returning to the grand survival to try to earn those last 4 spots and what will be one of the craziest days of PUBG bloodshed, perhaps in history. Before we get there, though, we have to play our 5 games today. Welcome to Paradise Plaza, where the stories are written and the narratives are established. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Martin and Jordan, and we'll be breaking down all of the action today. Good morning, gentlemen. This is it, the last weekly final, Martin.
Yeah, I am stoked to be here, honestly. And yes, after yesterday's games, I'm like, I thought this was going to be hard. This is going to be the teams coming in here are not hard to like see who's going to make it. But there are some teams that are fighting to win this weekly final because they don't have a chance, because they don't have enough points to make it into the top 12 or the top 9, basically, based on the placement points. So it's super interesting to see who's going to win it. And yesterday was some insane games.
It was insane. I really like this segment, Jordan. It's players getting ready for today, and honestly, like, it seems like a lot of them, their focus is on keeping it light. Do you think that's the right approach?
Definitely. I mean, I like to see it as well. You know, I think this gives us a good insight as to what it's like to be boots on the ground. Obviously, you know, we're all over the world, which is fantastic in a way. It's been quite nice to sort of be able to be involved with this sort of worldwide show and sort of do it from home, because it's wonderful to be able to do that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it is nice also to get a bit of insight as to how things are looking down there, or up there, I suppose, for me at least, in Korea. But yeah, I mean, I think as far as the players are concerned, right, a lot of the teams that have come into today, based on yesterday, will be feeling pretty comfortable, pretty calm. I think a lot of them did manage to get done yesterday what they set out to do. They've built themselves a nice launching platform into today. They've given themselves not a huge amount of work to do. Obviously, there are some outside cases in that respect, but for those teams that did struggle yesterday, I think for the most part, those were the teams that we thought were probably going to have a really difficult week this week anyway. So by and large, the expectations have been met. So for the most part, I think the teams are pretty happy with how things have been going in this weekly final so far.
Absolutely. When we get a chance, we'll take you guys through sort of the schedule for the rest of the week, as well as just what you need to know about the format. But we'll get there. I mean, the basics are pretty simple. 12 teams get an automatic bid, or not automatic, but a bid to the grand final at the end of today, Martin. And right now, it's looking like a lot of that list is feeling pretty comfy. But I will say, earlier this month, we thought 110 was going to sort of be the cutoff point, potentially, for grand finals. That doesn't seem like it's the case anymore.
No, I mean, it's still up to what's going to happen today, right? We have some teams that are fighting to get past MCG, who's not playing, and they're sitting at 109-point mark. That's obviously a big one, but we have a good fair amount of teams that are still, you know, fighting to be in those top 9. We have KBI, who only played first week, who managed to get in there, so they don't count. Liquid is up there. They already made it. They don't count. And then we're looking at Genji and Navi today. How well are they going to do? They're going to punt their tickets, but they already have that many points that they're probably already safe as well. So it's going to be super interesting to see what our cutoff will be, and we're going to obviously discuss throughout today.
You know, it'd be fascinating. You brought up KPI, and we'll talk about them for just a second here, Jordan. I know that they're not playing right now, but they are going to the grand final. Actually, we'll go to the schedule as that comes up here. So you can see we are on our final weekly final right now, and we all of a sudden reveal the grand final and the grand survival. So there'll be 3 days off after today for everyone to catch their breath, and then the flurry of finals will begin. So make sure you are following PUBG Esports over on Twitter to get updates and reminders, because that grand survival is going to be awesome to watch, horrible to play in. I think is going to be the key there. But let's talk about the overview and how everyone got here. We've gone through ranked decision, the bottom 16, fights for weekly survival options. They get to the weekly final, and then from there, you earn your way to the grand final. And this is not carryover, Jordan. This is basically, once grand final starts, all bets are off, and it's who plays best on championship weekend, right?
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think that really kind of kills a lot of the storylines that we might have been setting up in some respects. You know, we've been talking about the one that really jumps out to me is Team Liquid kind of having solidified Pachinki and Bocado. I know that obviously Sonics and 17 and Attack All Around I mean, at least Attack All Around is in Week 3 finals, but it doesn't look like they're going to get too much done. But at least for Sonics and 17, you know, they're going to have to go through Grand Survival. We've been saying, oh yeah, they've locked in Pachinki, they've locked in Picado, but if 17 or Sonics or Attack All Around somehow does manage to make it through the Grand Finals, you know, as you said, it's sort of square one again for all of these teams. It's the great equalizer, isn't it, that Grand Final? When we get there, it's just all of those games to play. Nothing else matters. It doesn't matter how you got there. It doesn't matter if you were KPI that qualified in the first week, Team Liquid in the second, or whoever comes through from Week 3, whether you've had a shaky week to start or not, it's just what happens in that Grand Final, which I think is perhaps a scary prospect for some of those teams that have been feeling good coming into it.
So let's take a look at the standings as they are right now. KPI and Team Liquid are advanced, even though Team Liquid's still putting up some good work here this week. They're guaranteed Grand Final no matter how you slice it. That is total points there. You can see that up to 12 is highlighted because currently that is who is going. But Martin, the standout for me is right now, New Happy, Oath, Gen G, Gex, they are all playing here right now. There is a lot of teams competing over the next 5 games to pass that MCG 102 mark.
Yeah, and that's obviously the market that you're aiming for because everybody else is playing right now. The next one is a big jump up to GNL Esports, who's not playing, 119. So that's going to be a big jump, and we could see it. It's likely, but it's going to be hard. Navi is pretty much safe and done already. They're also in the lead right now, and that's the interesting, right? Because if they secure another spot, by them already being so far up, it kind of means that there's another spot open down below. But if another team pops off that is not in the top, could be New Happy, could be Fury, if they have an insane day today, they could take a spot away from the top 12 per se.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So teams that are struggling for overall points, Jordan, but could maybe win this weekend if they go off today. Is Fury really the only one on your radar? Are there any others? Do you want to that you've been kind of watching for that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as Fury is concerned, to go on to win this week is a very, very difficult ask. I mean, it's, I guess, theoretically possible, but to be able to overcome a deficit of 29 points in 5 games, I think is probably a little bit ambitious. I would go down the list and look at it more so in the case of the overall standings and think, okay, if I'm thinking about which teams could still maybe make it into that top 12, you know, Martin might disagree. He might say Gex is probably the bottom of the rung. I think I'm going to go so far as to say I think Fury, if they do have a really big day here, you know, get 40, 50 points, and maybe some of the maybe some of the other teams have a couple of rougher games. I think there is still a possibility, but short of that, I don't think Mad's making it. I don't think Dig is making it. Obviously, Enterforce, Attack All Around, Kaishin, you know, they're pretty much zero chance of making it.
Right.
They would have to have the biggest day in the world that we've ever seen from PUBG Esports to be able to make it through. But yeah, I mean, maybe Fury's in with a chance, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see.
So let's take a look at our teams to watch today. We'll go ahead and check out some highlights, I believe, of them in just a minute as well. But we're putting on the list Navi and Gen G. Navi had a great day yesterday along with Gen G. Both of those teams in 1 and 2 position, 59 and 56 points respectively. Navi with 2 chicken dinners in 5 games. Very impressive. But also Team Liquid. And I think for me, when I looked at who we're featuring today, I was a little bit confused initially, Martin, because I thought maybe Heroic, who's in 3rd place currently, should get that feature. But the reality is Liquid has just been wildly consistent.
Yeah, they have. Even though Heroic's also been in all 3 weeks, of course, there's an interesting part that Team Liquid potentially, like, they already qualified, so they could potentially stir up the pot today, right? They have a potential of saying, all right, if there's a few teams that they don't want, that they think are too strong, potentially could do something there. And that's an interesting thing because that's the kind of last chance that they have to do because once we get to the grand final, as Elfish said, we're equalizing everything, right? We're basically starting, and all this past the grand final has just been workout and training and preparations coming into the grand final, right? The teams are going to be starting off 0, and we're going to be having a grand final best of 16.
So let me ask you this question. It's a hard question because it would involve players really just being jerks to each other. But I think the reality, Jordan, is we've seen that Gen G, when they make it to a point-driven system, can do very, very well in an event. Currently, they could win the weekend and get their bid to the final. If they don't win this weekend, they're in a really tough race with Oath and New Happy and Gex to get above the MCG to get that spot. If Liquid were to say target Gen G for 5 games today, they could potentially force them to play Grand Survival, right? Is that something that you think might actually happen?
I mean, it's definitely something that could happen, but I think there's probably a little bit too much respect between the teams and between the players for that to be the case at this point in time. I don't know how well that would go down, to be honest. You know, and it's kind of hard to say like, oh, just target Gen G. You know, like they're a very good team, to be fair. But like, yeah, sure, maybe you take Gen G out of the equation, and they do have to go through survival. But then you open up the door for someone like Oath or Newhappy, who've both been pretty good so far in PGC 2021. So it's not like a direct, oh, yep, we basically get this massive upgrade if we just ruin Gen G's day. I think you still got more good teams to deal with, you know. So what's the net positive? What's the net benefit outside of, you know, obviously you know, getting a slight advantage, but I think the blowback would be a bit too much.
Fair. Do you think that blowback would be too much, Martin? I mean, for me, as somebody who's watched a ton of PUBG in my life, keeping PO out of a grand final and Inox, who has been absolutely going off this week, is a net advantage. I would rather have Oath, who's quietly consistent, maybe not a huge point gainer. I'd rather have maybe GEX, who may not have a great week during the grand final, over somebody like Gen G. But do you think that blowback? I mean, Liquid is a team that's been around a long time, and they're respected. Do they risk that?
I mean, there's this point here. I actually talked to James about this, and it's not just so much about them having high fragging power, because he said as well, like, there's so many other teams that have massive fragging power, and it's also their playstyle. They take so much space, and James said that, like, the problem with Gen G is that they take so much space, especially when we see these hard shifts. You know that they're on that hard shift edge already, or it's all going into a good spot, and they're taking an insane amount of space, and that's the kind of big one for Gen G being so annoying. They're a good team, very, very good fraggers, but they take so much space, and it's annoying to play against. When you're going up against all the other teams here that are also good fraggers, like the vast majority of the other players here, they might not take as much space. They might not be in positions that are hurting your playstyle. So that's, I think, what's just going to be the focus for some of these teams. And for now that I think I'm looking at what Gen G did yesterday, I think it's too late for Gen G. Like, I think they're going to get enough points today to pass both MCG and GNL. Like, they only need, what, 90? They need 20 points, 21 points to pass GNL. And that's going to be more than enough to make it in there. And then the question is, how much does the other team step up, right? Because Na'Vi is looking extremely good. 2 chicken dinners yesterday, 7 more kills than Gen G as well, but only 3 more points. The consistency from Gen G in their mediocre games was just better, so they were able to kind of keep on keeping on. And for me, looking at that is, all right, do we want Gen G winning it or Na'Vi winning it? Doesn't really matter. But do we want other teams not in there? Because looking at how Newhappy played in, for example, the ranking decision matches, they're extremely strong as well. And they're definitely a team that can't be denied still. They're in 94 points, and there's no chance, unless they have an absolutely insane day, then there's no chance that they win this week.
That's absolutely true. Let's talk. I feel like I want to talk about a little bit of Na'Vi here. They're one of our featured teams, Jordan. They had an incredibly strong day yesterday. So let's dig into Na'Vi for just a second. 2 chicken dinners in 5 games, both of them coming with double digits in kills. Very effective play. Na'Vi feels to me, as I'm watching, is they're sort of on an upward trajectory and maybe peaking at the perfect time. What's your take on this team?
Yeah, 100%. I think they definitely deserve to be talked about in the same vein as Gen G. It sort of felt like yesterday was really the battle between Na'Vi and Gen G. Like, it was so toe-to-toe, you know, they were so close for the entire day. Obviously, Na'Vi did pull out just slightly ahead in the end, but yeah, it really did feel like those were the 2 giants of this lobby, and you know, obviously it'll be a big question as to whether or not that's going to continue today. But I agree with you, you know, it sort of felt like we weren't really putting that much of a spotlight on Na'Vi in the first couple of the weeks of competition, you know, in ranked decision and in the weekly finals 1 and 2. And, you know, while they were here and there, they were never like that consistent team. They were never at the top of the scoreboard. But it does seem to be that, you know, they really have found their footing. Maybe yesterday was a good day, but the question is obviously going to be whether they can do it again today, whether they can bring that into the grand finals. One can only assume that they're going to be able to make it through the grand finals off the back of yesterday. So they're doing well.
Well, you've heard a little bit from us. We'll come back in just a couple of minutes with a few more thoughts before we get into the match, which will be starting very soon. But let's hear from some of the players as we had a chance to catch up with them this week.
어느덧 이 후반부에 접어든 PGC 2021 이제 위클리 시리즈 3주차 일정이 시작됩니다.
The games are getting more intensive and you never know who's going to be doing that.
Мы очень рады, что мы становимся все сильнее с этим турниром. Я надеюсь, что так и продолжится.
어제 경기들이 이제 실수가 좀 많았는데 그 실수들을 보완하고 하면은 그랜드 파이널 확정될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이거 찍으세요. 완벽합니다 이거.
아, 이거는 위치가
잡았어요.
젠지가 눈에 띄었던 것 같아요.
I think Genji has always been a strong team, so it's no surprise that they have come back this weekend.
앞에 1, 2주차 때는 슈퍼룰이랑 치킨룰이랑 적응하는 단계가 좀 많이 길게 오래 걸렸던 것 같아요. 저는 약간 초반에 잘 되면 잘 안 되더라고요, 후반에. 랭크드 시즌 때 너무 잘 돼가지고 걱정을 했어요. 하필 2라운드만 나갔고 걱정이 현실로 다가왔고 이것저것 다 해봤는데도 안 나오니까 좀 많이 지치기도 했고 다 놓고 싶다라는 생각을 좀 많이 가졌는데 그래도 으쌰으쌰 하면서 하니까 잘 돼서 지금은 엄청 기쁩니다.
사실 젠지가 이제 그랜드 파이널을 이제 직행을 못하면 좋을 것 같아요. 남의 불행은 저의 행복이니까.
잘하는 팀은 뭘 하든 올라오기 마련이기 때문에 견제되시면은 그냥 잘하세요. 네, 잘하시면 됩니다.
Мы постараемся победить в этом викли финале и не пропустить Genji на первое место.
아위 선수분들 위클리 파이널 우승하시고 그걸로 회식도 하시고 저는 약간 트로피가 더 욕심이 나기 때문에 그랜드 파이널 가서 우승하겠습니다.
I mean, I don't think we are scared of anything. Team's performance so far. We will see how it is on grand finals.
그랜드 파이널에서 뵐게요.
All right, gentlemen, we're about 2 minutes from the game starting. We'll get it. We'll do a little more talking. I want to talk about Heroic if we get a chance, but I want to make sure that I get your predictions because, you know, it's just fun to do. About who wins this weekend. Who gets that auto bid to go the distance? Is it going to be Na'Vi or Genji or someone else? Who knows? Who knows? Jordan, maybe you think there's a dark horse in here. Who's your pick to win the weekend?
I feel like you're trying to bait me into a Fury prediction
yes,
here.
do it.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know, I don't know if I can. Like, I really do want to
Aussies.
see it happen, but how
All right,
can
you know-
how can
no,
they
no,
pull
no,
back
hold
a
on,
29
hold
point
on.
deficit in 5 games?
Jordan, I want you to sit there for a second and just think about the region that you're from and pride
Right.
and all these other things while I go to Martin
Wait,
for
which
his
one is
pick,
that again? I can't
and then I'll
remember.
come back to you. So, Martin, who's your pick to win the weekend?
Well, so first of all, and Ivy's in lead. They had 2 wins already. It's a kind of an automated pick for me, obviously, because also Genji is a strong team, and if there's anyone you don't want in the grand final, it's Genji, right? So, and not just there's multiple teams that could be looking at Genji like these guys are just simply too good. We're in a situation where we kind of could deny them, but I think it's too late. Personally, I think it's too late to deny Genji. I think they have too many points. I think they're too strong of a team, and if you try hot drops or something else like that, they will simply get too many points from that. They will kill 2, 3, 4 guys in 5 games, right? And that's too many points. They will take over both GNL and MCG from that.
I don't know. We'll see. So, is your pick and Na'Vi or Genji? I didn't.
Na'Vi.
Which one is it? Na'Vi. Okay. Elfish, this is that moment. Are you
Well,
going to
look,
What do you believe?
upon reflection, and all that time you've given me to think about things, I do have to say I think Fury looked fantastic yesterday. They're probably one of the best teams in the world. They've got individual stars all over the place, so I have to go with Fury for this one. I think 29 points,
Yes.
that's not very hard. That's pretty easy for Fury. To be honest, I've seen them do it before. I've seen them have 60-point days in 4 games in ANZ.
Right, right.
So who's to say they can't have a 29+ point day
In the lobby where it's
come,
just
here.
15 teams
Well,
where... Yeah,
I've
they
never
just
even
shoot
heard
all
of
them.
Genji or Na'Vi or Heroic before this event anyway. So they
Right,
must
right,
be-
right, yeah.
I think Fury's probably the best team here. And I think they're just going to walk away with a bunch of wins today. It should be pretty easy for them. So that's my
Nice,
take.
nice. I like it. So Martin picks Na'Vi. You'll pick Fury because it's just you're a good man, and I can't wait to make fun of you all day.
Because they're going
for
to
it.
win, dude.
Right, they're gonna win, maybe. I'm gonna go with Genji because I don't think anyone has the rocks to keep them out of the grand final. And that to me is the story because they could do it right now. There are 3 teams all revolving around Genji's points. And if Genji doesn't win the weekend and was hot dropped every game, it could hurt them, but no one's got the power to do it. No one wants to take the risk. They're gonna let PO go to the grand final and Genji is gonna raffle stomp the grand. We're gonna see it. It's time for game 1 to get started. Let's get this party going with your casters, Cameron Davis and Matchroom.
First game of the last weekly final day. We've got a lot on the table. You heard an analyst desk walking through everything. Also, big shout out to Alienware and Toomey. We couldn't do PGC without you. I'm Matcham, joined by Cammy D. You ready to get this underway?
Let's go. Plane is, of course, already in the air. Not too awful of a plane path. This should be helpful to wake all of these players up. And let's get this started. Let's see who is going to be the top 12. The desk already sort of brought us to that area, told us about, broke that whole thing down. You can see the point status on the left. There are really only a few positions that are up for grabs. They already called it out. MCG and GNL are the two teams in the top 12 that do not have a chance this weekend to defend their position. But that doesn't mean that you also shouldn't look at Navi, Danawa, Genji, Oath, New Happy, and even as a little bit of an extension, Fury and GEX as the teams that are all going to be scrambling with each other to take those bottom 4 or 5 spots, shall we say. It's going to be about 4 or 5 of them. It's just which of them will it be?
Fury is an outside chance? I don't know. Elvish kind of sold me on this whole Fury concept, man. I mean,
yeah, he sold
they
you?
got just a little bit of points that they got to pick up there, but I mean, this is the anime comeback next 2 days. Let's be real, right? We've got this, and then we've got the survivals that are going to be following this one up, like the grand survival. This is where so much can kick off, and we've kind of already started to see that with Genji coming through here. I know that it was a last-minute chance to get in here, to say the least, but they are making sure to grab a hold of it and trying to climb up the leaderboard as fast as possible. So there's a lot of big moving factors in this that it's just going to be real exciting from here on out. All the rest of PGC is just going to be nuts.
Listen, I have a theory about Genji because they have been shall we say, a bit of a disappointing showing, especially considering their pedigree, their performance throughout not just this past year, but just in general, this squad at any global international event. They got snubbed at PGIS because they peaked too early and they did not perform at their expected level at the final week. They came into PGC, performed badly, and then understood to peak at the right moment. They got the win during weekly survival. They're in this weekend. They're performing very, very well, and they are going to be on fire going into the last weekend. That's my theory. At the grand finals, they're going to be really, really good. I guess I'm echoing Toffee when I say this, but I think they learned a lot of lessons from PGIS.
Well, there's another team that we can talk about here is Danawa, where they had a much stronger start, all considered. Whenever we look at some of the ways that the behaviors came through this one, they've had themselves a pretty good week 3 so far, as well as when we're looking at the finals. Already had themselves a second and 2 fourths as well. Sure, they had a 14th and an 8th place where they went out with 0 kills, but they're still doing a good job on being consistent. And really, whenever we look at this squad, the killing capabilities that we see come out of them is pretty nuts. Specifically, like, Salute has impressed me time and time again in clutch positions and just being able to put in a ton of work for his squad.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is it's being in so many of those clutch positions shows that they don't, that fundamental sort of like solid mid-game through line to make it to a solid position.
Wait. You're telling me the fact that Genji, like qualifying in the last game to have this massive comeback, that's all part of the storyline. But Danawa, whenever they have to clutch it up, is suddenly like, hey, you know, this might be worrisome.
Danawa have 44 points on week 1, 33 points on week 2, and they're currently sitting at 34. So yes, they're actually doing, for this week, which is only halfway done, so they're doing better this week. But then Genji already have 56 from one day. So I'm just saying, like, the levels are different. But my main point is that I agree with you. Salute has a lot of clutch plays. I just want to see them in a position where that is not going to be a requirement for them to not absolutely get bombed out in the early game.
I don't know. It feels like so much of this is going to be all about the clutch. Whenever we're looking, this is the strength, and this is a lot of the big movers that we've been talking about time and time again that are playing inside of this lobby. I mean, Heroic has been having a massive come up lately, and I gotta say, Na'Vi yesterday was freaking impressive as hell. Like, the way that they were playing that was just absolutely nuts, all considered. I mean, 2 first place. They had pretty decent kill counts. Even the game where they went out in 15th place, they still managed to pick up 3 kills. They're doing a great job on finding it. And here, this is my guilty pleasure right here. New Happy. These guys, not quite as consistent, to say the least. What we had, it was close. They had a first place, and then a whole bunch of things that were definitely not a first place. But I mean, that's kind of how New Happy do.
That is, I mean, they had what they didn't make it to week 1, but they had 63 points on week 2. So if they can just basically roll back what they did yesterday, hopefully a little more consistent, just for their fans, like, anxiety aside, they can get like 30 more points on the day at most. They should be in a really good position. But again, what we were talking about in the beginning, they're basically shoulder and shoulder with a bunch of different teams that are trying to go into that same area. So if they can just clean up those few bad rounds that I guess more than a few bad rounds that they've had yesterday, and really just understand they can lean on their firepower, lean on their fragging, almost become like next Buram in the sense of like, we're not going to make it to late game, but boy, are we going to pick up a bunch of kills on the way. SSG is another team that tends to play in that style.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you move into this, like, there's so many like game mindset changes that you have to pull in. Some teams just lean into the, okay, we're just going to play tried and true. We're just going to do what we do best and just hope that that gets us what we need to do. Specifically whenever looking at the survivals, trying to go for the chicken dinner itself. Then whenever you make it into the final, you got to change up. Now you got to make sure that you're going for kills, if you're in a dangerous position, all that type of stuff. So some of these teams have just said, you know what, screw it. We're just going to play normal style. James, though, has himself a high ground position over Kickstart. Looks like he should be able to get away from it, though. Kickstart, I think, can at least be able to get the angle from it. The other members for Oath, though, are playing along this hillside. Reload might have a little bit of angle, but I do like
not the tires, not the bike. No,
I mean, that's what you got to do, dude. You just got to make sure that you
know,
punish.
exactly.
I love it.
It's definitely what you do. Liquid, they are backing away from this. So we've been talking about sort of trying to set the stage for you guys. Let's look at the actual game and the stage that we have presented with us here. It is a circle that is center slightly north. So these mountains to the east of El Pozo are a big position, but then of course the mountain north of Picado, which is where we're looking at right now, with Liquid and Oath both rolling up. There's a bunch of teams around them in the area. We saw a few teams enter the city from the north side, and yes, here are the shots still going in onto Kickstart. Not a lot landing from Mixie, or if any at all, but this is still a really rough position for Kickstart to find himself in.
All right, Kickstart. Apparently he's mad about that tire. Just takes the shot, runs away from it. I mean, yeah, it is annoying. Let's be real. You have to abandon a vehicle, and then that like a tiny motorcycle of all things across that hillside has tires vision, so you got to lose it.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a pickup come through, and hey, there's a retaliation back and reload. That's not where you wanted to stop.
Hey, at least the tires are protected.
Yeah, true. Their heads aren't, but their tires are protected. So that's the big thing. They just got to make it back out. Now then, safety, let's see if they can get away from it. This one's looking pretty painful. Can they get the gas around the corner? Team Liquid putting in some work on Oath right now. GEX being sneaky here. Does End know? I don't know. It looks like he was looking that direction, but I don't know.
I don't think he knows. The way that he was just running and jumping around, I suspect that he isn't exactly aware of Xenon's specific position. We've seen Xenon sort of on his own like this a couple of different times. He's not going hyper aggressive though, so I'm a little unsure about the information that he has as well. And Liquid, this is just karma, my dude, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, you live by taking out tires. Your car gets flipped, and hey! Oh, nope. He's like trying to roll it like dice, just seeing if he can slam it against the side of it. Looks like you ended up with a 1 again. Hit it again. See if you can get a 6. Flip it over. Bop. And there you go. Good job, James.
Never seen trees used like that. Usually just run it over and just try and flip it, but bouncing all over the trees like ping pong. Not pinball.
Physics, sir. Physics. Hard at work there.
Oh, yeah. Surprised that car is still drivable the way that it flopped around like a fish.
Yeah, no, that's made for entertainment. I'll take it. Man, let's be real. Team Liquid, they got some vision, specifically into the east where we see that Oath has been playing at. That's why we saw them retreat away from it. This is just to the east of Power Grid, specifically on the cliffside, looking down into everything. And so a lot of the teams are playing to the west and north of this position. Really, it's just Oath. But Team Liquid did a good job on harassing a couple of teams as they were making approaches through here and bought that space to where they really don't have anybody around them. Oath has been constantly repositioning through this one, and now they're looking back over at AAA, who is to the southwest of where we just saw Team Liquid at, playing the opposite hillside, looking into where I believe Heroic is trying to make their approach.
And now New Happy, last team to come in from the north side, settling up here, not too far from Genji and Kaishin, who also have a split of their own, both these squads. Just a few more moments before Phase 1 finishes, and we will be seeing Phase 2. Starting to really tease us where the mid-game is going to go. No real engagements, just a lot of... There's a lot of shooting around the map. No real engagements just yet.
Well, I mean, these early circles have been kind of rough, and yep, there we go. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of Monte Nuevo, El Pozo, keep power gridded in as well, and hey, everybody up there around Water Treatment Plant San Martin, it's time to roll. Oath got to roll right beside Team Liquid yet again. You can now see it's going to be Danawa hopping inside the vehicles as they're going to have to do a little bit of a rotation, but Jin Ji as well as New Happy, Kaishin also going to have to regroup, and we're going to see a cluster coming in on that area just west of San Martin.
Rotates. Honey Badger finds an opportunity for a shot on the spear. Doesn't find it, and Lambu is going to be here to try and trade. Back door open. What do you live in a barn? He's going to get punished for that. Honey Badger goes down, and Spear is following up on this. Not going to give Dignitas the opportunity for the revive. Sparking's having to rotate away and around. And I think the rest of Dignitas is going to be following up. That is Honey Badger confirmed. And Dignitas, they have a mountain to climb today if they want to make it into the top 12. And this is not the best start for them.
Here comes Mad running in right back behind Danawa along this approach. Got to be a little bit careful, Mad. Once you crest this hillside, you're going to bump into Salute, who is just hauling down that road right there. And uh-oh, that's going to be bad for Soul. He gets hit, pinched, tries to get out of the vehicle. Luckily, it holds up just a little bit for him, but no, it's going to be in that finds the angle into it. Danawa in some trouble now. Lash does go down as well. It's going to be like up at the top of it, spots it out, narrowly staying alive. And this Salute tries to put in some work, but he's already down to 2 life. And there we go, in pushes back on the other side of this. And now it looks like there's only one safe player for Danawa. And that's not a good position to be in at this stage.
Oh, I mean, the trades are there. Leklo is doing a lot of work on the high ground, but every single time a member of Danawa peeks over, they immediately get headshot. So they aren't really able to put that much pressure onto Madclan. However, it's GEX and other teams that are looking at this from a distance that are cleaning up those knocks that Danawa are trying to get. The good peek of Lekro gets another knock, and now it is just End remaining. He does drop YJ. Makes this into a 1 versus 1, I believe. But again, this is under a bunch of fire from like 2 at least, maybe 3 different teams.
All right, this is, yeah, I mean, the dip itself provides a little bit of safety on it, but yep, it's going to be the distance that comes in. AAA spots it out and picks that one up, and he's like, that's going to be the easiest kill of your life there. Go ahead and don't even have to worry about flushing anybody else. And we already have a squad and a half eliminated at this stage of the game.
I mean, hardships like this are really difficult to manage. So you can't be too shocked by it. But looking right here, VP.
E36.
Enter Force. Yeah, they're getting invaded here. This is Power Grid. VP's home. They should be able to defend this properly. But look, Pure Boy is already inside the building. Starlord is here around the outside.
They had to know. Like, whenever you come into this area, you know Virtus Pro is going to be here. And so now that means the fact that as they made their push in, Virtus Pro is going to defend this. And E36, while they are kind of spread, they have different angles to play from. Starlord makes use of that side flanked position, gets the down on Batulins, and there's going to be a grenade that he had prepped that flushes himself. That is heartbreak coming up for Virtus Pro already. You can see Perfectic's already in some trouble. We can duck down through this one. Starlord, no mystery in this whenever it comes down to stress and stressful positions. This guy can play so well. Perfectix, though, you can see just narrowly surviving as the nades are just dropping right on top of him. The rest of VP not quite in a position to provide too much support just yet, but keep in mind, E36 has to be careful. We're going to have teams like Fury as well as Ghibli potentially coming into this one. Perfectix, though, doing a great job on surviving for a while, but support for VP just cannot put too much in. Spyro doesn't have the angle, that outside wall just providing too much cover, and E36 comes in and takes it.
Oh, Spyro's trying to defend back, but immediately takes half HP, forced to fall away. Good isolation maneuvers by Interforce to really dismantle Virtus Pro 1 by 1 here, using the opportunity of that grenade knock against them. Speaking of grenades, though, Spyro is oh, this one looks good.
Oh, good connection onto Amino, gets him down. Now let's see if the other 2 members can do anything with it. Virtus Pro looks like they might just be opting to use this as an opportunity to get away. Dignitas, here's a little bit of a firefight. Doesn't look like they want to get too involved just quite yet. Amino is going to be getting rezzed as time goes through. Ghibli's going to be coming in right back behind Dignitas. And Ghibli, though, oh, it looks like they were contemplating it. Adder made that send right by this position. There's a couple of dips, a couple of divots that we can see coming into play here. Back behind this one, Navi also is going to have a little bit of an angle, but I think it's really about the moving factor of Dignitas, Ghibli, and Mad coming into the circle right now.
Everyone's shooting at everyone else. We haven't really even had an opportunity to look at where phase 3 is. We've had multiple hardships in a row here. Now suddenly the terrain is very difficult to maneuver. You can see Dignitas here running around, just trying to find a place to prone down under smokes, and we're only 15 minutes in the game. If that's the position that you're in, that should give you a good idea of what sort of terrain we're playing around. Lambu forced to fall away and tries to find refuge in Power Grid, but as we all know, that has been taken over by Interforce. But then where else can they go?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of good places you can rotate through. That's why you see Dignitas already going for this one. Ghibli is just trying to go with a grenade. Hopefully that might connect to get them some space. But nope, it's just going to get some damage onto Shinboy. He should be able to retreat from this one. Let's be real. This dip is not comfortable, but it is at least safe for now. It does deny a lot of vision. And as we see more teams move into the circle, it's going to potentially limit Ghibli's ability to be more aggressive on this angle. Just, we're going to start to see third and fourth parties as you start to step in the open there. That might be a bigger factor. Also, something like, I don't know, how E36 opts into making a rotation around could be a problem. No team is really in the center at the time, as most of the other ones are, most everybody is playing around the edge of the circle because that's just where the cover is to be had, and everybody's a little nervous in this game to send it in center just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what's happening to Dignitas and Ghibli. In fact, Ghibli even trying to leave their position, and this isn't even the most center part of the circle. Oh no, Ghibli rotating through. It looks like they're entering mad territory.
What is even happening
members that have
here?
remained from there, and now Gen G taking a little bit of damage as Kaishin strolls on past. Asura already taken down by Cobra, but Cobra has been traded out by Esther.
And that was a lot of pain real fast coming out. Two members for Gen G already down. They did get a grenade onto Cobra at range, but Kaishin now has a good position on them. We did see Oath that left on this angle, but it's now going to be Kaishin that's going to have to come back and provide some support. They're at least just wanting to slow down the capabilities of getting these reses. It looks like they do have the idea on how to make the approach in. But, I mean, we have so many teams that are shooting at range. New Happy is taking some pot shots to the back of them. Heroic also has some vision in it. New Circle's going to pop. It's going to favor everybody that's going to be playing more to the northwest of this. So that means the Monte Nuevo teams. And the firefight that we see going on right now is problematic. But, hey, let's also throw in a little bit of Oath and Team Liquid as well. Kickstart. Still back over here, and these guys have been just at each other this whole game, it feels like.
Yeah, is this revenge? Is Oath chasing down Liquid for those tires? Like, I said that, you know, that's unfortunate to lose those things, but come on, guys, it's not that big of a deal. And now both of these teams have to get into the circle, and already you can see Kickstart hopping into his vehicle and trying to rotate out because this is a losing fight, similar to the one over here. At least Gen G has gotten a few of their revives. Esther is still bleeding out. But Kaishin are in a lot worse of a position. Cobra has been confirmed. Landrin is not going to get revived. It's only Yuppie and Urine remaining.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be rough for either one of these teams to get out. You can see Team Liquid already trying to get out of position. There is a pretty strong place that they can make it to, and I think that they've already scouted out, and they realize that. Oath was saying if maybe they could get some damage into him as they made their retreat, but not really enough to get too much out of it all considered. Kaishin, though, got their two up right next to each other, hoping that the firing line is going to be enough to stop what Gen G is bringing, but Gen G now is full reset and is using the wall on the other side of it. If anything, Kaishin can just try to stall this for as long as possible, and that could be just absolutely horrible for Gen G, and they realize this. They know, they have to make the push in, and Anonix peeks a different angle at the exact same moment. Kaishin peeks through, and Yuppie, he should be aware of that. That information should have been fed back over. Now the last one does manage to get down Anonix, but three more members for Gen G coming in, and a very weakened Kaishin has minimal option, gets the shots into it, gets one of them down, trying to get some more out of it, but does get picked up.
The revives should be able to come through just in front of the blue. But where can Gen G go after this is the big question. There's already been a couple of different positions in the circle that have been taken up. And similarly before, a lot of it are very, very prone dip positions. So Gen G might just have to make a vehicle send with very little information onto one of those. But over here on the east side, this was the far side of the circle, fighting between Tackle Around and Fury, who are in between multiple members of AAA.
That one was pretty open. E36, we're talking about their factor and how they're going to rotate. Looks like they're going to send it right down into Dignitas. Sparking gets a little bit of damage, but he is going to go down. Interforce does lose everything for it, though. Sparking should be able to get rezzed, but keep in mind, Dignitas still has to move, and they have I believe, Na'Vi that has already gotten into a potential gatekeeping position. Gen G got the smokes out. It's time to send it, and Heroic has a good firing line into him. They're just going to have to roll right through the opening. There is a little bit of a dip for them to make it to it. Barely getting there. Two of their members go down. Oath has an angle into it, but it isn't the cleanest of angles. They should be able to reset with that little bit of a dip that they've got. But here we go. Dignitas now making the push right into Navi's position. They do have Punaj that goes down.
Yeah, immediately you saw Na'Vi try and push onto this position. The second Interforce got taken out, trying to flex on this, make sure that Dignitas was strangled from the circle. And then the shift goes away from Heroic's buildings. New Happy in the center. Ghibli, kind of a center position, but it is GEX with the only real, compound in the circle right now. Tackle Around, trying to deal some damage. Virtus Pro alongside with the blue. That great grenade from Gems is going to finish them off. 9 kills. You can't even really mind that it is only Gems remaining.
Here's the problem, though. It's Na'Vi. Strong position yet again. Coming in with the numbers. Jim's in some trouble. He's going to go down, and now Na'Vi have control over the East at a later stage where we see a ton of people already starting to fall. Look at the high ground advantage and the vision that they could have. Now, Circo's probably going to move from there, and coming off of that hillside is going to suck. But right now, Ghibli in the center is just looking at everything that's moving around them as a lot of these teams still need to move. You can see that Heroic is still harassing Jinji on one angle, Oath on the opposite side of it. Theo is going to get hit yet again, and all of three of these teams have to move, but it looks like Oath is going to be the ones that make the move first. Go ahead and get that foothold position, and really it's going to be about how Heroic and Jinji can figure out to do anything, but I don't even know if Jinji can move. If they can figure out a way through this and survive and get, I don't even know, one or two people in the circle, it's nuts, because look at the amount of teams that have angles onto them. Shot's going to come, or actually, just that little bit of damage coming into PO is just going to be enough to knock him off the blue, and now it's just going to be Motorcycle. Send it in. Can they even find anywhere to go? Balefrost has the angle on one side. Heroic's doing peppering shots on the other. Esther just trying to make it into this one, but guess what? New Happy's going to be along this angle as well. While he is doing a great job on surviving, he's going to crest that hillside. They're going to spot him, take him down, and Jinji is eliminated.
Yeah, ambitious send by Esther there, assuming that this dip wasn't taken, or perhaps even the shack just above where Ghibli are at wasn't taken, but with the information that they were lacking, there was really no other option for them. So at least they attempted to go for something, and now with Genji removed, Heroic are going to be sending it in, but look at Oath's movements this entire time. They've been putting shots in onto Genji, onto Heroic for them to get into this position without much pressure going their way, and they have a little bit of a foothold there. Na'Vi as well looking over the high ground, and they're trolling over to Exet, or rather Savior trolling over to them. Savior drops one, tries to fall away, doesn't have a lot of support immediately from the rest of his squad, but how is this engagement going to play out? SSR swinging in over to the side. Alia spots that out, but I think there could be time for a res.
Oh, he's running. It looks like he knows he could potentially nade this one if he can get into the angle for it. I mean, he's got the angles to approach. He just has to have the bravery and the capabilities to get into that point, and he realizes it might be overextending a little bit too much. I mean, there is nobody on the opposite angles to find from this one, so really GEX can use that hillside. They just don't know they can at the time.
Revive has come through, and Oath again. Damage coming out, multiple different angles. Correxy from Heroic has been confirmed, and Heroic have like a small little rope hanging onto on the edge of this next zone. But where is phase? It's only even phase 6, and it is going to shift that way. New Happy can just continue to play in that little bit of a crater, but being on the lowest of the low ground, how is that going to affect them? Do they have enough cover with the vehicles? Page goes down, not to Oath, but rather to GEX.
I mean, we're going to be down to our top 4. Most likely after this one is HS. I don't know what happened there, but there's just not cover, really. Whenever we look at this one, Na'Vi now making the push, going to put them pretty close to Ghibli's members, who have been playing this hillside for quite a while. GEX is going to have to rotate through. We still have Ibiza that's back behind us. It's going to make their own move as well. Ghibli is caught up right now, looking into the low ground position of New Happy, and they have to be very, very cautious. 2 different teams coming up back behind them. Oath has managed to get themselves a little bit of a clean point, and I believe Heroic might have found one as well, but it's going to be the moving factor and the X-Force that is going to be Na'Vi yet again. Moving into a strong high ground position, they know how to play this circle. You can see Ghibli in trouble. Spear's going to go down, and now there is just one up at the time for Ghibli, and it's going to be Adder, and he knows he is in a desperate situation. He's got the shack. He's playing the outside of it. Realize the fact that Navi's going to be coming around from one angle. GEX is playing the low angle on this, so maybe Adder might be able to find an angle and get spray, but no! Navi is just too strong right now.
No chance. Quizzy drops him immediately, and Ibiza, who's trying to flank in from the side, also gets spotted, so very good heads-up play from Navi to make sure that they're checking all of their angles. But now here comes SSR. GEX, as you mentioned, trying to rush around the side, and Oath are doing the same. So this is a position that we have seen Navi win games before. Just look at yesterday. But will they be able to withstand the assault of GEX and Oath if those teams decide to commit? It looks like both of them are actually backing off, but that still forces us to ask the question, where can Navi go? Navi might need to be making the decision to go into either of those 2 directions, and I think South is the most likely option, but none of these positions are going to be incredibly comfortable. All are going to be open to everyone else in the circle.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I like this coming out from Oath and GEX both. Well, yes, Navi has a great high ground position for now, it's so close on the edge, it's not going to provide too much cover. So Oath's going to reposition away from it and see if maybe they don't have to make as big of a movement. GEX, now taking down New Happy's Yan, is going to find themselves in a position where they could potentially also gatekeep Navi. But SSR playing this position is going to have to be careful. He's going to get spotted out. And GEX hopes are getting a little bit more dashed on this side. Just 2 members up. And while they do have themselves a spot inside the safe zone, they're clinging to life along this hillside. Fortunately, nobody is playing anywhere to the north of them or anywhere to the west. I mean, really, we're playing on half a circle right now, and it's all along this hillside.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how Navi are spreading out, though. Melman finding some amazing angles here, but they're not sticking around. They know that they need to continue to move. They need to continue to work their edge, work their position. They can't full focus onto GEX because then they can get backstabbed by Oath if they wanted to sort of over-peek onto the low ground holes that GEX are hiding out in. Phase 8 goes to where no one is playing, to where no one can play. And this means that Oath might just need to sweep up onto Navi. This is a really bad position, and now that Alia has been dropped by Yan Lee, might be trying to go for a second, but Xenon is the one playing up close and personal. Grenade at the ready could catch Navi off guard.
Going for the move now, tossing the net on one angle, see if they can maybe push where they just got a knock a second ago, trying to get the follow-up, try to get there before the res comes in, spots out one member, but that's going to allow the res to happen on the other side of it, maybe feed the information over. You can see that really they're the gatekeepers on this one. They can hold out 2 different teams, but guess what? Oath is starting to hear the nades starting to come up back behind it. Navi needs to make some type of proactive play really quick. No, it's actually going to be another knock onto Navi. They've been playing this so well, but there's just too many people. There's too many angles that try to defend, trying to hold it up. Examples trying to get something out of it, but does at least manage to get a knock on a reload. Now Oath has to come into this position, and GEX hears it. You can see the Xenon trying to get into that same point, that same strong high angle, but it's not going to be enough. There's just too many people from Oath coming up. Instead, leaning into throwables, tossing them down, and this is a fight for destiny on 2 different angles. We've got the Oath GEX fight, and then we've got New Happy trying to make sure that they hold out whatever's going on with Heroic at the time, because this is going to differentiate and set up how the final fight's going to go. Beanie in a world of trouble, having to notch out all of the nades that are coming over to him. But now, Oath slowing down for just a second, realizing that they have the time, are trying to see if they can find some type of angle approach into GEX, and looks like Xenon is going to step up, try to find the angle into it, but no, he's going to go down. Now it's just Yan Lee all by his lonesome.
Oh no, Kickstart, that's your teammate. Bill Frost gets knocked by his own teammate, his own brother, and Kickstart's picking up Relo. The other members that's been knocked, trying to shepherd them into the circle. Whoever wins this high ground fight between GEX and Oath could very easily win the game. Molotov goes way too far. The revive should be coming on through. Bill Frost, however, does not get the same privilege here. Beamy, the last one up from Heroic, somehow able to make his way into the circle, gets around New Happy, and now Yan Lee. GEX, last one remaining, drops reload, tries to go on to Kickstart, but he's gonna get taken out. 5 kills for Oath so far. They could get the revive and stay as 3, but do they have a position that is in the safe zone to even go for this revive first without getting spotted?
There's a little spot. They've got this hillside. I think that New Happy is aware of the firefight that's been going on above them, but you got to give it to Beamy for Heroic. He's been doing a great job on staying alive and really just putting in work on New Happy, and unofficially, he's like the 5th member of Oath that's really like contained New Happy and not allowed them to do too much just yet. The new circle is going to favor Oath and New Happy's positioning, and Beamy, I mean, you can see tires already getting popped out. Can you put in some more work off of this one? Because I mean, you can see it's an open run. There's so few ways that he can approach into this one. Oath's got the high ground onto this one. I mean, really, it's just going to be how much of a factor can Beamy be from here, as he could have a firing angle onto Oath, and I think Oath realizes that, and it's now looking like they're trying to crest back down the hillside to see if they can find a new angle to work with, and Beamy is just harassing anything right now.
Yeah, Beamy's whole name of the game right now is to get a kill, maybe 2, most likely onto New Happy. The chances of him getting to this next zone for free is going to be very difficult, but New Happy are constantly being pinned down, constantly hiding under their vehicles, not giving him an opportunity, but that gives Oath the opportunity to get into the circle without much of a contention. But Beamy found an opening, he found a gap, he's sending it out to the rock.
Oh, manages to make it with 1 health. Are you kidding me? He's at this rock. It's not quite inside the safe zone just yet, but you can see now Oath is having to separate out. They realize the problem for it. If Beamy peeks around, though, he might be able to spot out HS. I mean, Beanie is like distracting 2 3-man squads right now and is fighting the odds every step of the way. Oath is now in a great spot. They've got control over the center of the circle. They've got vision. But Beanie's side position on this is drawing one of their members' attention. That means the fact that New Happy, with their 3-man, has the capabilities to inflict a little bit of damage onto Oath. And now it's all about how we're going to see this all interplay off of it. Grenade is going to connect. HS with a good toss onto it. And now Oath, who were looking so strong a second ago, Beanie is going to be the thorn in their side and make it so hard for them to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, they couldn't even really focus their positioning onto New Happy because of that, but great grenades coming out here by New Happy. One onto Oath. I think that's going to be it for Beanie. He's just barely outside of the Molotov, but he is going into the blue. That is going to be it. Surely he's going to fall. Surely he is going to fall, and he does go out in third place. This means Oath can focus on New Happy. Yes, that is a point denied for Heroic, so at least good for them. But right now, 2 versus 3. New Happy now with the high ground where Non is playing on. More grenades coming out from HS on the kickstart.
There's been harassment onto New Happy for so long, but Oath has been in very thick, close-range firefights. They have to be careful seeing how damaged they are as they move through this one. Non, pretty low on the life right now. Starting to see everything condense in. Center point does favor Oath just a little bit, but number advantage goes to New Happy. New Happy knows this. Think maybe they can find the peak angles to work with, just cannot find them just yet. See smokes now starting to come out, providing new cover as the tree looks like it's going to be right next to the center point for this one, providing just a little bit of cover for it. So looks like Oath have opted into separating out, trying to play opposite hills right now and seeing if they can find a firing line into it. Whereas on the opposite side, New Happy, 3-man, slow walk into this, slowly and steadily seeing if they can find the angles to work with. You can see that Oath is still getting in damage, but they're not getting the knock yet. They need to make sure that at least get one of these. They just have to have one member that can knock down at least 2 before going down, and that might provide an opportunity for Oath. On the opposite side, New Happy has a little bit of a gamble and a little bit of a risk that they can play from, and that's why you're seeing them play while slowly they're still playing a little bit more aggressively, making sure that they're holding wide angles, trying to make sure that they have good vision in their approach. But the smokes now down have allowed New Happy to creep right into this, and now we're going to see the side flank coming in. Kickstar's trying to fit it, 2 members up, runs into the smoke, near on nothing to see. It's all going to be off of the ears right now. Just going to try to see if maybe the flash thing is going to connect. Looks like he's been spotted out. Non's going to get the drop onto him. Only Snakers left, and it looks like it could be New Happy. Spray's coming into it. He gets one of them down. Meek's going for the peek on the other side of it, but cannot do it. It's going to be New Happy that finds joy and gets a victory.
New Happy were just slowly working their circle, slowly working the close, slowly working zone 8. And with the man advantage that they had, it was an easy finish for them. Oath put up a good defense, especially, I believe that was Kickstart in the smoke at the very end there, tried to throw a wrench in their plans. But once it got down to the final 2 teams, it was an easy close. However, a solid game by Oath, solid game by Na'Vi, even a pretty good game by Heroic, lacking a number of kills to make it incredibly happy for them. However, Heroic are already in a really good space on the leaderboard. It really is Oath and New Happy that were among the teams that needed the good games, and so this is a great start of the day.
I mean, Beanie played so well. I thought that there was at least 5 different times he should have died. So you got to respect the heart and the try coming out from him, making sure that he can get every point along the way. Oath did a great job in taking out those high ground fights. Na'Vi finally going down in a vulnerable position, actually a strong position there. Could you a little bit of opportunity for a couple other teams to see if maybe they can get some points, as both them and Jin Ji went down and allowed other teams to manage to pick something up. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Toffees as we're getting game number 2 set up.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Winner, winner, chicken dinner 2.0 for New Happy as they get back-to-backs. They finished strong yesterday, and they start strong today. And this is a team who needed to do that, Jordan. 94 points coming in to today, even after their win at the end of yesterday. They are not above the cutoff, but you know what? Right now they are.
Well, I mean, yeah, they certainly are. They're in the top 12 at the moment. That could certainly change as we go through the course of tonight. But they have leapfrogged over Oath and Gen G. And most interestingly, I think out of that, actually, they've jumped above Multi-Circle Gaming. We knew that was going to happen at some point tonight, that MCG was going to get knocked out of the top 12 because they're not competing here in Week 3 finals. But it had to happen in Game 1, so I don't know if they were going into it with any grand illusions of maybe every other team below us has a really bad day and we still managed to sneak through. Not going to be the case. So bad luck for Multi-Circle Gaming. That's now no longer a storyline for them. But for New Happy, off the back of that, maybe you could even make an argument that there is a chance they could push toward first place for this week. I think that's still a little bit far away considering Na'Vi had such a good game as well, but very, very nicely done from New Happy. As you said, exactly what they needed to do, and now, you know, the rest of the night gets a bit easier.
Absolutely. They do have a way to go. I think that the win this week is, or for the weekly final, is a bit of a stretch, but the reality is they have a shot. Let's get into the highlights, and we're going to welcome Toby to the broadcast as he joins us here. Toby, New Happy, big win.
I think it's amazing to see New Happy go out and play well. We've always known they're a high-caliber team, and while we've seen good moments from them, it's rarely been followed up by more of them. So seeing back-to-back wins now, that just bodes for a great debut.
Absolutely. Jordan?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think New Happy at this point, they're just going to be a team that continues to surprise and impress. We have to sort of wait and see what we're going to get from them. But if the last couple of games are anything to go by, then they're definitely going to be one of those teams that can really throw a bit of a curveball in here. I don't think we spent a huge amount of time talking about them at the start of the show. We were really focusing on the likes of Na'Vi and Gen G, and obviously Team Liquid as well was highlighted by the production team. But I sort of felt like New Happy flew a little bit under the radar. But maybe it is worth sort of starting to get a bit of a better understanding of what we think they're going to be able to get done today. Whether or not it's going to be all the way to the top, I'm not so sure there, but I definitely think that they're within a good spot now to at least, you know, confirm their place in the grand finals. That much has to be said.
And I think one of the more important things or more impressive things about New Happy as well is that they don't have that one win condition. They don't have one way to go out and win a game. They play in such a different, like, big variety of ways. They can be the aggressors, they can play on edge, they can play center, they can hunker down, they can go out and play aggro. They can do it all, and when it all works like it has today, because these two wins didn't really come off the same type of playstyle, they're hard to deal with, incredibly hard to deal with for many other teams.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard from the last match. You saw the top, now take a look at the bottom. Your pick to win the day, Fury, Elfish, off to a slow start.
Did I predict Fury? I don't know if I did. I can't really remember. Look, if I did, that was probably not the way that they were going to go about getting the win this evening. You know, they really needed to start very, very strong, and they needed to continue to play strong throughout the course of the day. So with that result, it almost feels like they've probably given themselves a little bit too much to do in the 4 remaining games. Sure, mathematically it might still be possible, but I think it would have really required a big first game here from Fury to be able to continue to sort of push up those standings. And maybe the same can be said for, like, you know, Mad Clan as well. Obviously, they're a team that's kind of competing here. They weren't really much part of that discussion either, but for those two teams, it really needed to be, you know, a 15-20 kill win from the outset if they were even to be part of the discussion.
Toby, since you're now part of the discussion, who do you think wins the weekly final this week? You got to make a choice so we can go back and forth about it. Martin picked Na'Vi, Elfish picked Fury, I picked Gen G.
Wait, does this mean I'm not allowed to pick Na'Vi as well now that Martin
No, you can definitely pick Na'Vi.
I'm gonna go with Na'Vi. I mean, they're a team to me that once they get going, they're as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than most other teams in any given lobby. And I think a lot of teams, especially non-EMEA teams, can get caught by surprise with that, because they haven't had the best overall performances, but their good performances are freakishly scary. And they seem to be on that roll right now. 12 kill win, 10 kill win, now 12 kill 5th place. I mean, they're insanely dangerous when they hit their stride.
All right, so New Happy makes the push up. They do pull ahead of MCG. Also, though, Oath and New Happy pull ahead of Gen G on that game as well. Gen G's still in the hunt to win the weekend, but does this open a couple of question doors? Because, Jordan, if they don't win the weekend and they keep doing what they did in that last match, they're not going to finish in the top 12. They're currently off the cut right now.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing that is sort of still in my mind is that Gen G is still only 16 points behind GNL. So the fact that GNL obviously isn't competing today, you think they probably should drop down and make room for Gen G, even if Gen G can't take over New Happy or Oath or Danawa. There is still that one little thing in your back of your mind here for Gen G where, you know, maybe we don't need to be in the top echelons of this lobby. We just need to do a little bit better than what GNL did. And given the fact that that's only 16 points away, 4 games, you'd probably imagine the form that Gen G is in, they should be able to get that one over the line pretty comfortably. I mean, that to be fair though, obviously GEX is still a factor, right? They're only about 10 points behind Gen G, so it's not like they can really rest on their laurels and assume that it's done at this point. But I think Gen G's still in a pretty comfortable spot at the moment.
Absolutely. For those of you watching at home, you may have noticed a quick change there in the middle. Toby will be joining us on the desk. Martin had a family emergency, so we'll send any positive vibes you have towards him as he takes care of what he needs to. And a big thank you to you, Toby. I think we rolled you out of bed maybe, 12 minutes ago to hop on here. So thank you. I appreciate you being up and ready and looking so good so quickly this morning. I myself take hours to become this beautiful, so I can't imagine doing it in 2 minutes. Toby, what are you most excited about seeing here in the weekly finals? Is there a race that you've been kind of watching or a team that you're the most interested in right now?
I gotta say, I mean, while many teams tend to have their focus on the top of the leaderboard, who wins the weekly finals, my eyes, especially in these moments, are always at the bottom. Who are the ones that's like, who is the bottom team that makes their way through? Because that's really where all the pressure lies.
It does. A lot of the pressure lies. Sorry, I was definitely distracted while you said that. I will apologize completely. Let's get back into talking about the results, because I do think you bring up a good point. Gex is not out of it, but the reality is GEX is rapidly becoming sort of one of the only next spoilers who can sort of join in this race to pass GNL. Those numbers are intense. I genuinely didn't think less than like 110 lower than that was going to be the cutoff. I mean, these teams have been putting up crazy points, Jordan, to make it like we're talking 119 may not even be the cutoff. It might be higher than that.
Yeah, like what is the cutoff at this point? You know, I guess the argument to be made is that it has to an extent been quite a top-heavy sort of lobby. Like we've got we've got 6 teams that didn't get a single point in weekly finals. So that's obviously pushing a lot of the points towards the top end of things overall. So there is that to factor in. But I agree. I think we were sort of all talking about maybe 110 points would be the mark. But, you know, you're looking at teams like KPI, for example, put 108 on the board in week 1. Ghibli did 101 in week 1. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that a team can just do that in 1 week. So maybe we should have set the bar a little bit higher. It does look at the moment to be about 120, 125, I'd say, if I was to take a guess. But, you know, we've got 4 games left to go, and anything sort of crazy can still happen. You can get a lot of points in 4 games.
Absolutely. We're taking a look at Oath as they sit there in the 4-backs. This is a very big day for them. They are a wildly consistent team, but the reality is they're on the fringe with 106 points, only 3 ahead of Gen G, only about 10 ahead of Global Esports XET. This door could close very rapidly. New Happy got back-to-back chicken dinners, Toby, and they're still barely in 11th in terms of the cutoff.
Yeah, it's been tough for them not making week 1, of course, and now having to make their way through on this one. I think this is where that's really where that pack is. The teams that missed out on 1 week had a not a bad but a mediocre week, the one that they played, and now they have to get that good week to kind of back that one off. That's all the teams. They're in the same position. They get their 60s, low 70s points on 1 week, and now is when they have to perform well. And honestly, for the most part, they are. I mean, we're talking Gen G, we're talking New Happy. GX sitting at 27 on the week so far. Of course, not optimal, but I gotta say, with what I've seen from GX so far, I've been impressed, and I want to see more.
You know what I want to see more of? Games, baby. It's time for game number 2 to get underway, so let's head to our casting duo of Matchroom and the Cammy.
Thank you, Toffees, and thank you to Alienware and Toomey for all the support you provide. PGC wouldn't be PGC without you. Now, here we are. Plane is already up in the air in game number 2, Cam.
Woo, second to last Miramar of the day, second to last Miramar of this entire weekly final. And a lot of teams that needed to step up did step up. New Happy and Oath definitely being the 2 of them from that final game. Is anyone else really going to rise to the occasion? Because Gen G just got upset. Look, they're right now in 13th place. I think they mentioned on the desk, you could look at them trying to just I guess, aim for the full weekly win, which really for them, I think, just means taking out Na'Vi, and they should be in a good spot for that. But actually, now that I look at the scoreboard, you know, I'm looking at the scoreboard very late in the day. They're so far behind Na'Vi, I think, with 14 points, only 4 games remaining. I think they might want to focus on that top 12, and if the win happens, it happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of big moving factors as we're looking in here. I mean, everything is being set up for the grand final that's going to be going on next week. So you see everybody just trying to vie for those very strong positions, try to see if they can get those very needed points. And we're seeing teams that were desperate for points, finding them in the early stages. Oh, Pure Boy also finds Dignitas, but looks like that should be fine. And this circle is very far to the southwest, almost opposite the plane path, and you can see a lot of teams were not expecting it.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, like, I was scrolling the entire map wondering where in the world Genji were, because usually they drop on Valdemar, but of course they are also very familiar with Puerto Paraiso. That's why they went over there. Shouldn't have too hard of an entry. They will at the very least be avoiding all of the northern traffic, like here at Dignitas, that are all going to be coming in through not just the Monte Nuevo, but as well as the Picado angles here around that power grid mountain. Those are going to be the two main direction teams are going to be rotating in from. Some of the super northern teams might want to make an entire rotation around El Pozo and take that full western highway, and maybe a few teams up here, even Oath, who aren't too far from the circle, could go the eastern side. But nonetheless, these edge circles, and I'm calling it edge because the water essentially counts as edge, right? One of the more difficult parts of the early game is trying to find a way to get in the circle that doesn't force you to drive through where another team is rotating, or perhaps where another team has already set up shop and is just holding on to the edge.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. We've seen a lot of these southwestern circles. I'm not going to describe what it is that's going on to you guys. You know, the fact that there's a very vertical situation that's going to be going on for these teams. We still have Chuma that's in there. We still also have a little bit of Los Leones that's inside the circle as well. So Team Liquid in a pretty good spot. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them rotate pretty early. I mean, Oath also in a pretty good spot, all considered. I still just got to say, though, Na'Vi, consistently impressive. Like yesterday was just nuts. And they knew how to navigate that circle. They got into a high ground position. They knew where to take the fights. They saw opportunities, and they did get pressed by two different teams. And that was ending up what actually got them. Na'Vi, all considered, played that very well every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about peaking at the right time? They didn't make it to the first weekly final, but then, you know, an all right showing at week 2, and now so far an amazing showing at week 3. The numbers from the previous game, despite getting only, heavy air quotes, heavy sarcasm here, only like 6th place or 5th place or whatever it was, but with a bunch of points to boot. Like
just
this
12
is
kills. It's fine.
Yeah, you know, just 12 kills. It's easy, right? That's just that's a breakfast for me, right? It's like such a good showing for them right now, and if they're able to keep this performance up going into the grand final, like we could have another contender up there in the mix outside of the usual suspects of Liquid and of course tentatively Genji right now, because again they're still in that sort of that flux position.
Yeah, I mean,
and of course Frizz, bro.
There's so much to be looking at inside this one. Heroic, again, being so impressive inside of the last game, and just Heroic in general as well. Making the best of a very bad situation. Fury, though, had better be careful, or they might have to be making a best of a bad situation, as it does look like Heroic has spotted this out. And now Flood, while he does have the tank that is the truck, it looks like he should be able to get pretty safe. Actually, just repositioning it, and that should provide it some safety, and I wouldn't be surprised now if the rest of Fury could be coming in back behind this one a little bit more contained. If anything, they might actually be moving into a little bit more of a low ground position with a 2-2 split, not even caring the fact that somebody just shot close range.
Yeah, a couple of teams all rotating in, just trying to get these split positions set up in in phase 1. Virtus.pro being one of them, but attack all around. As the namesake says, they are all around them. They had, I believe there was, JR was all the way up on the northwest side, so he could easily just follow up and backfill Virtus.pro's position. However, he's going to want to hurry up because Virtus.pro, they have their eyes set on the rest of AAA and where they're currently playing from. Gloom's in a really bad situation, forced to prone down and heal up, and that gives Lou the opportunity to swing in from the side. But JR's is here. He has the angle, but so does Batulin.
I mean, this is what Attack All Around wants to do. They love fighting at different stages, but VP isn't the team that you necessarily want to fight. These guys are so strong. We've seen Batulin's time and time again put in some work. Lou does get spotted out, but Gloom's playing this so carefully, he's going to get spotted out as well. Attack All Around. Oh, man, they are getting attacked from all around right now as VP is just doing a good job of dismantling the defensive line that Attack All Around was wanting to set up, and now down to 2 members. They're just going to retreat, and VP, while they do lose Lou, gets control of this position.
Yeah, that losing Lou is really sort of what makes this a bit sour for Virtus.pro, you have to imagine, because that was, as you mentioned, such a really good take. Catching JR's up on the flank was a huge sort of turn around for things for VP to know that they had a great advantage in this engagement. Batulin's going to be searching around for the final kill, making sure that they can secure that point. It doesn't look like another team is going to be in a position.
But they could feed the
steal
information over. I mean,
information for what? Where Gems
take a shot
can retreat to?
Take a shot. You never know. You might get something out of it.
AAA just try to survive at this point. Down to 2. Really just find some sort of refuge in.
Attack All Around doesn't even have a single placement point right now. They get all their stuff off of kills. 31 points, 31 kill points right now. They don't retreat.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Honestly, it's they're such a bad position on the leaderboard overall. Coming into this week, their goal was to win the entire week if they wanted to qualify because they missed out on the first 2 weekly finals. And at this position, it's going to have to be a monstrous, I don't even want to say last 4 games, last 3 games, because Gems and Dinky right now, there's only so much that you can expect a duo to be able to perform at. Now, granted, if they do get some circle love, continues to stay on Chumacera, then maybe we could see them clutch out an endgame. But we will check back in if/when that happens. Right now, Ghibli rotating in from the north, San Martin. There are a number of teams right in front of them, though, around Martin Nuevo area, as well as Heroic here. This is actually swinging back down the south. This is that sort of standoff between them and Fury that we saw a few moments ago that is still in the process of taking. The chess pieces have been moving around the board this entire time.
Well, see, I'm caught up in what's going on to the northwest. Monte Nuevo is about to be just a show of teams coming in. Navi is going to be able to get themselves a high ground position that is going to be fairly centered. It's going to be right next to the whole Danawa lineup that we see going. I see about 4 teams potentially converging on each other to the north, though, so hopefully we'll cut in with that in just a second, see how that's going. See, Team Liquid is going to come in and force Danawa to regroup just a little bit closer, as they were running a little bit wider of a split to make sure that they controlled vision and terrain at this time. We do have E36 that's going to be bumping in, or technically it's going to be Ghibli that's going to be bumping into E36. The Kaishin's on the other side of Monte Nuevo, as well Dignitas and Mad that could be coming in back behind this one. Danawa looks like they should be able to retreat and regroup fairly safely, as Na'Vi is going to be playing the opposite side of that hill. And so really it's going to be Na'Vi on this side controlling the west and Danawa on the other side of it controlling the east. And here we go. E36 getting vision on Ghibli as they're making the rotation. Not too many shots just yet, but Kaishin's kind of on the other side of this one, is going to be kind of cresting around the E36 position. E36 holding this point, though. Usually you do that if you're wanting to fight or at least go for shots on people as they rotate. None really coming out so far.
Yeah, not just yet. We'll see if that turns into anything later on. But right now, Savior has also been sneaking up into the Fury's zone of control. And then, of course, New Happy not too far from that. These are the teams that are leaving Los Leones. They're still just outside the industrial area. A bit of damage off on the side is actually going to be SSR dropped by Balefrost, who has also come in from the south side here. But here is Kaishin versus Ghibli. Spirit drops Yuppie, taken down to 5 HP, forced to fall away, and Adder gets the follow-up as well. Yuppie has been stolen by Pure Boy, who again has just been sitting in Monte River waiting for this fight to break out, but Kaishin is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is the crest round from E36 that we saw just a second ago. We did see Mad and Dignitas both get separated away from it. Now Cobra, though, here's the footsteps, checking the door. Nobody's coming through. Should be aware of the fact that they're going to reposition around the other side of it. Got to listen in for it. Cobra, good job of juking out around this one. Now it's just a little bit of a dance. See if maybe he can sneak back in through this one. Cobra is going to take some shots, reveal his position. Peek's coming through. He goes down. And now Lanarin, the last one up, already in a vehicle and already in the process of getting out of there. He's going to be heading into the vehicle just now. And so Shoot hop in, waiting for the next circle just to get out of there.
Where's Phase 2 going to go? Where is Kaishin going to go? It is going to swing down towards the south. It is a medium shift on paper, but it is essentially a hard shift when you look at the land mass. So Genji, Fury, Heroic, those two teams, the latter two teams, have been dancing around each other for a while, should be in a good position. Both of them are, you can already see in their vehicles to converge under a better singular hold position. And this is a sort of up, down, vertical terrain that you mentioned at the very beginning. You want to be in a high ground position, because finding yourself in a low ground spot like what Danawa are currently driving through is almost certain death. Heroic can make it work because they have a compound here. Beamy just now rolling up is a good position for defense, with Corexi out in the open, maybe trying to catch them on an off angle.
Try to roll through, gonna run right by it. Now goes the spray coming in, and there we go, finding in something. No, but no, 2 members of Heroic down quite quickly. Dano has 2 members down as well. Now make it just 1, and wow, just coming in off of this with 3 health, trying to survive. Heroic does a good job on defending up. It almost looked like it was going to be a problem, but that outside position coming in a clutch point for Corexi himself. Now, let's see. What do you do if you're Danoa's last member? Because you know you need points right now, and just going to come around through that one and realize the fact that it's just going to be about flushing. He's got a Molotov on the other side. He's got people that are locked in. I mean, this is about all you can do. I think it's just going to be Nam on some fire. Step through, and now T-Bone. You should see how he reads this one. Heroic starting to reset, getting the heals in. Are we going to see the peak come through? Yeah, T-Bone knows. He knows. Steps into it. All that work, all the walking through flames, all the meds. In the end, doesn't matter. Now we see Oath and GEX lining up with Jin G on the high ground next to him.
Ooh, Asura, you can see he has the high ground. GEX in the middle here, so Oath could be finding themselves in a bad position. They overextend onto this engagement. GEX already down to 2. Savior trying to send a couple of shots out. Not really going to find it. So the real question is, how is Oath going to play on it? Because once Asura starts opening up fire, they're going to need to reconsider their options. Because now this advantage situation is now very dangerous, very rough. Again, the vehicles, big vulnerability for Oath. Grenade comes out. Kickstart taken out by Yan Lee. And the rest of Oath, are they going to try and save their teammate or just fall away and leave him to the wolves?
Yeah, I mean, they've just got to surrender, I think. Balefrost should have an idea on it with the high ground positioning from Jin Ji. Also, Oath realizing the fact that it is Jin Ji that's defending that up. And these guys have been neck and neck for points. They don't want to feed those points over to Jin Ji. So instead, separate away. They know that most likely it's going to be GEX that's going to pick this one up, because this is like 3 of our big moving factor teams right now, right? These are the guys that are really needing to pick up as many points as they can to secure positionings as far as making it into the grand final. So you can see that I think that's a very heads up aware position to go for Oath and say, no, we do not want any more part of this fight. It's too risky. We do not want to feed any more points over to any competitors.
Yeah, if we die to anyone, Gen G are not one of the teams that Oath wants to do it to. And so they're going backing away. Pio still looking for the angle, but not going to find it. Over here, Dignitas getting dangerously close to Na'Vi territory. Dignitas are a little bit of a 2-2 right now, swinging into the southwest side. Not the best position, however, but being on the edge, it is going to be safe for now, and it puts them in a spot to try and slingshot into a better position come phase 3, which is only a few more moments away. Mad, New Happy, coming in from the northeast, not too far from VP, and Liquid with a wide spread. Dead center, you can see Mixie going to roll up the teams. Oh no, and the last member of Kaishin, Lanren, just trying to survive, trying to stay alive. Chased down by Ghibli, and that's going to be a rough, another transition for Lanren there, going to the circle. That's swung over to the east side.
It looks like Lambu's not going to commit too much into it. Now, though, we do see the fact that Navi's going to have to move. Dignitas is going to move. E36 coming into the south of it. Fury so caught up in that tangled position. Why Kikamukau? Man, you just can't drive next to this guy. You just can't be around Why Kikamukau. We've seen so many big performances coming out from Fury, and I mean, Elfish, I know, is bringing in. He had the support coming in for him today. Really thinks that they can climb the leaderboard. They've got to put up some points, though, and this could be a game for them. They find themselves pretty centered, all considered. E36 coming into the south, and you can see the 2 members for GEX now getting some separation out. Looks like they're going to try to get away from where we see Jin Ji at. But guess what? E36 didn't exactly know where Jin Ji was, and they're just going to, I don't know, this is kind of bravely rolling right up next to him. They're like, yeah, go ahead and shoot at us. We just want the spot anyway.
Ooh. 36 rolling on in. And now, ooh, also. Shitboy trying to roll up on a Punj to get the revive. They might be losing the vehicle in the meantime if Na'Vi do want to stick around. Fortunately, Honey Badger is trying to get some trade damage in to at least alleviate some pressure. I think the revive should be coming on through, but look at Alia's rotation. The only real backstab is going to be Shinboy way off on the side. And here's Ghibli now. Lambu, AAA territory. Jackarnoff is hanging out. Silent. Ghibli might not be aware that there are contestants there in the building already, and everyone's just trying to rotate into the circle. Find these last few compounds available. Genji finds one. Fury rotating away from the compound the Liquid wanted. For some reason, despite it being pretty center, they want to play from the edge.
Yeah, this is kind of peculiar. I think that they were worried about being crashed given the strength of their compound, so instead come back through. They do have some vision along this angle. Ghibli's going to be coming in, and Jims himself is going to find some spray into this one. Finally connects. Took a second, but got there in the end. That's all that really matters off of it. So Jims, Junku still alive. Ghibli is going to have to make a little bit of a further reposition, but that should be fine for them. I think they have several points that they can stop from. Actually, finding a compound that should be quite strong of their own. Na'Vi, though, is going to be rolling by Heroic at any given second, so we'll have to see how that one goes. Yep, I think the hillside's going to provide enough cover for them to kind of rotate through this one, but keep in mind, Lanren is managing to make it inside the safe zone, is playing that hillside as well. Beamy, who had himself a big star performance, looking back in Na'Vi's direction, and really, it's just going to be about Team Liquid, and really a very wide split here is Beamy, man. Ooh. Beamy just got the aim today.
Yeah. Listen, this is a very rough little valley for Na'Vi trying to roll through, but Lanren's there. Lanren is actually there to help protect Na'Vi before immediately getting taken out by Liquid of all teams. So the weird sort of love triangle that we're seeing here of all these teams trying to rotate from the west side is getting more complicated by the second, and especially the Melman is still out in the blue. Like Liquid, despite having lost Mixie, they still have a huge defensive line that is really putting in the work. but can it continue to work? Because you see a second hard shift towards the east in a row. I don't know what Fury knew about this circle. I don't know what Gen G knew about this circle, because those two teams are sitting in the best positions right now.
I mean, it's so strong. And now the West is just an absolute catastrophe for teams. Navi, you can see that was a little bit difficult limping into this position, but now they've got Heroic on one side that's starting to crest the hillside. They've got Team Liquid. They've got Attack all around. And all of these teams know the fact that this is going to be a little bit of a harder push for it. So instead, going to lean into going for kills right now, and that is a big problem for Navi. See Quizzy starting to make the push into this one, but Heroic's on a different angle for it. Junku's got himself a high ground advantage over this one as well, and there's very few places that Navi can go. They just have to fight their way out of it. They're to have one of their members down, tackle around, getting the spray into it, now stepping away. But keep in mind, everybody that gets this fight, whoever wins, is going to have to contest against Team Liquid, whose James is now moving forward. Navi has no options. They go down. Heroic and Attack all around, pinch right in between them, but now it's going to be Jims that is snuck up back behind this one, so maybe they can find the angles. Attack all around, still not done. Spots out teams in distance. It's going to be Ghibli as Jims just going to sit there and get the spray in. There you go, Jims. You got it. Picked up one. Looking in, now it's going to be Jims versus Jims, and we'll have to see how this one goes. Looks like the nade has been prepped, and good blind toss over it, but Jim is going to opt into playing the other side of it. But remember, we saw the fact that Jinko took some shots at Ghibli a second ago. It's going to be Eevee that's going to pick it up, and two different teams have now fallen as Beanie. The last one up again for Heroic as Team Liquid is just looking his direction.
Trying to roll up. Liquid know there's one member left, and they want that point because they're very few on the game so far, and going into the next circle is going to be a wild send. But right now, Fury, they've lost a member of Waikaku to Oath, I believe. They are trying to put the pressure onto E36, who attempted to roll up into the area. We do see people go down in the kill feed to Liquid, so that's, I believe, 3 points for the European team, European duo on the game so far. We'll see how well their game continues from now, but Ender Force 36 still trying to put up a defense. 4 up, at least for now. Starload immediately taken out. Flood trying to go for the secondary peek. Can't quite find the angle, and they need to make sure that they do not over peek and give Oath an opportunity to get more damage onto them.
Yeah, I mean, Fury has got the angles for this one. Underhand toss, already knows where Amino is. Has to be very careful. Does get spray into it. E36, though, does get the reset on the other side. Star-Lord has something that he can do. Ronan still taking the shots at Pure Boy at range, who is one of the few members that is actually safe at the time with all of this. Team Liquid does go down as Ghibli finally spots them out in the firefight that was going on in the west. Grenade's going to land a very, very close, but it's going to be Mad Clan finally spotting out Ronan at range and should be able to get the damage, knock him down. So everybody involved in this dip fight right now being absolutely punished. Fury in a strong point, but there's just too many contenders around the outside. And now Pure Boy has to send it in to see if maybe he can defend his teammates. Fury doesn't have the angle. They can't peek anymore. Matt has absolutely cut that one off. You can see Insight just taking a ton of damage, but has to step away from it. They want to make sure that they get E36 down, but there's nowhere to go. The circle is now popped into the west. G, Dignitas, New Happy, and Ghibli, as well as we can see Virtus Pro, all very happy.
Yeah, it's not Mad Clan's job right now to try and clean up this situation here, but keep all 4 up before they swing over towards the north side. Good damage from Fury. Ronan and Flood both only holding off Enter Force 36 as well as Mad Clan. So maybe 2 taps, swinging around the side, can try and really make... Oh, God, he's taken out 2. So the situation is falling apart for Mad. It is falling apart in front of their eyes. The win condition is slipping out of their hands, slipping through their fingers.
We've got Indigo back behind them, though, and this is a 3-way fight that's getting to be a huge problem for Fury. They're trying to right the ship. They've got some cover on the side of it. Indigo doesn't have a clear sight line onto it. Mad, though, doesn't look like they want to go for this too much more aggressively, so this time could provide the opportunity for Fury to reset a little bit. Flood still just trying to get a little bit of defense, protect his teammates, allow them to get that res off. Lash keeps hearing the firefight, looking into it, but you can see the blue zone is now coming in. They're so... I mean, really, what is Mad Clan going to do? Are they going to send it into this one? You can see now Fury just trying to step into it, but it's going to be a great job coming up from Indigo. He's managing to hold this for as long as possible. He gets some damage in. He does go down, but Fury is now down to 2 and has to rotate very, very late.
Throughout all of that, the fact that Fury was able to get all 4 kills on Ender Force 36 is absolutely amazing, but as a duo, as you mentioned, how much more can they get out of this game? Ooh, Stinker's going down. Oath had to rotate in. They have the last 2 players in separate positions, and Yanli could be taking advantage of that. Good grenade. Gets the spray on Dorello. It is now down to Balefrost, who is outside of the zone. Can he break through GEX? Can Gen G pick up more kills on these south teams, on these east teams, before they're forced to focus on the other stronghold teams on the west side? Mad Clan getting into a vehicle, forced to go for a late send. Where can they go? It's going to be a New Happy territory. Shots already coming out, but they find some cover for now.
but it's not inside the safe zone. They're just having to stop. This is just a moment now, trying to go for a peek, already taking damage into it. You can see Fury goes, okay, well, we've got to send it as well. They've got a little bit of a line of sight denial that they're trying to use against Gen G, but this is the option. This is all they can do. Good coming out from short. Going to go ahead and drop a Molotov on one side of it, defend it up, and now go for a blind nade off this one. Not going to be the... Oh my! Fury walked back into it, just pops on top of him, and my God! Fury never saw it coming.
Oh, the timing on that. It's in the air for so long. You just have to trust your instincts. That's the best that you can do. And Genji find 2 blind kills. And now Mad Clan trying to keep New Happy blind onto their position. They found a little ridge to swing behind. Might be spotted out by another team on the high ground. I believe that was Ghibli that they saw for a split second here. Now Oath, Bellfrost filling in the blue. Some shots onto GEX, but it's not going to work. The shot and then the blue damage. At least the point doesn't go to GEX. But either way, Oath are taken out. Savior also gets knocked by PO. And their circle swings to the north.
I gotta say, this duo for GEX, though, is so strong whenever we see it pop off. I mean, Yan Li and Savior, they can do so much work. And yes, we do see GEX come in with lower members every once in a while, or on a more regular basis, depending on how you want to look at it. But still, this duo manages to find ways to get performances in, get kills, and really influence the round, specifically in the later stages that they manage to survive into. Ghibli, though, they're gonna have to make an approach into where we see Dignitas playing from, but Dignitas has to be very, very cautious. We saw this happen, and a potential of a repeat of what happened to Navi inside the last game. Yes, Dignitas got themselves a strong spot, but Ghibli on one side and VP on the other could spell the doom for them if they're not careful. Gen G pretty comfortable after that Fury grenade, though.
Yeah, no, it's, the bad thing for Dignitas is the fact that they're on the low ground. Ghibli can peek over them. It's only going to be New Happy and Gen G that could try and be the third-party deterrent. And that's why you see Spear trying to find some information on Gen G, hope that they move before they can try and go a bit more loud here. And then Virtus Pro, their own efforts, taking a bit of damage from New Happy. They might have no other option but to just swing onto Dignitas. GEX, last 2 members, running on in, running from the blue, running from their enemy's bullets. And this is not a winnable position. This is not a survivable position. Savior, he's trying to go for the med kit, but I would suggest just dying. There's not much more you can get from that spot. You're gonna go out, you're gonna give some points away either way if you try and walk that in.
Gen G, though, man, they've just got vision on everything. Talked about the fact that Dignitas has to be cautious that they might have a collapse coming into them, but it's going to be Gen G that's just got so many protecting angles for them. Spear finally finds some type of approach into this one, is going to connect and get the flush onto Shinboy. So now Ghibli got to be cautious as they're trying to find something to do. The sparking, though, spots it out. Ashura on the other side gets a knock as well. And Ghibli, this is what we're talking about, man. They've got to try to find some way to make this work down to just Remba. And, I mean, where do you go at this point? Sparking's trying to get a res, but here comes the other side of it. It's just, everybody is dying over here. There's nowhere to go. New Happy's got angles on VP as they're trying to approach into this. Dignitas getting picked apart on 2 different areas. You can see Rimba now tossing in the nade. Does he know where it goes? Connects, but does it get the down on Punich? We've just got a solo fight over here to see who's going to survive. Punich now running into Rimba's position. Seems like he might know. Does he have an idea on where it's being positioned at? Rimba on the opposite side of it. Playing this one a little bit slower, has dropped down. I think he hears the footsteps for it. Punich realizing the fact that he has got to get this. He has to clear out what's going on inside of it. Remba here's exactly where the approach is going to come from. Doesn't spot it out due to the smokes, but it's going to be Gen G. Oh my God. Punich tried to make something happen there, but Gen G, 7 kills and control for days in this circle.
Yeah, he wanted that last kill on Remba. And Remba, you could see he was trying to get it lined up to make it 100%, but he does end up giving the point away to Gen G. And now, if Gen G take that silence from Renba to mean that he is somewhere else, if they just brain fart, they could allow Renba an opportunity to sneak in behind. But looking at the map right now, that doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But at some point, with this next circle shift going towards the north, Gen G are going to have to give up their current positions, despite PO and Anonix swinging across the road to have a bit of a split. Neither of these positions, either the old position or the new crossroad position, are in the next safe zone.
Well,
but Virtus Pro are going to be watching this cross as well.
They did such a good job. Gen G has got so much control over the circle. They know where they can go. They're just going to separate out, start making sure the fact that like the weakened teams that are over here don't have an easy advantage into it, and start getting more control over the center sections of it. But Tulans, this is why you got to be afraid of VP, man. coming in. They do have an idea of where we might see an opportunity for them to find some type of angle to come into this. It's going to be Inox. It's going to be pretty close. Looks like he might be contemplating making a reposition to regroup, but it's going to be happening right around the same time that we see VP coming up. How is he going to do this one? Now he's going to have to make a run across. Looks like New Happy doesn't have the cleanest angles. Neither does Mad. Well, I say that. We do have Batulins that has a pretty good angle into this. And oh
no.
my God, Jin G. They thought it was safe. They thought that huge firefight that happened over here was going to be enough, but it's going to be VP that is just picking them apart over here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I think Esther got out of the vehicle way too fast, but fortunately, Pio is there on arrival for the revive, as well as Anonix, who can try and put some pressure back onto Virtus Pro. And Genji, I think this dip, they can make it work. They're going to have to use a lot of smokes to stay alive. But at this late game position, that is what smokes are for. Spyro tries to spray in, doesn't find anything. Prones down, make sure his boosts are ready for the coming engagement, because they are the last team to be forced to push into the safe zone. New Happy, at least for a moment, they're focused on Mad. They're trying to get this team cleared out. Mad have been proning here for quite a while. They finally find Deva out. It is all up to Lash, the birthday boy himself. Come on, boy. You're on my fantasy team. Give me some points.
Well, he's going to have an opportunity to maybe get some. New Happy could peek this angle. I don't know. I think that he's partially protected by the firefights that are going on back in the other angles between Virtus Pro and Gen G. I don't think that New Happy is going to be too committed to making this push until they have to. See New Happy seeing if maybe they can connect in long range with it, but Lash just not finding too much just quite yet. But Tulans, man, this is a scary place for them to be. Look at the vision that they have. It's going to be pretty wide open. The downside for it is VP is going to have to move. Gen G is going to find themselves with some circle favor. Lash as well. So it's going to be New Happy and VP are going to be the big moving factors for us.
Wait. Bajulian, what are you doing with the bike? What are you doing with the bike?
Whatever he wants.
They got to send it somewhere. Oh my God. Only 2 Virtus Pro members remaining. They're readying the bike for the eventual send. They're going to have to do it at some point. But the question is, which position? I think Gen G, that might be the one that they want. There were 3 members up, however. So Bajulian, he is just thirsting for the headshot to follow up with the bike send.
Just 3 more shots, though. He has to be very, very careful with it. You can see that he knows the fact and the approach coming into it. He might just lean into maybe going for some kills. They have the bike, but you can see it's not a friendly bike to go with, and we haven't seen a lot of smokes coming out just yet. Sure, they are going to have the blue that's coming in behind them, so that might provide them a little bit more time to work with. Spyro just seeing if he can get anything, but no, but Tulin says, screw that. I'm just going to run. He's got this little bit of a dip, and with the amount of firepower that they've been putting into all these other squads, nobody's looking this direction. That's a beautiful exploit of the firepower they've been bringing. He now manages to get into the safe zone for near on free. Now, can Spyro do the same thing? The smokes are going to be dropped by New Happy on the other side of it, so it could provide an opportunity for him to make a push as well. With this, the hillside is also going to deny a lot of vision for Gen G, and they don't want to go for peeks off of it. So now Spyro's going to be kind of coming in back around this angle for it, and really, it's just the big moving factors. I got to say, though, what can Lash do? Is he going to put up the numbers for your fantasy squad? There is the capability, as it's going to be Mad approaching slowly off this angle. They already know where he is. They're fishing for dynamite. They're dropping it in. Can he get it?
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. It's an estimated guess. They cleared on every other place. It's the only place that they could be. Spyro also gets taken out trying to make that cross ran out of smokes. Had to round the open, and Gen G knew that it was time to peek up, especially with New Happy swinging over towards the right. They now have the best position here, and Nonix free to peek over the high ground now that New Happy no longer have any hard cover. But to the last member of Virtus Pro, putting some extra damage out. The grenade doesn't find the knock, but it drops Non very, very low. Zepion also taken low by his spray. But now that Virtus Pro are taken out, Gen G have the opportunity to swing around the side and take over this game.
Stepping in, they've got so much control. They've got the hillside to work with. New Happy seems to have an idea where a couple of members are. Pio on the outside of this one. See if maybe he can get something into it. HS not going to find anything to work with. It's just going to be Jan now. Very few things that he can do. Looks like he's trying to see if he can line up, figure out exactly how the approach is going to come. But no, it's Gen G. Gen G coming in strong, getting themselves the Gen GG. Good performance, all considered.
Listen, yes, they had the few hard chips in the mid-game to work with, but then they utilized that hard cover position and knew exactly how to transition off of that into the circle. It wasn't an easy send, but they didn't send it immediately into the circle once it was shifted away from them. They made sure to swing out from the side and have a couple of key positions, a couple of key points to make sure that the dip that they eventually went to was safe. Good end game from a number of these different teams. But looking at Gen G right now, I think they've actually taken first from Navi off of this. They could be in a position to get the automatic bid for the grand final off of the weekly win. We still have a few games left remaining, but if they continue to play at this level, this is the scary Gen G that we all expected from the very beginning of this tournament.
I mean, we were joking about the fact it could be the anime comeback story, and they are putting it up. Gen G, strong performances just since the moment they managed to make it into the grand finals for the weekend. So, we're going to go ahead and throw it over the analyst desk, start getting everything set up. 3 more games to go.
It's a wild ride, and Gen G comes out with yet another victory. That makes it 2 for them, 2 for Na'Vi, 2 for New Happy, and we've only played 7 games, Toby. That means literally 6 of our 7 have been won by 3 teams.
It's insane. And it's 3 teams that I'm really happy to see go out and perform. We heard in the Gen G interview coming into yesterday's games that they're the late team, you know, they get going over the course of a tournament. And if this is what we're in for now and for a potential grand final, that could have Gen G written all over it.
Absolutely. Gen G in a very comfortable, I would say comfortable yet. Jordan, do you feel like they can maybe take some foot off the gas? 82 points. They're looking now at possibly a weekly win. They are in 9th place in terms of the 12 cutoff. How you feeling about Gen G going through?
Look, I don't think they're going to be a team that's going to be too interested in taking a foot off the gas, but I do think they are quite comfortable to make it through to the grand finals now. Whether it is through qualifying as the first seed through from week 3 finals or just having enough points to make the top 12, it looks like they're pretty solidly placed to be able to make it through to the grand finals. So that's where Gen G is sitting at the moment. As far as the top 12 is concerned overall, I don't really see it changing all that much either, to be honest. The only other one that can maybe make an argument is Oath or maybe GEX being able to pip to the post someone like GNL. That would probably be the only other thing I could say. Obviously, Gen G at the moment, I think what they should be thinking about, though, is that $30,000 on the line, right?
Yeah.
That is definitely something that they can achieve. They are sitting at the top of this lobby now on 82 points overall, so they're going to definitely make a run in for that cash.
An excellent game. Again, Virtus Pro making it to the late game, Toby. This is a team that started slow in this event, similar to Gen G, but for very different reasons. Virtus Pro was caught in a palava of hot drops. They finally walked away from a lot of them. And now it seems like every time I see VP, it's in the top 5.
Yeah, they're so incredibly good at converting games into going the way that they wanted to. And it's interesting how VP and Gen G played 2 very different games. VP were on the side of the hardship for a long time, so didn't have to move too much. Where Gen G came in out on the edge, they spot that Oath are wrapping up together in phase 3, take the spot away from them, and they get to sit tight in the compound. VP would usually be that team on the edge, slowly scouting their way in, and Gen G would tend to have the compound earlier, later on, easier. So, so interesting how they kind of swap their roles in this game with the double or almost triple hardship to that northeast side of the circle.
Let's talk about New Happy as well, because Jordan, they got second. Like, New Happy's another team that had to show up and put up today. They got a back-to-back win. You know, Toby, I know we joked about, is it really back-to-back if it's 2 days on opposite sides? But the reality is 2 wins, and then they get a second place. Like, New Happy, another team that has just turned it on.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think they've really had a stellar couple of games in a row. We were talking about it off air. We were saying, hey, the last couple of games, they've have an average placement of first. And I guess, to be fair, they did. But, you know, now they have a second in there as well. Not looking quite so good anymore. Still, very, very good stuff from New Happy. And they're definitely a team that, you know, they have the ability to just turn it on and be a really big threat to pretty much anyone in the lobby. It was actually a discussion point as well a little bit earlier on, as we were saying, like, would you rather have like New Happy or Gen G in that final 16 when you do get to the grand finals? And some arguments could be made that you might prefer to face Gen G because they're just a little bit more predictable. They're not going to throw a spanner in the works. Whereas New Happy, I mean, you never know what they're going to do half the time, and they're just going to absolutely send it. They're going to take your points away. They're going to crash you. They're going to kill you. And at the moment, New Happy is on one of those runs where they're a terrifying team to go up against if they do make it through to the final 16, which by the looks of things, they will.
Yeah, it does not seem like that is too big of a risk at this point. We'll take a look at the overall leaderboards in just a minute, because honestly, that's part of what we're tracking today. The $30,000 raise, I think, is going to be a story we get to stay with over the next 3 games, Toby, because that is getting pretty gosh darn close. But there's also that side of the 12. Who makes it to the top 12? It was a much tighter race when we started today, and now it is going to come down. Does GEX make a massive push? That said, we're going to discuss all of that in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a short break so our players can get rested, reset, and ready to go. Game number 3 just a few minutes away.
Heroic are about to scrap on the north side, while Navi and now Team Liquid find themselves in a little bit of a struggle here. Oh, he's going back for the res.
In the meantime, Buriram moving up here towards New Haven. They both want to play from the same position, and Ming able to find the first one, almost get the second one, does get the second one. They are ready and waiting for the pull of an Edie. In a split second, the only player that's alive. He's gonna find the first one, almost gets the second as well, but no. Ming.
But you don't hear the engine, you have no idea he's there. You're focused on another direction. To the best of his ability. He'll find the end. Still alive, Deva. Try to work the other side.
A lot of people is going to have a line of sight. They're trying to run through it. Lambu peeks up, gets a little bit of damage. It's going to be Rimba that gets down. Oh, a little bit of a knock on the other side of it. It's going to be Alo that at least manages to get something out of it. Burron peeks back over, roll up everything right now. God, now, what can you do? Peeks back into it, does get the knock on the one, but it's not going to be enough in the end.
From Gen G, you know they will try.
Oh, this is go time for Sonics. And yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually gets the opening knock onto Mime, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that in one quick...
Thunder 1, the situation has evolved. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Any weapon, any option, whatever you need. It's getting dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative. You'll need to, because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. And remember, Thunder 1, put down anything that stands in your way.
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championships 2021. My name is Toffees. I'm joined with Toby and Jordan as we break down the action in one of the most brutal tournaments in PUBG history. The reality is our teams have taken the field for 3 weeks straight, played almost 100, played 50 or 60 games minimum to earn a spot in a grand final next week to play for $600,000. And it continues with 3 more games. Now, if you think that you've got what it takes to hang, you can become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on January 12th. Pre-register now at the website below. Get in the game, jump out of the plane, give it a shot if you haven't already. Though I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty sure you have. Let's talk about the matches. It has been absolutely brutal so far. But things are averaging out a little bit. They're becoming a little more manageable, Toby, because the top seems to be pretty comfortable, and now it's just a war for the bottom.
Exactly. The top, at least for this week's finals, are all at this one, with Gen G getting themselves that win. The current top 4, I'd say even top 5, actually, and with Liquid in top 6, there you go. We have to go all the way down to 7th place in the tag all around for this week to have a team that could potentially gain their finals spot off of winning this week, because all the other ones should be through already.
Absolutely. Now, there was a team we saw for just a second, Fury there. It is possible. There's 3 games, Jordan. Teams have pulled in 26 points in a game before. All they got to do is do it twice.
Yeah, I was going to say they might have to do that 2 or 3 times to really be in the
do it.
discussion here, Fury. I don't know. I mean, this week definitely out of the question. Overall, can they be able to? I mean, look, I don't know, dude. It is mathematically possible. Yes, there is that that I'm hanging on to, but I just don't see it happening. You know, it'd have to be something absolutely unbelievable and never seen before. You know, Phase Sunday-esque and maybe then some. To be honest, to get Fury through that grand final from the weekly finals, I think it's probably going to be grand survival for them.
I think the record was phased with 3 in a row. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it's time for Fury to go off, but it is time for match 3 of our last day of weekly finals with your casters, Matchroom and Cameron Davis.
PGC 2021 brought to you by Alienware and Tubi. And yeah, Cam, free to play for PUBG coming up here in just a few weeks. I gotta say, that trailer was pretty sick.
It was. It absolutely was. I'm so ready to absolutely dominate all the new free players in this game. Come on in.
I know.
You want free entry? It's not as free as you think, these games.
So, all right, Miramar time, looking into it. We've had some, I'll be honest, PGC has presented some very, very good Miramar games, and Gen G has found themselves to be beneficiary of them given that last position. Looking all considered over there, though, I gotta say, Oath, it's starting to look pretty scary for you. They need to figure out whatever's going on, because there's a couple of teams that might be able to step up. Sure, GX is the one that's chasing them right now, but GX has been finding ways to get some kills.
Yeah, it's kind of, but GEX also haven't been having that good of a day. It's almost like GEX are pulling Oath down with them, because those 2 teams are the teams that at least the previous game have been engaging with each other. But Gen G as well. I said at the beginning of the previous game that going for the win might not be as viable. However, Davi, with that huge lead that I brought up, went out with 1 point, and then Gen G won the game. So that now is back on the cards of just like, you know what, we don't even need to try and beat Oath and do Happy and everyone to get into the top 12. We just need to win this weekend. And oh man, with the circle like this could be the opportunity, because Gen G are coming in from Puerto Rico. Pio is already there, of course, separated from his squad. They could find a quick little position to play at, while everyone else is going to be coming in from the west.
Oh, poor Mad. Over here at Pozo. Near on opposite side of the map. I mean, let's
poor
be real.
Mad, poor Fury.
Yeah, okay, well, Fury is to the west of them, looting my favorite place ever, which is what camp?
They're not even looting. They're not even.
They're next to
looting
it. They're next to it.
Park.
Let me talk about Trailer Park every once in a while.
Like, come on, that's a stretch. They're looting Alcantara.
Yeah, kind of. They're kind of just they're up against the western wall, looting whatever they can get over there.
Yeah,
which is...
yeah. They're everywhere around that area, but Trailer Park. I'm just saying, you got to be specific.
Why you got to take this from me? I'm just trying to have fun and talk about Trailer Park, man. Now we got to talk about Mad over here in Pozo. Pozo's boring. Trailer Park is party.
I mean, yes, that's true. Are you saying from a personal experience?
What, you judging me because I grew up on a
who's
ranch
judging? Who's
and I
judging?
grew
No,
up on a
I'm-
trailer. What you
I'm
got something
asking
against
for
the can?
advice because I'm asking for advice because I want to go where the party is. This is
That's where the
do
party
not
goes, dude.
do not project city elitism onto me.
Whatever, New York, whatever.
I'm asking for advice. I understand that this is out of my realm of familiarity. I want to know where to go.
Yeah, see, it's where everybody just goes and has a beer, chills out, hangs out, you know, get a little bit of honky tonk going.
Yes, but can I Instagram post? Or is there
No, there's
Instagram
not
bait?
going to be internet connection there ever.
Oh, okay. And no restaurant with designs that are obviously strictly Instagram bait, but the food is terrible.
No, see, out there, it's
Okay,
just
okay.
all really good food, and the building
looks
is terrible.
awful.
Yeah, the building's just absolutely terrible. Actually, the buildings would be designed like Miramar.
Oh, perfect. See?
Yeah.
Looping back into the game, Gen G and Onyx looting up on where? Miramar now. So I tried to make that transition work, not very successful. We're really just taking a long shot at all these teams in the early game because a few of them, AAA included, kind of, they might actually be out of the picture at this point, need good games to secure the top 12 position because it's all about avoiding the grand survival. But I do think AAA, their only shot really is grand survival.
I do have to say, I'm caught up in a very emotional quest right now. I want attack all around to get some type of placement point. Just one. 37
Just
points.
one.
All
Just
kills.
one.
Just one. Just get one for me. That's the moral victory I want to see attack all around get.
Please see single-digit placements. I beg you.
It can happen. It can happen. Heroic, though, I'm. Let's be real. If you guys have been watching, Beamy is just putting on one hell of a show right now. I don't know. Whatever he had for breakfast, lunch, whatever he did last night, I mean, we've always known Beamy can be a great player, but he is just putting it up today, and I just want to see it go. I mean, I know that EU was talking about the capabilities of Heroic, and they are really showing up this weekend.
Yeah, which is a really good follow-up because their week 2 was quite disastrous, but they've had a number of really good games outside of that, and they're in a really good spot going into the grand final, all but guaranteed a shot there. And Oath, we talked about them in the very beginning. They're rolling up. The circle isn't too far from their drop position, but already a couple of teams have already taken position around them, one of them being, of course, here at Ghibli, and then we also have Liquid coming in from the west side, so Oath might be finding themselves a little pinched here.
Yeah, that's kind of been the name of the game.
Oh god, oh no.
Oh, what the what? Just rolls in. Look at, I gotta be honest, that is a ballsy play coming out from Navi. They're like, screw it, we don't even care. We're just gonna slam into you and I'm gonna shoot you dead. Hop in the vehicle and just continue on our way. It's like nothing happened. It was just a speed bump, man.
That was a really good defense, actually. I think it was, what, Quizzy that ran directly into him? That bumped the vehicle in that Enterforce's player's face. Stopped him from shooting his teammate. It was almost like a little bit of diversion, distraction, as well as just aggressive maneuver, but one and done. They don't even really spend much time looting up. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Wait, who's shooting at them now? Oh, the rest of Enderforce 36. They want revenge.
Don't do it, Enderforce. Don't do it. Are they actually turning around? They did kind of stop and look that direction for a second, but now they're like, they'll say, we'll go for position and just shoot you as you come in. It's a smart play.
Yeah.
Not as fun as necessarily hitting a car with a motorcycle, but smart.
No, true. With Navi, they're also looking to win this weekend. I think they're another one of the teams that's basically confirmed, unless they have some real stinkers, and the teams at the bottom have amazing final 3 games. But for them, they are in a position to go for the win, which is extra money. That's what, 30K? So
Was there
might as
just
well
no one to
try and
attack?
go for it.
If there's no one to attack whenever you attack all around, do you just have to attack your teammates? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, I think it's in the contract.
It's a part of the rules. It's the name of the game, right? If they're just there, there's violence and they just can't contain it for so long. I mean, we've been seeing some Impala games though, Cam, and they could be interesting. We've been seeing these circles kind of lean more to the north. Has been I guess the nature of the beast whenever we look at it. So like Azahar, like the hillside up there, and luckily that does move away from the Impala area. And James jumps out. Danawa getting the spray in. Steps up into it. Jayers, good job. Danawa has an open line onto this one. Salute's got the vision in, but I mean, it's Salute, dude. Salute is so good. So good right now.
Can they get Soul picked up? Because Glooms is here trying to get more damage, more attention done. And that's another member from AAA swung off to the side. Janku is on the east. Danawa might put themselves in a really, really bad position. Jayers does get confirmed. Why just make sure to make him roadkill. And so AAA, I think they're backing off of this, both in their vehicles right now. And Danawa should have an opportunity to get the revive, but a really good camp position here. Take a bit more damage, I think they were hoping, but still for Remain. Should have time to loot up and re-heal those with armor, meds, etc.
Well, hold
we'll take
on.
those points.
There's a weird thing that's going on. So attack all around. Yeah, they're trying to get away. But with the E36 fight that we saw just a second ago, that's kind of led to a couple of dominoes falling. You can see that VP now is over here next to New Happy. Spyro's just going to go ahead and retreat from there. They should be able to regroup. In the north of this, Mad Clan and Kaishin ended up pretty close to E36 and had to stop, but I think that Spyro should be able to regroup pretty easily. So that Na'Vi just continued on their merry way, and they're going to end up pretty close to Dignitas over around that area just south of Azahar. Everybody is really up against the hillside and the greenery that's on the eastern area leaning into the coast.
Yeah, we're seeing some shots. We're seeing a little bit of damage back and forth, but for the most part, teams are just trying to find a position to play at, a little bit of a foothold here. And PO, high ground, as he is wont to do. This is basically right where he dropped. It's almost, I feel like he almost dropped here and summoned loot out of the air just because of how proficient he is on these high ground scouting positions. But he's trying to bait peaks to make sure. Oh, he spots Paige.
Oh, okay. Paige says, nope, never mind. I don't want it that bad. You can have it. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, is Pio like half mountain goat or something? He always ends up in these positions, and he always ends up separated away from the squad. It's like he's just got to go fast. He's got to go high. He's just got to get positions. The rest of the squad, do whatever. Pio is wherever Pio wants to be at any given time.
He's into the wild. He wants to get away from civilization, being the rest of his team.
He believes in the true nature of the battle royale and the solo and fighting for survival in the end of it. Sure, he has 3 other teammates, but it doesn't matter.
I am the lone
He wants to be by
survivor.
himself.
I'm the lone survivor. You're all just dead weight.
All right, so attack all around. Man, they just can't find anywhere to stop. And VP, that nade, I don't think it's going to connect. Yep. Junku, this is not necessarily where you want to be. The rest of VP is now going to get that information fed over. And guess what? It's Batulans that's coming up back behind the spot. Junku, you need to get in cover. Otherwise, he is going to shoot you as he has been leaning into some bolties. And yep, I was going to say he's already got it. You can see that he's prepped and ready to go the moment he steps over this. If Junko isn't in a good position, he's going to be in some trouble. But nope, instead, just going to protect Perfectix, and that's the safe play. So kudos, attack all around. You get yourself a house.
If Virtus.pro knew that it was AAA, which they should know are damaged at this point because the kill feed wasn't pretty active in the early game, they should have been able to read that themselves. They could have taken this defense, but still good that they're not in the middle of a fight because the shift all the way towards the northeast. Madcut are loving this. Dignitas are loving this. I think everyone else really hating it. Welcome to the final Miramar game. Hope
Let's
you have
go.
fun.
Co-sides, everybody sending in. You can see Team Liquid, Oath bumping into each other. Why not? It's only happened a bazillion times so far before. This clip's going to go ahead and get a little bit of spray. All right, so inside the safe zone. But guess what? Team Liquid, there's going to be another gauntlet that you're going to pass through, and it's going to be Ghibli, because Gauntlet's going to be the name of the game. Everybody that's already set up right now is going to be able to take shots at you as you go rotate through this one. Team Liquid, though, navigating it pretty well, but here comes the Ghibli position. You can see they already have a read on it. See if the spray is going to come into it. Team Liquid navigates it, doesn't lose any members just yet. No focus fire coming into it, and instead it was just take shots at each one as they come through. Team Liquid does catch a little bit of time. Looks like they are going to be able to get away from it. Oh, Janku finally does go down as the VP is going to fight. It's going to continue over here because why not? Where else is VP going to go as everybody else is sitting it in the safe zone?
Ooh, I think AAA are trying to go aggressive and get some points out of this. They thought they might have had an opportunity onto Virtus.pro. They even get the first knock, but the trade was immediately there. Spyro should be revived. It's just Virtus.pro want to make sure that they clean this up without losing anyone because, as you mentioned, they have yet to move into the circle where everyone else is going to. So if they're going to be coming in late, they want to be as healthy as possible.
Yeah, all right. Well, here you go. Here's the nature of the beast. Heroic rolling in right next to Ghibli as well as Team Liquid. And, I mean, that's about as far as you want to go, and you're going to want to stop right there, and Heroic is, but guess what? There's a roaming Team Liquid, already has a beat on it, already gets the knock onto Paige. Here comes the nades. Beamy, this is a big problem for you. You've been able to put up some work. You're going to have to fight your way through it, but no, it's Spear, totally different angle, finds into it. Team Liquid caught out in the open. They have 2 members down already, and now it's just mutual destruction between these 2 squads.
Oh, Corexy down. Heroic are eliminated. Good shots from Mixie there to finish it all out. They at least get a few points. But yeah, I think Liquid are still in a lot of trouble here, surrounded by Dignitas. They saw the kill feed. They heard the shots. They knew exactly where this was. They want to be involved. But of course, a little bit of damage coming from the north might push them away just a little bit, or at least distract them, call their attention back. This is going to give Liquid an opportunity to try and reset themselves, or at least the one player remaining. Mixie reset himself.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got plenty of loot. It's just a new looting phase. Look at all the crates. He's got cars now. He's just going shopping is all that's going on. Well, hey, there's some hail. That's all it is. Just coming, falling on his head. He'll be fine for now. Dignitas, though, has themselves a very centered position. I do like the fact that they stepped out, tried to get control, make sure the Mad Clan couldn't aggress, and now retreating back to the comfort of their defendable point, very centered.
Mad Clan rolling away from this. They don't want to overextend, overpush. Too much pressure on Dignitas could invite more shots their way, not just from that team, but from the teams around them, because we do see Na'Vi and Fury not far from them on the north side. However, most of the teams, Virtus Pro being the next one, are all going to be coming in from the southwest. And so that hilltop that Ghibli have been able to hold on to, fighting away Heroic and Liquid, could be continual battle of engagement there.
VP, man. All right, they're latecomers into this one, and looks like they're doing the full FaZe Clan strategy for rotation, just sending it out, staying in the blue, no rush, going south. Looks like they might even go south of Impala to wrap around. New Circle's getting ready to pop. Keep in mind, we do have Glooms that was held back over there, and you can see a little bit of his name in the bottom left. He's also out in the zone. Circle centers up is still going to have water because there's no way to really avoid it at this stage. And
Yeah.
Dignitas still going to be pretty centered up. Gen G, though, that 2-2 split, real strong.
Yeah. They could definitely try and put use Inonix in a position to put pressure on teams coming in from the south, which there are going to be at least a few of them. But here on the north side, Kaishin, a little bit of a box spread, but it's really one just to try and find angles to break into Navi's control right now. Na'Vi, I imagine they would like to try and group up onto, I believe that's Melman's position on the far south, but with Kaishin's pressure, they might not be super comfortable with it as the backfill threat is imminent. Virtus Pro rolling in through Impala, find some hard cover that they can sort of leapfrog in from, but Danawa is a team right in front of them. They, of course, see Virtus Pro roll up, and they could try and punish.
Yeah, and rotation coming in for E36. Dignitas is going to get the vision onto that one, and that's going to kind of stop them out. They're going to continue going to the west. Keep in mind, Na'Vi is very split. They're running a 3-1 right now, so Melman is by himself. E36 continues over there. He might find himself in trouble, but no, it looks like this might be the dip that they're choosing to stop at. Keep in mind, this does mean the fact that that fight going on, that potentially brewing with Kaishin in the north that we saw, like the precursor to or the prequel to just a moment ago, means that Kaishin is going to be pushing into 3 members of where we see Na'Vi to the north of it, as it looks like they were thinking about coming down here, but just kind of got stopped and now realize the fact that it might be a little bit too risky to go, and they maybe have to take the fight first or see how the push comes in from Kaishin.
Cobra trying to peek, trying to find an opportunity for a quick little headshot, quick little down for the rest of the team to push off of. Urin swinging around the side as well to get that crossfire set up. Back here onto the south, Virtus Pro rolling on in, and Soul spots that out. Could try and go for the spray with YJ, but they also could just let Virtus Pro in go without making any noise and then slowly sneak up from behind them.
What? He had an angle. He was just full on retreating at that stage. I mean, they have been taking some pot shots at him, so maybe this is just a more defendable line that they're wanting to come into. They do know the fact that Tulins is by himself, so that's going to be Salute that gets the angle and does get him down. Now, maybe the rest of Danawa might be a little bit more aggressive. Yep, realizing the fact that they got that solo down off it means the fact that they know they have a numbers advantage. But only kind of, because Salute's at range and Perfectix. Man, aim for days on this guy. So let's see if we can see anything coming up from Danawa, as it's going to be VP stacked in. If he can manage to sink this nade, it would be disaster. Gonna bounce in, goes over the car, and connects onto Lou. That was a beautiful bounce onto this, and VP now knows they are in trouble. Is Danawa going to make the aggressive push into this one? Looks like they might have another angle on the other side of it. YJ going to toss it in. Is it going to connect as well? Got to bounce around and connect a lot of damage onto Perfectix. But here comes another nade. It is just raining on top of VP and nowhere to go. Molotov's coming in. Grenades coming in. There's no vision in any form and fashion. Spyro's going to go down. Perfectix now the last one up. And let's be honest, he's not long for this world.
Yeah, the trap was set and Danawa pounds. They knew the angles. The vehicle was there to try and protect from a little bit of the grenade damage, but for the most part, it was all said and done before the first shot was fired. Danawa come out on top. The circle swings a little bit to the north, which is going to give Na'Vi a small opportunity here, but they are bleeding from the Kaishin assault. Kaishin still have all 4 up. XMPL here currently trying to rotate away. Quizzy's bleeding out. Alia is already taken care of, so it's just him and Millman remaining. So how much can they make this duo work? Gen G could take this opportunity to extend their lead even further. And Fury, if they give these points away, could be the first ones up.
Fury, they're in some trouble here. This is a hard angle to try to push up through. They do have themselves a spot in the circle, but you can see what they're looking into right now. I mean, it's so hard. Danawa, that trap, again, was just so beautiful. I didn't know off the start what they were doing until I saw the way that they had set up in that backline for the Tulins. And just, a masterclass in how to set up a trap, reposition, retreat for a moment, and then re-engage when you had the advantage. That's just good risk assessment on every single level, but then having to hop into a car and just kind of send it, kind of counterbalances that a little bit, as it looks like GX was thinking about a nade, but it's going to be the shots going to force him a little bit further back.
Trying to work this terrain so they don't get shot from the north while they put the pressure on Danawa. GEX trying to suss this out, find the angles, find the opportunity for the damage. And you can see Genji also not too far from the side, and that's a little bit of damage coming out from Seoul. So Danawa know that there was a threat to the west. You can see YJ rotate down just a little bit to the south for protective angle, and Genji actually retreating away from Fury's position. That's going to put them on just the edge of the circle.
One of the members for Fury is down. Maybe it was Genji trying to reposition, because again, Pio looks like he's trying to flank around back behind them. Doesn't even care about going out into the zone right now. Oath, though, man, again, not very many ways that they can navigate this one either. Na'Vi does have a little bit of trouble. Melman the last one up, as it's going to be Kaishin that won the fight, but only kind of, is now Melman's getting a little bit of vengeance, them coming down the hillside, specifically being fed over by information. The last team member that's going to be up. Kaishin, we've been seeing him put up some big plays, I mean, big clutches even, but down at this stage, out in the open, this is a wing and a prayer, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, only 11 points overall. I don't think Yuppie's going to get too much more. Maybe one onto Melman. That might be the only option available. Because the angles that Ghibli have, the angles that Mad have, and the angles that Pio has going re-aggressive onto Fury.
They're going to do this one. Pio's lined up onto it. You can see the smoke's already down. Ronan has himself a little bit of an idea on how this is lining up. Esther's playing the low ground, but Pio doing Pio right now. Just comes in, gets a knock on one. Now, looking back into the duo of Fury on a different angle. The circle's going to be popping in just a little while, but keep in mind, that's going to bring in a little bit more aggression onto this angle. Ronan goes down as well. So now how are you going to handle this one, Fury? You are fighting an uphill battle with Genji already in control of it. Oath, though, man, it's just raining grenades on top of them as well. Oath's just down to one member about to be out as well. They get taken down. Good play coming out from Ghibli, but you can see on the other side of it, it's going to be New Happy that's going to be coming in. Repositioning around this one. New Happy playing right up against the wall. And I got to say, this trying to get something out of it. Ghibli is doing such a good job on handling this. You can see utilities coming in. Adder is just absolutely demolishing everything around him. So beautifully played right now.
And then GEX also have an angle here, but both these teams, oh, it's not looking super pretty for Ghibli. Adder, remember, down Spear takes a little bit of damage. But that's going to be New Happy eliminated just after Fury, who got wiped out by Gen G, who have all 4 members remaining. It was looking a little hectic, but they had everything under control. 4 kills, all Aussies, and they are now focused on the circle that has swung down towards the south. Melman, what can he do as a solo? Trying to put some pressure onto Ghibli, potentially, if he finds an opportunity. And then Mad Clan, of course, they're just strolling on in, but this still isn't even in the circle.
Mad Clan, it feels like you have the exact same plan that Fury tried to do a moment ago. And, oh, Melman. I mean, what do you do? E36 on one side. You've got Ghibli, who's just been massacring everything around them. South of you, they already know where you're at. Smokes are going to provide a little bit of cover, but, I mean, it's just going to be a matter of time before he gets spotted out. And that's probably going to be the moment after they connect on those shots that we see Ghibli is going to make their play as well. Mad Clan did send it in a little bit in closer to Dignitas's position, who's been comfy cozy for a while. Yep, there you go. Melman does get spotted out. And it's not going to phase too much, as let's be honest, Navi's been having a phenomenal weekend. Now the question comes in the moving factors, as Gen G is looking at Mad Clan, who is pretty close to Dignitas as well, but did find themselves a fortified point to play from.
Finding the information. Mad Clan, I don't know how much info they're going to have on Gen G's position here. You can see Ian just trying to heal up or boost up or something out in the open. Really reveals just that. Pio can't stay out here for long because the blue is coming in at his back, but nonetheless, he is feeding all his information over to his teammates who are in
but look at Anonix.
Widespread. Yeah, he's way off to the south here, and he's going to be the the player watching over these teams here.
He's next to Danawa.
Even Ghibli.
Yeah, he's over here all the way next to Danawa, of all things. Sure, there was a crate that came over here, and that might be what he was looking at, but Gen G just so wide out and has vision and knowledge on so much of what's going on. And this is whenever we see Gen G just be Gen G. Whenever they know and they can figure out the best way to handle it. But, I mean, Gen G's doing Gen G things, but we also have Ghibli, who is just coming into form over here. I mean, if they spot anything, they are hitting the shots on it and making sure to punish anything around them.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they have all 4 members up, considering that sort of chaos on the west side with New Happy and Oath. But they have 8 kills right now. They have high ground. They have a whole bunch of angles to try and work. Phase 6 shift could dismantle their position. But from this spot and the center shift as it is, I think Ghibli have a strong, solid opportunity to create an opening that they need.
Well, it looks like a couple of teams are thinking about creating the opening for them as E36 might be approaching over here. Gen G is going to spot out Danoa, and Nonix, even though he's, I don't know, a million miles from everybody, doesn't care. He's going to get the finishing shot onto the last member for Danoa. And now almost half of the circle potentially belongs to Gen G, depending on how they want to play it. GEX now hopping inside of a vehicle. Looks like they're going to lead into the north. That's going to put them closer towards Ghibli. And remember, Ghibli has E36s pretty close to them, as well as Team Liquid's last member, Mex. So we might see well, let's be honest, there's no might to it. We're going to see a hell of a firefight popping off here in just 1 second, as it's already going to be prepped up. Spear seems like he knows. Going to toss the nade, but it's going to end up a little bit shallow.
Yeah, GEX, you saw them spot out the peak from Ghibli. They immediately get out of their vehicles, and now they're actually putting pressure back. Spear goes down, and then here comes Enterforce 36 from the north side, trying to punish as the grenade goes too far. The revive should be coming through, but this gives the opportunity for GEX to full send it all the way up. Ghibli might have bitten up a bit more than they could chew.
GEX with a great angle right now and punishing E36 on the other side. Ghibli was showing so much performance in the west, but now has just been picked apart by a pincer move coming into play. Guess what? That means that more and more control is going to Gen G. Look where Pio is. He's already over here inside this fight. They're involved in so much of what's happening. Now it's going to be GEX lined up against E36. E36 looks like they might not be as tempted to take this one. Nades and going to be coming in off of it. Look at the amount of smokes. Savior could absolutely destroy E36 from this angle. I don't even think that they know what's going on. They are moving away from it, but there's so much smoke down right now. I mean, it looks like Snoop Dogg's house over there. Nobody can see anything.
Genji. And watch Genji. They have backfilled this entire situation. And E36 run into Mixie, trying to put up a little bit of a defense as much as he can. He spins around. E36 is dropped. It is GEX that does the majority of the work, but Liquid are alive for now. But what are Genji going to be doing in the meantime? They have filled up so much of this circle off of the movement of the Western teams.
I mean, Gen G has just got so much right now, but they have to be careful that they don't stretch out too far and draw too much attention. They feel like each member right now almost feels like its own one-man army, taking down any squads that are moving around them at the time. GEX has now gotten into a position, but look, it's going to be Ashura looking in the direction of Dignitas, who has the fortifications that signed up. Mad is over to the northeast of this, but Gen G owns, I would say, at this point, what? At least 2/3 of the circle the way it's lined up?
Ooh, this is a little precarious.
Look
Look
this.
at Mad's movements. They have 2 tap and lash there on a little bit of a south extension. Could be trying to catch Asura off guard, and Anonix now rotating away from the line of sight from the blue. Where's the next circle going to go? Are Dignitas going to start to get activated? Mad Clan are already activated here. Get a knock on a Pio.
This is what I was worried about. They were so separated out that you really can't defend each other too well. You can see that it's going to be Team Liquid in a little bit of trouble with their last member right now, as Gen G has just too many people that might be assaulting them. GEX has got to make a play, but teams are all stacked around. They have to be so careful right now. They have to retreat back, get the res in, and now they're surrendering all that control they had, but they have knowledge, and that's going to be a big thing for them in the later stages of this. GEX looks like they're going to be the team that's going to be lining up against Gen G while they're trying to go for these reses, but GEX doesn't want to overextend. Here's the problem, though. They're trying to separate out. GEX wants to move down, come into this from the south, and Nonix is way further south than they could ever have imagined. So if they move into this, he's going to have an angle towards it, and now it's going to be Savior moving in. He's got the smokes. Nate's coming in. Oh my God! Zinon just drops it on top of 2 of them.
And Onyx was the anchor. He was holding the flank, but you cannot anchor away from grenades, and it was perfectly placed by GEX. That is 2 fully confirmed against Gen G. Jess and Onyx and Asura remaining. They tried to hold on to way too much territory, but SSR does get traded out. GEX do not come out of this unscathed. And what can Mixie do from the side, trying to get some more points? Already 4, but can't go anymore. We are looking at the top 4 teams remain, and I think Mad and Dignitas, despite being mostly quiet, are in the best position right now, looking at their man advantage and the fact that GEX and Gen G are still tangled up against each other.
If you're right now, Oath or Danoa, and you're watching GEX do this, you are starting to get nervous. They're managing to pick up kills, and that could give them much more in the overall leaderboard and trying to vie for that 12th place position. There was a little bit of a lead, but now they're finding the opportunity for it. Dignitas needs to pick up a good game of their own. Bounce comes in, goes right out of the car. What is with these nades today? Holy hell.
Like heat-seeking missiles that knew exactly where to go. And now GEX, they know exactly what they need to do to finish this southern fight up. It's all up to Asura, 6 HP. tries to roll away, but then re-peek to try and catch a member off guard, but it is going to be Gen G going out in 4th place. Still a good game by them, but GEX can get the revive, stay 4 up, stay away from the fight between Dignitas and MadClan, and try and climb back into this.
That is absolutely nuts. GEX, where has this been? They're just coming in with so much confidence and control right now. Punaj goes down. Dignitas, they're in a good position for so long, and they've been defending it for a while, but it feels like all the momentum is shifting into GEX's favor right now, and they've got so much control, so much vision. They know where everybody's lined up in. They have just stepped in and taken down a position that Gen G was trying to control, so all that information now going into GEX's favor. Circle has now popped, and it's going to be both squads having to move, and it looks like they're both trying to converge. Dignitas and MadClan both looking at the one bit of cover that's still available.
Ooh, Xenon, a little bit of damage from the blue, but now Sparking rolling forward with the buggy. This reveals their uncomfortable position, but MadClan, even worse spot for them. Lash goes down, easy shots by Savior as he runs out into the open, gets confirmed as well. So they make sure to secure the point. 10 kills, double digits, and Xenon wants to go for more to Dignitas as well.
I mean, GEX is running a 2-2 split on opposite sides of the circle and technically pincering both teams at the same time. Yanli now holding back 2 members from Dignitas, has to be careful going for his peaks. He does have some control with it. Savior just left the safe zones like, I already know. I saw where you were coming from a second ago.
No.
But doesn't hit the shots onto this one. He has got to hit this one. There we go. Finally connects onto it, but made it nervous for a second.
A bit of a second, but he has an opportunity to rush forward, get a separate angle, make sure that they keep the man advantage alive.
I mean, what does Dignitas even do? They're just going to have to fight their way through it.
They get a drop on Ron Lee.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Sparking can put up numbers. We saw it at PGIS. We saw it through the PCS series. We just haven't had a chance to see it at this stage yet. This is the point where Dignitas needs to have themselves a big game. We are also going to see it for GEX. Can they step up, try to get that 12th place position, find themselves some capabilities with it? But Sparking holding up, trying to make sure the teammates can get into this position and get some cover to work with. They have managed to get into this area and now have a good idea on where GEX is. The problem with it is that is an open-ended building. The top of it is available. Nades can be thrown down. Molotovs coming in. You can see already aware. Dignitas repositioning forward, but Xenon is going to find an angle. Right now, Dignitas is just having to dodge everything that's coming through. Finally, it's going to be Savior's nade that connects on top of it. Savior finds another one. Dignitas wanted this cover, but it is going to spell their doom. Shinboy the last one up, and GEX is absolutely on fire right now. Goes for the peaks on one side of it, still trying to survive. Shinboy, last one up. Can he get another 2? Cannot do it. GEX out of nowhere with a massive game.
Oh, Shinboy, there was a quick chance. There was a moment that I thought that he could have tried to clutch this out, but it's going to be GEX. 14 kill win for them. I told you, man, I'm going to tell him myself. I said GEX, the 6 to 8 points they got on week 2 weekly final was an overperformance. And after this game, I am going to have to eat my words because this was such a solid gameplay by them. They had to work for it. They weren't fed any circles. They had to control their territory and fight team after team after team and staying 4 up into the late game. Super strong performance by them.
And it's not like they were walking into weak teams by any means. This is a squad that took down Gen G, who's just been full-on momentum this weekend so far. But again, overall leaderboard is starting to get a little bit dicey for a couple of teams. Danoa, Oath, they haven't been finding the points that they needed this weekend. And now GEX, who was technically 13 points behind Oath, finds themselves with a massive game and is going to be catching up to them.
Like, take the toss, though. They're in a bit of a hole, and only 4 kills on the game up till the very end. They would have loved those last 4 from the jump up from second to first. But you don't need to listen to us to talk about points. We have the desk on standby to break that game and how it affects the overall leaderboard down. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Another excellent game, or a GE excellent game from the gentlemen in red as they come out with a win. And right now, today for me, Jordan, has been a story of not only say underdogs, but those who had to win have come out and done it. When we started today, Gen G, New Happy, and GEX were all on the cusp of sort of the 12-team cutoff, and all 3 of them have come away with a win.
Yeah, I really think it's the story of teams just not going down without a fight, isn't it? Every single one that we spoke to in some way, shape, or form in terms of having a chance of maybe making it into that top 12 has pretty much shown up so far today.
in at least one game and given themselves the ability or the position to be part of that discussion. GEX, we kind of felt like they were a little bit on the outskirts. We were saying, you know, they might be wishful thinking for them to make it through to that top 12. But now, with a win like that, they're well and truly back into the discussion.
You know, there's an old saying that when someone's back is against the wall, that's when they fight the strongest. Do you think that's what's happening here today, Toby?
I gotta say,
Toby,
GX
think hard before you answer
I'm
this.
thinking. I've really thought this one over. Now I think I got a good answer for you. It's similar to what Cammy said, that he had to eat his words and his expectations for GX. I think I put GX on my bottom, probably 4 or 5 teams coming into this tournament, and they have been the most impressive team to me so far. They've just impressed me the most out of my expectations. They are fighting hard. They're making insanely good rotations. Their understanding of what's happening around them is at as good a level as anyone else, and I did not see that coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the way that they got into the final circle here, it was an absolute menace for them, wasn't it? That double nade that they got the knock onto Gen G, that felt like it was the difference maker for them. I was kind of looking at it and thinking, you know what? This could be Gen G back to back. You know, they've been having a pretty good night. They look pretty good here. You know, if they manage to hold out GEX, they could potentially walk away with a win. But ultimately, GEX, they just fight hard, get the knocks where they need it, and ultimately go on to win that. Admittedly, it was a bit of a struggle right toward the end there, I thought, Toffees, but they did manage to get it over the line, so credit where it's due.
And we take a look at the score from that last match. 24 points is what GEX walks away with. That is going to be a massive glow up in terms of the overall kill board. But it wasn't just them. There were a lot of other teams in the mix. You saw Ghibli, Remba, 4 kills there. We saw across the road a couple of interesting holds. Gen G in particular, Toby, was wild in terms of how much territory they were locking down. Ionix, 602 damage. Not surprising because they had half the map at phase 6.
I mean, Gen G, they are Michelin chefs in a restaurant when it comes to formations and how they split up and take terrain control. It's insane. They can do it in all different constellations. They can split out one each. They can have the setups where they're like similar to this one, where they have 2 flank players and 2 playing the kind of the anchor in the middle. They're just so incredibly good, and their non-stop understanding of where they have one another is equally exceptionally dangerous.
All right, let's take a look at the side-by-side here of Xenon and Remba putting in some work. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much damage you do as long as you cross the line with that chicken dinner, Jordan. And GEX is doing it. Now, this is a team that I think a lot of us didn't have on our wins it all list early on in this event or even recently. But it seems like they've done nothing but get better throughout this process.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that they didn't have an amazing start to the tournament, and that can be something that we kind of say for a bunch of teams, right? It's once we're getting into these tighter sort of moments, these more important matches, the time where teams really need to step up, I think that's where you're separating the teams that can be potentially a championship team and a team that, yeah, they deserve to be here, but do they deserve to necessarily be in the same breath as the top 5 teams that walk away with the win overall at this tournament? Maybe not necessarily. So there is an argument to be made that, you know, peaking at the right time is very important. We saw a couple of teams start off really, really strong. Ranked Decision looked fantastic. We thought, gee, these are the teams that are going to be the ones to beat, and they've fallen off a little bit. You know, Gen G was one of them, right? They were a team that fell off, and they seem to have resurged once again. You know, now GEX, who had a pretty rough start, seem to be starting to find their feet as we get deeper and deeper into the tournament, and that can only be a good sign heading into the final 16, which it does look like they are potentially going to be able to make a run into, you know, make a spot their own.
Yeah, let's take a look at sort of where we're at right now for the weekly final. Gen G at 91 is feeling pretty comfortable. And this is one of those things, Toby, when we started today, it was like, hey, Gen G, you know, you're close to the 12, but none of that matters if you win the week, right? And that's the thing about Gen G, is we talked about GEX also seems to be getting better with age. Gen G was like reserving their energy for this late stage of the tournament. When they show it, like, there's new graphic packages popping out because they've been closeted since Gen G was doing so bad. Like, this is crazy how all of a sudden they're kings.
I mean, if there's a time to pop off, why not do it right before the grand finals? Couldn't really get any better than that. It's pretty insane to me how they've been able to come back like this, but also I think the way that they play, I talked about their formations and the way they split out and take control. We've seen other teams try and do it. Liquid as well. When they do this in global lobbies where there are just so many random factors coming in, you get punished. But Gen.G, clearly they continue to do it, and they do so knowingly, having had a ton of time to prep for these weeks to come. And they seem now to understand this lobby as good as they would had it just been your regular Asian lobby where they know all the teams already.
Absolutely. Let me ask you, Jordan, we're changing maps. We're headed back over to the island. A little bit of a different vibe. Do you expect that to change anything up? Do you think that we're going to see maybe Gen.G fall off a little bit over there and Na'Vi step up? What's your take on it?
I don't know that we're necessarily going to see Gen.G falling off. I mean, they picked up a win on Erangel yesterday, so it's not like there's any real rhyme or reason necessarily why we would expect them to fall off. I think their performance has been consistent enough across both of the maps that there's not going to be too much of a discussion there. I would say, at least in the case of Na'Vi, they're probably hoping that things will change a little bit because, have they fallen off the pace just a little bit over the last couple of games? I guess the answer, is yes at this point in time, right? They won game 1 and game 3 of week 3 finals. Since then, it's slowly but surely been, slowing down a little bit for them. It has definitely not been poor. They started today with a 5th place, 12 kills. But overall, I think they're probably the one team that might benefit from just another little bit of a reset here and thinking, you know what, let's go back to what was working at the start of the tournament. Let's go back to, what worked at game 1 of week 3, which was the win on Erangel. And, see what we can do.
Well, let's, you brought up working at the start of the tournament. Let's talk about a team that was working at the start of the tournament that is relatively quiet right now and needs to get loud if they want to be in the top 12, and that's Oath. What's going on, Toby? Because this is a team that seems so consistent, 78 points their first weekend out, and right now, like today, has been not at all what they need.
I think one of the big issues for Oath here is that, especially with today's games, they've been finding their ways in on the sides of the circle that have been clusters. They've come in on the back end of a double hard shift to any one direction, which was not the side of the circle they were on. And as good at fraggers as Oath are, when you have 4 teams shooting at you every time you fire a single bullet, very few, pretty much no team can manage their way out of that. So a hard time for them. And also, I mean, honestly, shots missed in situations where had they gotten that one knock, that could open a push opportunity for them. So maybe just a little shaky today on the final day of the weekly finals.
All right, so just so you guys at home know, we're also sort of tracking the top 12, the fine 9, however you want to lay that out, because the 3 weekly winners get the automatic bids to the grand final. It looks like it's going to be a new weekly winner. Team Liquid doesn't look like they're going to be repeating. So that means that there are 9 positions open from overall point get at the weekly finals. GNL Esports has officially fallen off the top 12 after that game, as Danawa has passed them with 120 total points. So GNL no longer has a chance to make the grand final based on point accrual over the course of their weekly play. That said, Oath is still trying to close that gap. They're at 111 below the cutoff. Danawa is at 120 above the cutoff. So it is rapidly becoming a bit of a race for who can get to that position. And Global Esports Exet was below Oath when they got here, Jordan. They were like well below Oath at 97 before the last match. And now they are in that fight with Danawa. New Happy 122, Danawa 120, GEX 121, Oath 111. That's 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th place.
It's very, very tight. I would say the closest that we need to talk about, though, of course, is ENCE, 126 points. Exactly. So that's going to be a big one, right? They're the one team that can't go today and get more points on the board. So it's a big deal for them.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to get involved, we've got news for you. You can become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on January 12th. Pre-register now on the website below. That's my question, though, Toby. I guess Jordan brings up a good point with ENCE. 126. When they didn't make it to the weekly final, I think a lot of us were like, that's fine. Like, ENCE will be okay. It's easy for ENCE to get to the grand final. But now it really comes down to Oath. If Oath can pick up, what is it, 16 points in the next 2 games, they advance, and ENCE doesn't.
Believe me, if you're Finn right now, you're making calls to New Happy, GX, and Danawa going, hey guys, so you know where Oath drops, right? Could you go hot drop them and just, ruin their games? Because we would really like to not have to play Grand Survival in order to make it through. Because as you said, we've said it on the desk too, we expected the cutoff to be around those 105, 110. ENCE felt very comfortable at 126, and understandably so. But now, the tides have turned, things have turned out differently, and all of a sudden things are looking scary. Saying, I mean, their eyes are on Oath. They want to see Oath out. They want to see Oath out early. No kills, no placement points, no nothing, because they are the ones to take the spot away from them. And Fury, of course, 78 points. They would need an absolutely absurd performance in order to make it through off of the last 2 games. Not unheard of, but almost. So, I mean, Space Station, although they're only 2 points ahead of ENCE, they are probably the reach of where you can't get to them. They are in.
Yeah, I think Fury has made it so that SSG is sweating a little less today as they watch significantly, right? That said, it is come down to how Oath pushes up, as well as the chase. Like, there could be a world where one of the teams in 10th through 12th has 2 bad games in a row and does leave the door open. Maybe ENCE still gets through. And remember, anyone who's eliminated right now, that's not it for them, Jordan. Just because they don't make the top 12 doesn't mean the tournament's done. They still have grand survival.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tenuous thing, though, isn't it?
Right.
4 spots available for 16 teams. It doesn't. It's not over, definitely, but it doesn't feel like something that you should be gambling on. You'd obviously want to be getting through here and now to rest assured that you can go through to those grand finals without having to play that super high pressure grand survival, which we know is going to be, as we've said multiple times, quite an exciting one to watch. But to play, I'm not so sure teams are going to be too eager on that particular day. Look, I mean, if I was ENCE here, I mean, I guess it does potentially still also come down to those other teams you mentioned, right? New Happy, GEX, Danawa, they could all have a couple of bad games, and there is very much a possibility they come away with 0 points out of these last 2, and that could still make the difference. So
Two
just have to wait and see.
games left. Who goes the distance? Who catches? Can anyone catch ENCE? Let's find out as we go to our penultimate match of the weekend with our casters, the Vicars of Vikendi. It is Matchup and Cammy D.
PGC 2021 brought to you by Alienware and Toomey. My God, Cam, this leaderboard is nuts.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to look. No one is safe. Space Station Gaming messed up. They had so many points, and now there's even a chance that they could get pushed out. What the what?
Yeah, like, I thought that as long as you had a solid showing in 2 of the 3 weeks, you were okay. But apparently, all you need to do is, like, just make sure that 2 of those 3 weeks is on week 3. Because it seems that every single team, no matter how good they did during weeks 1 and 2, are at risk if they are not here for some reason, because there aren't even that many teams that were at all 3 weekly finals. It's absolutely insane. I thought ENCE and SSG were safe, but they are both at risk right now for the rising climb of New Happy, GEX, and Danawa. The question is, or I guess rather the problem is, it's going to be up to Oath to overtake them. That's the real thing.
The thing about it that we're looking at is Team Liquid, while they're having a strong weekend of 47 points so far, it's not Jin G's 91, Navi's 77, New Happy. I mean, GEX even at 53 and Heroic at 53. The teams that have been just normally nomming up all the points all over the place and just making it to where, like, nobody else can really get any, they're not having the same strong weekend this time around. And it's allowing those guys that are middle of the pack to rise up. And Cam, 2 games left, military base?
I mean, I guess this is an opportunity for Dignitas to not only change the pattern of Sosnovka dropping teams, never winning Sosnovka games, but also to try and maybe, is it even mathematically possible for them to win this week or even get into the top 12? I don't think so. It's actually impossible. You can't get 60 points in 2 games. Never mind, JK.
I don't know. 17, they put up some pretty decent numbers on the bottom 16 last week.
60 points in 2 games?
What was it? They got 23 kills and got 2nd place in one of their games. And they just have to do that twice in a row. It's fine.
Easy.
Easy.
Yeah,
Psh, psh. We're looking at some of the best teams in the world, right?
Matt, that's not even 60 points. That's 58.
Hey, sorry. Just close enough. I know.
All right. Well, either way.
I'm just looking at this, and I'm just so astounded. There is still an opportunity for so many teams that when we're looking at this, like, I mean, Oath has their own destiny in their hands if they mess it up. Fury could even have 2 big games. I don't even know, dude. This is just going to be nuts to watch.
Yeah, So, New Happy, GEX, and Danawa are basically all safe unless they perform terribly on the next 2 games, right? Because it's all into Oath and how much damage can they do. Can they catch up to ENCE? Can they get the final, 15 points needed? But then you mentioned Fury, they're only at 78. That's going to need to be, they're going to have to win basically 2 games in a row if Fury want to try and overtake Ence's position and get themselves in the top 12. That is, as I mentioned, unless another team just below them performs badly. But even then, that's only a few points behind where Ents are currently at. They're immediately going on to South Africa trying to set up a solid position here. But this is going to be the game to really decide, can Fury do it or not?
I mean, this is where you take your destiny, right? This is where you show the fact that you have spent all this time perfecting out how you want to play. This is where your teamwork, your planning, your strategy, your just overall mechanics all need to come together. If you're wanting to rise up and get into this position, you're going to have to fight for it. I mean, it is close. Even the teams that are already kind of cemented in those top 12 spots, they're not comfortable either, because again, Oath can step up. Fury could step up. There's nothing is clear yet, unless you're really at the top of it. Like, let's say you're Navi, let's say you're Ghibli. You know, you guys are feeling pretty good. Heroic at this stage, I would probably say, is also feeling pretty strong, as well as Virtus Pro. Below that, though, I mean, you got to have your game. You can't lose anything. You can't risk having a bad game. You got to bring it. And GEX in Primorsk at this stage, this might not be what they were needing. Is, I don't know. Whenever looking at this, KX, man, they'll take a fight. They don't care.
Yeah. They're coming here for vehicles. Kaishin, I think Kaishin might have even been looting up this area. They want those vehicles. They want to secure them. You're in with a 3x on a Bolty on a Mosin Nagant. Come on, give it to him. Line up that headshot. Wait for GEX to get into the boat and then take them out. But I think GEX might be aware of this position. This isn't the only drama of teams trying to cross over onto South Navka. We saw Navi get into that boat, and it looks like they were taking some shots from AAA on the landing, similar to what happened to Danawa yesterday, though it doesn't seem to be quite as dramatic just yet. But still, here in Primorsk, I think, yep, that vehicle at the very least is going to give it away that someone was here. Whether they're still here, that's what
there's
GEX
also a
want to
little
find
bit of
out.
a lineup. I mean, Team Liquid is on one side of the bridge. Furio is on the opposite side of the western bridge. There's so many little things that are brewing right now as different teams are trying to set up to see if they can have the games that they need to have. GEX, though, looks like they are going to get in this boat, and I don't think that Kaishin is going to do anything to stop it.
That was your opportunity.
Yeah, you had
the
it.
timing wasn't there, unfortunately, and now 2 members of GEX are going to be able to make their way over, or rather, it's just one member. No, it's just SSR.
Just
making his
scouting,
way
I guess?
over. Yeah, I guess. We haven't really talked about the fact that this isn't a guaranteed confirmed military island circle. There is a chance for a northern hardship on phase 2, which means that it's likely going to come back to the mainland, which is why GEX are not full committing one way or the other. They also didn't want to get all 4 into the same vehicle and potentially lose players to other members on the other side, because we talked about Kaishin and Primorsk. Only 2 members were actually there. The other 2 were already across the river.
Okay,
the
well,
whatever, the water, the water.
Here's the mess. Attack all around on the eastern bridge. Ghibli's going to be coming in. Nate is tossed out, but it looks like Ghibli's going to lean a little bit more into the western approach coming into it. Junko's getting a little bit of damage, but now it's all going to be on Gems. Gets the vision in, gets the knock onto one of them, looks back into it, seeing if maybe Attack all around can pick up at least one of it. And now it looks like Ghibli doesn't exactly know how they're wanting to navigate this anymore. They don't know how the line is set up. It's just going to be a tackle around Junko pushing him into Jim's position, but Gloom's now coming in trying to find new angles. Not going to get there in time to protect Jim's. He's going to go down. Now, Glooms, how is he going to react to this as Ghibli is up against the coast? And, I mean, we might see Glooms come up back behind it, getting some damage, but doesn't get the knock onto Rimba. Now, 2 different positions revealed, and Glooms could be in some trouble. Jers, all the way across, still on the bridge with a different angle.
He was on the bridge while Ghibli crossed. Again, attack all around. Is this even part of the contract of signing onto this team, of just playing in this style of constantly surrounding your opponents? They keep setting traps, and they keep pouncing. Another kill going for them. Potentially more on the rest of Ghibli. Pulling out the barrel, 2x spraying at distance. They're going to pull away and instead just claim the prize of Adder. That is 2 kills for AAA. They lose Gems, so it's not going to be the healthiest of holds. And New Happy are now going to be coming across the bridge, so they need to try and reset up their fortification if they want to take a fight again. But here, Virtus Pro and Danawa, this is on the north side of the circle that's on the mainland, just outside of Pachinki.
I'm kind of surprised Danawa's letting that one go. I mean, they're not in the comfiest of positions right now, and speaking of also uncomfortable positions, Gaishin's got a little bit of vision on what's going on right now as GEX way out inside the water. Looks like they're going to be coming in all the way from the south and wrapping in as the, I mean, old school meta of the easiest way to approach the island if you got a boat, right? You just go down here to the south, come back in, and get those buildings that are just outside the coast.
Wait. I thought we saw GEX only put SSR in the boat, and then the rest was staying on the vehicles. How did they end up all 4 on the boat after all?
That was KX that grabbed the no, yeah, that grabbed the
No,
boat
Sky-
and sent one over.
No. That was the Kaishin were holding Primorsk, and then the Cobra and Yappy were across the way. They were slowly, sneakily watching GEX troll around Primorsk, who grabbed the boat.
I don't even know, man. This game, the way people are moving, no clue as to how it's lining up anymore.
Whatever GEX are doing, it's working for them because
they took the remainder boat that was going to be on the western coast, is the way I'm seeing it. They're going to hop inside of it, and that's the way it lined up. So there's two different boats that are going to be at Primorsk now that I'm thinking on it. So they just all took the remaining one, while we saw the fact that one member was already over for Kaishin. They sent over another. Then they had the other two members that took the cars, took them over to Ferry Pier. Now they're going to go ahead and cross over onto an open area that the other two members for Kaishin could defend. So GEX survived in Primorsk, realizing the fact they only needed to defend in one boat, and passed it over. I think that's how it all went down.
Play back the tape. We'll figure it out later. We will figure it out later. But right now, both Kaishin and GEX, a little bit of a tussle with each other, but no real damage, and both are going to be able to make their way on to Military Island. We have less than a minute left to see if that is where the circle is going to go. Most teams are hoping and expecting it to go that way because that is where it is likely going to go. But here's a replay. This is a little bit of action happening on Georgia Pole, where PO on his own mountain catches Star-Lord looking the other direction. Come on, E36. You should know this at this point. You cannot expect PO to not be on that mountain.
Yeah, and now it's all about where the circle is going to be going. 10 seconds before it lines through. Jin G spotting out Heroic, getting a little bit of damage into them there. So looks like nothing too terrible yet, though, so should be able to get the distance away from it. Real question is, where's the circle going? Military base, most definitely. Teams that moved earlier are going to be favorable on it. Do note that New Happy is already positioned on there. GX should be able to move into the safe zone quite easily. Kaishin should be able to regroup, but the western bridge is a problem. Team Liquid is going to have two different teams that are going to be rolling into it right now. It's going to be Jinji and Heroic. Mad looks like they're just going to send it off the cliffside. And now boats, well, we're confusing a second ago. Not going to be as big of a problem as it looks like it's going to be swimming and driving firefights and bridge camps.
This whole circle is going to be a huge problem because there's still a whole bunch of water in this zone. Oh, and as well, Liquid damage to Genji. T-Bone's also rolling that up.
God.
So this has just become a whole battle royale within a battle royale. Genji are losing multiple players, but Clip peeking over the north side.
Positioning off of it. Looks like he's just going to opt into going for the nade on the inside. You can see Heroic now rolling through. It looks like they're just going to try to maybe go for a commitment around to get a new angle, see if maybe they can harass what's going on inside this building. Heroic, though, now positioned on the lower area. Corexi is going to be the one that's going to potentially be trying to defend it. Team Liquid now repositioning around this as Jinji has had to stop entirely. Just PO kind of watching and kind of seeing if maybe he can get something out of what's going on. You can see him taking shots at a Bisa on the mini-map there. But Team Liquid doing a good job of riding this right now, but with PO's positioning, Team Liquid can't really counter move around this the way that they want to with Heroic's positioning.
Deals are happening. Heroic back up S4. But Clib is here giving all the information out. Oh boy, Corexi, that grenade could be good. They need to upset Clib's position, but it bounces onto the wrong side. Is he going to try and go for the second? Oh, there it is. I think this one's going to work. This one's going to be true.
Bounces. Ooh, get some damage, but not enough. Follow-up coming up. High bounce. Not connecting. We saw a couple of those good ones popping off, but Clib doing a good job. He's reading it, avoiding the Molotovs, and he's leaning into where he has some defendable positions from Team Liquid. While this is going on, now PO hasn't opted into taking those shots just a little while ago, and Team Liquid is getting into a position where they can defend. Two different angles, and remember, this low area that we see Heroic holding inside of this building isn't the most easily defended. So it looks like it's going to be EB's job to come over here and go after Corexi, while the other two members for Team Liquid are going to try to defend it up. Good read on where he thinks it's going to go. It's going to pop off into that nade. Is it going to connect? And yes, it does. Team Liquid feeling a lot more comfortable as now they've got their low ground approach. Clib's already going ahead and repositioning. He's coming off the rooftop, getting some vision on what's going on second story. He gets a beautiful spray to what's happening. Heroic now in a ton of trouble as Team Liquid is starting to get all up on this defense and making sure to deny any form of movement. Clib doesn't even want to overstep on top of it. It's just clean coming up from Liquid.
Super clean from Liquid, as you say. It's just, God, Heroic rolled up super hot, super fast, but it was mostly their damage going on to Gen G, which is why PO is now as a solo player. But Liquid, they had the surround. They knew exactly what they needed to do to keep Heroic sort of buried into the building below them. Clib did an amazing job of not dying on the top side, even when he jumped off onto the balcony like that for the final pressure against Heroic. He didn't die. He knew exactly when to pull away. Absolute amazing play. But now they're going to have to cross the bridge, as well as Danawa and Virtus Pro here on the east bridge, dealing with each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is just tangled no matter where you look right now. So Circle going to be popping in just a moment, and you know that this bridge is going to be the big problem. Danawa, remember, they've got to make sure that they're keeping up points with the way that we've seen GEX playing. Oath still in position as well to maybe try to usurp them, so they have to be very, very careful. And having to contest up against VP, and the Circle still keeps so much of the coastline in play, moves much further north than I think that anybody was expecting. That means the fact that there's a lot of different options, but most of them are aquatic for these teams.
Yeah, this is a disgusting Circle. I said the previous game phase was looking rough. This one's even worse. It's half water. It's going to swing down to the south in the next phase. We know this. But where can you even play? There are a couple of little bit of compounds, but right now Fury Flood is right next to one of them. It's on the edge, so I don't know if they want to commit to it. And oh no, PO swimming out in the open. This is really, really bad. He's got good boost, so he can get back up to full, but he's going to want to try and hope to make landfall before the Circle closes onto him.
He's just some seaweed rolling through here. Nothing to see, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Just coming out of this one. I don't think that the ghillie suit is as effective in the water, but you never know. Might confuse somebody for a second.
Yeah, I think that you're seeing some aquatic wildlife. Not exactly sure if you have the hunting license for it just yet. And it's that small moment of questioning yourself that could give PO that opportunity. Just maybe. Just maybe.
I mean, I'm trying to just get a feel for where we're going to see the moving parts in this. You can see that Fury is trying to hold up against Team Liquid in their approach. Remember, we were talking about these guys have to have massive games. They don't get to just have good games. They have to have massive games. Yeah. Team Liquid is coming into this. Keep in mind, they won last week, so they're qualified and they're comfortable. So really, they can kind of take their leisure on this and take the approach as they wish to do so. VP and Danawa fight is still just kind of this awkward situation that's been kind of holding both of them off, as nobody's pulling off just quite yet, but Soul has been sneaky coming over here, and Batulin seems to know where he is, but this is an early blue zone, but it's still going to hit pretty hard. There you go. Soul gets the knock onto Batulins. Should have an idea where Spyro is. Going to just go ahead and go for the flush onto it. And I think that Danawa is now repositioned, and there is still a little bit of the peninsula, the main island itself, to the north of the Circle that is in the safe zone. So it looks like that's where Danawa is going to opt into playing for right now, just leaving Soul over here to make sure to defend up the team.
Liquid made their way across the bridge. Fury trying to set up some sort of a defense, but Ronin has gone down, so they've already lost one. Back on the Danawa VP sort of standoff, as well as back down to Oath, who were trying to make their own way to the Circle. They lost one member to AAA just previously. They're trying to manage their positioning. And oh no, Kikmukau find an angle. Clib gets knocked. It's going to be a rough revive. Oh, beats it out in the open too. Oh no. Is that even a smoke there? Is that even a smoke there? It doesn't matter because Clib gets confirmed. James gets knocked. The surround by Fury is working.
Oh my god, and Pio was just watching it all go down. He's like, hey, I can maybe get some points out of this. Thanks for fighting so close to me, guys. So, also aware of this, Kaishin looks like they're trying to move into a high ground area, might have some vision onto it. So, this fight is a lot more problematic than either one of these teams were thinking. Insight gets spotted out and he goes down. Kikmukau has been the big factor for it. Lines up yet again. Team Liquid still just trying to use the smoke, trying to use the bridge for cover, but Kikmukau is vibing right now. He's finding the angles, knows the approach, and is reading every single reposition coming up from Team Liquid. He's just trying to get into the areas to get the angles to work with. Pio, though, back behind them, could backstab at any moment. Instead, looking like he might just be trying to go for a little bit of cover. Spots it out, but EB, before he goes down, gets a spray in. Kikmukau does go down. So it's going to be Flood trying to figure out how he wants to do anything with this. But remember, Kaishin's still here, Mad's now here, and Pio's back behind him.
Yeah, Kaishin are actually pushing on this, but over on the east side, Ghibli and Oath are caught up with each other. Let's see if AAA want to manage this fight, how they want to come into this. Good grenade and the shots as well. Second knock comes through. Remba and Spear, two-hand punch. It's all into Snakers. Can he save his squad? Because they are still in a terrible position, not just in this game, but on the full leaderboard. He's waiting for a peek over. But AAA are also going to be coming in from the backside. Sneakers needs to go huge.
Trying to fit up, and oddly enough, it's going to be a couple of shots coming up from different angles. Snakers gets the drop onto Remba, does get the flush onto him, but now he knows that he's going to have to go soon. Spear looks like he has a read onto it, but it's going to be Jayers from behind. That is not the game Oath needs. Goes out in 13th place, and it looks now we're going to have Spear just trying to hold back all of attack all around himself, and he's starting to do it. Spray comes through, but it's going to be Glooms finding the drive-by, but they're going to have to continue on their merry way. They can't get their teammate up, and they're going to have to move into an area where, oddly enough, it's going to be Navi that might have vision on him, and Pio just, I don't know, he's just feeling it. I mean, this is the way he likes to play anyway. It's fine. Who needs teammates?
Well, he allowed Virtus Pro to get the revives. I think he was still lacking maybe a little bit of information, and not to mention the pressure from Kaishin that we saw on the map. could have kept him from really trying to take Fury out. But over here, Danawa, they have just now arrived. They came in from the north. But with the fight against Virtus Pro, they're not going to be the most healthy. Salute gets knocked down. And the rest of New Happy, they are in a prime position to make sure that Danawa stay here. Cannot get into the circle, cannot get into the zone. But Fury also rolling on up. Could be a distraction, but it also could be the final nail for Danawa.
There are a lot of edge fights, but I just want to point out to you guys real fast. Na'Vi, GEX, and Dignitas are all in a strong position inside the circle already. It's the edge is going to be where all the action is going down. You can see it's going to be PO coming in. Here's a little bit of the firefight. What's going on between Danawa and New Happy? Slow approach coming in for them as it looks like Danawa is going to lean into the west. That could put them a little bit closer to Fury than I think Fury wants to be. Do you know the fact that Fury still has 3 members up at the time, so has the capabilities to take a firefight against multiple of these squads if they do choose to, but they need a big game, so if they're going to do it, they're going to try to get it quick, and it's going to be New Happy's Non. Gets a good angle into this, and Yan pretty close as well. Should be able to flush it out. New Happy just pretty content having control over this area of the circle.
Danawa, you can't really fault the maneuvers that they've made. It's just unfortunate that they kept running into walls. And it looks like they're going to be going out pretty soon. Same thing with PO, taking a lot of damage. With Fury rotating in with the pressure from New Happy. Hasn't been able to just run directly into the safe zone, take some blue damage. It's circle, mostly center. Now we can focus here on Na'Vi, who have just been sitting pretty for a while. Only 1 kill, but with this next shift, can really lean into their edge sweep play style. Let's see if they can't take over the game yet again.
All right, so Na'Vi, they have themselves this hillside that is quite strong. They can defend multiple angles. Attack all around is coming up right back behind GEX, but we'll have to see if that ends up being a big enough factor. Dignitas finally starting to get too many threats that are too close, and nope, Yan Lee's got a read. He knows what's going on, and now just down to Glooms, and multiple members of GEX seem like they already know where he is, so that's going to be a hard push up that hillside. And yep, GEX, they know. They know that they've got control over it, so they're just going to send it over there and play full on GEX stylings. Kaishin, though, about to get themselves a little bit of fury thrown their way. Moving up the hillside pretty slowly. Flood's going to spot out 1. Got to be careful. Waikika is going to be the back support inside this one, as yet again, PO is just very happy to let everybody else move around him, and he's going to sneak up back behind it and see who he can backstab the best. But it's going to be Fury that has to be very, very careful. They step away, and they might be stepping into a dangerous angle. It's going to be PO that might opt into taking these shots, and he does. It's a wide open Fury right now. Is he going to shoot at them? No.
He's already taken some damage from Kaishin. He wants to pull away from this. He's so close to being able to sort of really grind out those placement points. If you can just get into the next safe zone, if you can use this chaos between Kaishin and Fury to his advantage to get into a position, not only to clean up the wounded members and steal some kills, but also just get into the circle. He's not going to kick the Hornet's Nest too much. He's going to pull away from this, and this means Kaishin with the wounded player can try and focus on Fury. They might think PO is part of Fury, too. That's the funny thing.
I think that's what was going on, so that allowed him to reposition. I think it was Kaishin that took the shots at him. Yan Lee, though, is GEX. It seems like they've had a little bit of trouble over here, and now find themselves pictured in between Dignitas and Na'Vi, and that is an uncomfortable place to be, as you can see that they do get eliminated. So now the leaderboard around 12 is still staying pretty feisty. Fury's still up, but it's going to be Kaishin Lundgren. Gets a nice reposition into it. Insight, though, to quick exchange, and it's just dominoes collapsing one on top of each other. Yurin up on the top of it, tries to go for the play, but it's going to be Fury that goes down. PO just watching it all as everyone dies. Just everyone.
Yeah, he
PO gets the last shot into it.
He stole 1 kill for himself, but it was actually Punish from Dignitas who had an angle onto it for the final shot against Kaishin. So now PO can start to climb placement points. It's all a race to make sure that they can stay ahead of Na'Vi. They have a really good lead, but look at Navi's position once again. They're starting to climb those kills themselves.
Are we in a really world where PO can try to win this? Because you can see the fact that he's trying to survive for it.
He's trying. You might be reaching a little too far.
No, okay, look,
now.
Na'Vi.
There's still 7 teams up.
But Na'Vi and Dignitas are the only strong teams that are still alive, and they're very close to each other. E36 to the north is going to have to contend with. I'm just kind of curious if we can see one of these solos like either Mad or YJ. I mean, Circle's not going to favor him, so that's going to make it a little bit harder. But
yeah,
it depends on how these firefights go and how sneaky these solos can be in the west, because they have opportunities on these hillsides to try to find some way to sneak into this.
Well, we'll see. We'll check in on it later. Right now,
Don't
I think
steal
our
my
focus
thunder.
should
I want
stay. I know. It'd be amazing to see it happen, but right now, our focus should remain on Na'Vi, Dignitas, Enter Forest, as well as New Happy here. We still have 4 members up. Don't discount them just yet, just because they are outside of the circle. They are going to need to push through Enter Forest, and I think Dignitas are going to have a solid angle, as well as apparently Na'Vi as well. Smokes at the ready for New Happy to push forward. They need to immediately make this assault.
Looks like it's just going to be a battle of solos instead, as PO seems to be aware that somebody's going to be coming from that shack. That's a good read on what's going to be going on, but a couple of moving parts as New Happy is trying to make the push into E36.
Good
and it's a problem. It's a problem to say the least, as it's just going to be already one member down, trying to now dodge the Molotovs. And here comes the Sid. Just say, screw it. There's too many explosions. We just got to go get into the thick of it. Ming gets some angles onto this. Yan finds another one, takes some damage through it, but New Happy is finding a way to navigate this and stay alive every step of the way. This is these independent firefights that we're talking about that's going to break between everything. Amino, the last one up, he's got himself a shotgun, and that's about to be scary. Pio now caught up in a 1v1 in between the solos off to the side of this one. As all these firefights are going through, Interforce goes down, push comes in from New Happy, and now we're going to have to see how it goes through, as it's going to be repositions. I think that Pio has a read on what was going on, does manage to take down YJ as well, so just getting cleaned up in the north.
So Pio sends some shots towards New Happy as well, wants to keep them pinned in, because now they know his position, has to deploy his smokes. His little bush suit isn't going to be enough. But right now, Deva, how can he make his solo adventures work? Climbing up onto Dignitas. Punaj has been taken out. Could try and go for some more, but the spray from Shinboy rings true. A lot of damage, but he has time for the first aid kit. Oh, but here comes Pio. He's trying to follow up where the first solo started.
Oh my god, man.
He made it top 4.
He made it top 4. He's got 4 kills. Okay, it's fine, Pio. You put in your work. It's allowed at this stage. Your team appreciates all your effort. You're going up against a high ground defended Dignitas. I think they know where he is. He doesn't care. He's still going to see if he can get something. And there you go. The F's in chat for the hero. They're holding up big. But now it's going to be about New Happy, Dignitas, and a very strong Na'Vi in the west. Or east, I'm sorry.
Beyond immediately on the forward offensive. Catches Dignitas off guard. But Sparking is there for the defense. So that's New Happy, 1 player down. There's only 2 remaining, and they are still caught up on the north side. And while that fight is happening, like, look at Navi's positioning. They're trying to take over this whole thing. They're letting the Western teams fight it out, and they're going to be picking up the scraps.
I mean, Na'Vi, this is the way you play it. Patient, reposition. Hear the firefights. You know how it's probably lined up. Look at the control that they're grabbing of the circle. Being aware of where the center is, new circle is going to favor them due to that reposition. Dignitas clinging to the edge, already been spotted out. Na'Vi has been knowing where they've been at for so long now. It's really just going to be about how New Happy can, while they do have one member inside the safe zone, they don't have the other one in, and they have to figure out how they can approach this. The question comes in, where does Na'Vi send their attention? It looks like they're going to have to split it between the two, as the way it's lined up. They might find themselves pinched if they're not careful and defend this properly.
Ooh. I love this rotate by Melman. Once again, swinging out from the side, trying to find the angle. Could be trying to catch Non off guard, who's been using the roof of that building. A little bit of high ground, try and find some information, some angles of his own. And Dignitas as well. Sure, they stalled the push by New Happy by getting that kill, but they have yet to be comfortable on their push of their own to get inside phase 7.
Let's see here. Na'Vi, just again, comfortable control. Don't take the shots. You'll often see that whenever you're the team that initiates the fight, the other team chooses to third party. So very good heads up awareness coming out from Na'Vi, hoping the fact that they're gonna see like maybe Dignitas get vision on what's going on with New Happy, and then can counter move into the west, go after Dignitas while they're caught up in something. Dignitas very aware of how New Happy is gonna make their approach, but I mean, he's been spotted out in multiple areas. He knows the fact that he's going to have to move, and there's not cover to be had. Let's be real. It's all going to be about how much utility he has to try to cross this, and even then, there's going to be 2 different squads. 7 people essentially shooting at him, and it's going to be real rough.
Less than a minute left, and these teams are all still playing it slow. I say that, Honey Badger immediately makes me a liar, pulls out a vehicle, sends it forward. Non as well. So everyone is in the zone. That causes Melman to sort of collapse inside. No need to hold that flank anymore. The call that has been made. A little bit of an angle by Honey Badger. Grenade at the ready. If Non gets upset here, this could be it for New Happy. Grenade looks good. Hard to tell, but a good damage through the smoke first off, and that's going to be Non going down all into Ming for New Happy. But how are Na'Vi going to take advantage of this situation?
I mean, not too much they can do. Already inside the shack, but you can see Na'Vi repositioning around back behind Ming, last member for New Happy right now. Now then, Na'Vi having multiple control points that they can play from. I like this coming up from Melman. Coming over here, he has got to win this 1v1. Elsewise, it's going to be a ton of trouble for his squad and kind of even up the odds for Dignitas as it goes. The controls lined up, and they makes it uncomfortable. Melman lives, but he's not happy about it. Gets the meds back off in the last moment. Ming still should be very, very cautious into this one right now. Whenever he's going to go for the peak, he knows the fact that it could be two squads lined up against him, but really, they can't. Dignitas is caught up looking into what's going on with Na'Vi right now, and that's the aggressive area that they're wanting to play this. Instead, surrendering out. So we have a 1v1 versus a 3v3 lined up against each other. Smokes have come out on one side of it and denied almost all vision and stalled up what's going on. Now to the north, get a little bit more problematic, and let's see, can Melman line up? Nate's connect into it. Two members of Na'Vi already down. Dignitas is coming in with some gusto to it. We are going to see Melman take down Ming, but it's going to be a little bit too late, it looks like. With the way that this is set up, it's all going to be about the angles. How do we see Na'Vi right the ship after this? They're too far separated out. Melman's way off in the distance. Quizzy is entirely surrounded right now. Melman has to get something, and he can't. He goes down, and it's just going to be Dignitas picking that one up clean.
They broke the curse. The Sosnovka Island team won the Sosnovka Island Circle. 11 kills as well. They had a second the previous game. They weren't able to clutch it up, but they confirm this one. And then, of course, there's Mio, of course, waving to the camera. The observers love him, and so do we. But Dignitas, a great win. The question is, will it be enough to put them in a better position on the leaderboard? Because remember, going into Grand Survival, it's not even about qualifying for the Grand Finals or not. Grand Survival works in the same way that Weekly Survival does. So even if you know that you're going, you want to put yourself in the starting pool.
Well, I've got a couple of things I've got my eye on. Keep in mind, New Happy made it in the in-game pretty late. Space Station Gaming, Ints, both in some trouble, as I think New Happy's going to pass them, and potentially GEX as well, as it's just going to start to get more and more compacted at right around that 12th place position with more game to go. Cam, this is getting nuts. I mean, I'm just starting to lose my mind. You know, if you're a team that's just watching today, you've got to be just sitting there biting your nails on the edge of the seat and praying something goes in your favor.
Yeah, we have a few more questions to ask, but who better to answer them than the desk? So we're going to go back to them as we get set up for our final game of Weekly Final 3.
Gentlemen, will the win be enough to dig them out of the bottom of this leaderboard? Doubtful. But I can dig it when they put up a big win. It's going to be a nice boost of confidence as they prepare to go to the next stage, which is Grand Survival. Or, I guess, maybe, Jordan, 30 kill win?
Oh, are you really going to do this to me? Are you really going to do this to me?
Okay, let me rephrase real quick. I don't know, Toby? A 30 kill win?
If there's a place to do it. Well, the spotlight's on you. There we go. Let's see it, Dignitas. You had yourself a second place. Now you get the win. Now you get a 30 kill win to finish off today. What's better? What's better, right? There you go.
I mean, but you know, it's a big win. It's a good take. But the reality is, this is great news for Gen G, Jordan. Like, Dignitas winning was really best case scenario for Gen G right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously gets them in a more commanding position heading into that final game. We were sort of theorizing that actually Na'Vi, if they walk away with that win and get the majority of the kills in that final circle, would pretty much be neck and neck with Gen G. But now the situation for Na'Vi is that they'd have to overcome a 12-point deficit in that final game. And while that is doable, you're kind of, in that case, relying on Gen G to have a poor performance in the final game. And with how consistent Gen G has been today, I mean, their worst game was the first game where they came 8th and got 3 kills. I just don't really see that being much of a possibility. Certainly not something you can bank on if you're Na'Vi here. But obviously, credit to Dignitas. They do just leave it a little bit too little too late, but 21 points out of the one game there. If that happened at the start of today, you know, we'd have been getting excited. But yeah, just don't see it happening today.
I mean, it was a good win, but it was also a good circle, right? I mean, that's part of that sort of military for them. They play it well. That said, the next one could go middle, hopefully, Toby, and make it a little more of a toss-up. Yeah. But let me get your take on that. Na'Vi versus Gen G. That is the contest for the $30,000 first place. At this point, both of those teams are essentially qualified through to the grand final based on top 12. And now it's just about getting the win. Is it momentum, bragging rights? Do you think there's anything to motivate these teams more than just the 30K?
I gotta say, coming into this last game we just saw now, I had my money on Na'Vi to be able to bounce back and get their way into the top spot. But seeing that end game in the previous one, that end game in my book, I mean, knowing the teams had Na'Vi written all over it. They were in a good position. They knew that New Happy and Dignitas were going to take a fight, and Na'Vi is a team that is so incredibly good at punishing fights where they get a chance to third party. But they played absurdly passive in that situation, and that has me worried for now, because now that's one of those, we got to play safe in order to, you know, keep all alive and win. If that gets into the head of Na'Vi, who thrives off of being aggressive, that throws them away from what they're good at, and that should keep Gen.G on top. So I honestly, coming into this final one, I think now Gen.G is going to do it just because of how passive Na'Vi was in the previous endgame.
Also, let's talk for just a second. I know we're focusing on kind of Gen.G, Na'Vi going to the next batch, but I do want to give a shout out to New Happy again, Jordan. I mean, I don't want to say they were trash, but it was a really rough day one of this weekend. I mean, we're talking 13, 14, 16. And then today, with the random outlier intent, they have been ridiculous.
Yeah, they were really sort of salvaged by that final game of yesterday, where they did get the win. It looked, you know, like the day was a little bit better. I can't remember exactly what placing they came into today with, but it was somewhere around the middle of the pack, or maybe just below the middle of the pack. And the fact that they started today with the win jumped them up into the top 5. Now they're up into the top 3. It's been a really, really good day from New Happy, and this is only positive signs heading into obviously the grand finals, which we're pretty much now confirming them for. If they can continue to bring that kind of form, you know, they're going toe-to-toe with the likes of Gen.G. Maybe they're just a little bit off the pace in that respect. But, I mean, Gen.G's having a phenomenal couple of days here. So, if you're you know, 20, 30 points behind a team that's having a 100-point 10-game weekend, then I don't know that you're going to be complaining too much about your form heading into the grand finals. And I think that's putting a lot of teams on notice, you know, because prior to this, a lot of the storylines maybe been around Team Liquid, who qualified, obviously KPI. We've been thinking, obviously, Gen.G is probably going to be one of those teams that we will see if they go into the grand finals having a good performance. But I feel like, New Happy still continues to kind of fly under the radar a little bit, and they're still one of those teams to really keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Hey, let me go away from the top for just a second and ask you very quickly, Toby. Team Liquid was a featured team at the start today. Are they letting off the gas? Is that something we should be worried about going into the grand final, or do you think they're just kind of taking it easy because it is what it is?
I think Liquid is forcing fights that they don't necessarily have to, and that they wouldn't had they been in a more dangerous position. They don't have anything to lose here, and they go out and take chances where they usually wouldn't. That's why we've seen them go down earlier.
Awesome. Well, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. A quick word, a short break, and then the final match of really all of the weekly finals. The last match to get your chance to go to the big show.
이거 다른 팀들이 지금 개판을 딴 건 아니지만 열망전이지. 오! 차가! 기가 막혔어요! 차가! 화면이 놀랬어요!
Not exactly what's going on with these fights, but a lot of eyes now being drawn to Oath. We're actually taking a couple of shots, and these outskirts teams are now starting to get vision inside the valley itself, most notably KPI. And you gotta give the Oath, they're finding a way to survive. What is it?
천천히 가. 가. 와, 더 딱. 라이어백.
No way. He's just kind of scouting around. He's still way out in the distance. He's even on the left side of the vehicle, and he's going to take this shot. Oh my.
个车停的位置就是为了保车而停的。扣钱
啊！
拍
又
2辆，
翻一辆，
扣钱。
这个可不能第一把吃了就奖励自己一把，这个
太兴奋了
没有奖励的空间。
这不会想把它撞出来吧？
这个摩托车能撞？这个车吗？
我觉得得撞一下，得尝试一下。
能撞出来？
不然一辆再撞。
哎，可以，车头撞过来了。
可以撞。
Oh my god.
Completely without
开着吧，自己的队友还能够。
山也上不去的。
哎呦，
哪有队友？
我跟你讲，这个没开的队伍在这种赛事上，他都只能选择扎。等会儿扎的队伍不说越来越多嘛？你看 VP 都扎了，就这个厕所，车要扎啦！这里我感觉有点危险。没了，行，太低了。是的，
好绝望，
很绝望。
Oh no, they're gonna. Oh no.
they hear him too.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Dude, scared. Here comes the game of chicken. The ultimate battle for the win, and Sparrow there to clean it up. Gets the kill.
Thunder 1, the situation has evolved. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Any weapon, any option, whatever you need. It's getting dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative. You'll need to, because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. And remember, Thunder 1, put down anything that stands in your way.
Welcome back. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Toby and Jordan as we get ready to get into our last match of the weekend. We've already talked about the top. Let's talk about the fight for the bottom. The top 12 teams advance, and it is now in the hands of Oath, essentially. Oath is sitting at 112 points out of the top 12. 12th place is GEX at 123. Danawa is in 11th at 123. And Ents, hanging on by a sliver of truth, is at 126. Now, if you, I will say this real quick before we get into the Oath breakdown. If you want to get involved, I remind you to become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on January 12th. Go pre-register. Let's talk about Oath right now, Toby. They need to have a massive game, and they've got to get more than either Ents or Danawa, and I guess GEX could really, like, drop the ball and it'll leave the door open, but it's not a big door.
No, it really isn't. I mean, usually you have a lot of the other teams that you depend on. Oh, they need to do this, they need to do that in order for you to qualify. It's all on Oath's own shoulders right now. They can be their own success story in just, quote-unquote, getting 14 points this game. Beat ends, make your way through by getting yourself 15 would guarantee it, 14 would tie. That's, quote-unquote, all they have to do in order to secure themselves a spot.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase that to you again, Jordan. That's all they have to do. How tall is that order as we're about a minute away from the start?
Look, I think based on the way things have been going so far today for Oath, it's going to be a bit of a tough task. The last 2 games they played 13th with 1 kill. They had an 8th in there as well with 3 kills. The only real game today to speak to for Oath in terms of having positive signs was the very first game of the day. So it's going to be tough, but they definitely can do it.
Let's see. Now is the moment of truth. Who wins? And can Oath pull it off? Can Ed stay in the game? It's time for our final match of the grand finals, or the weekly finals. Let's go now to Cammy D and Matchroom with the call.
Thank you so much, Toffees. And also thank you to Alienware and Toomey. PGC wouldn't be PGC without you. And all right, guys, it's happening. It's coming down to the last game. Who's going to make it in? This is your chance to show you support and say, hey, look, I called it before it was going to happen. Space Station Gaming, 2 points away from Ints. 3 points away from Danoa. Danoa presently tied with GEX. And Oath that needs to make 11 points to just at least catch up to GEX. This is nuts.
Yeah, this is the real thing. I understand that SSG are looking a little scary at the points, but for them, there is no one who is in position to replace them because Ents are going to be the team that is going to be in or not. And as the desk said, if Danoa or GX drop the ball, it could be them out. But it is all on Oath to make that climb in order to push one of those teams out. We're going to be focusing basically on those teams while we can because everything else is pretty much figured out. As I mentioned before, the teams like AAA and Interforce, they're trying to get as many points as possible to put themselves in a better position for the Grand Survival, but we know that they're going to the Grand Survival. Ooh, all right, for a circle.
There you go.
Okay,
not bad.
Interforce and Heroic might not want to commit to this fight because of this circle. It's going to really upset the opportunity that they have, but they want the vehicles.
Long dropping in. Let's see who's going to get there. It looks like landing in. Oh my God, a DP coming out and making a play here as we are going to see everybody landing up on top of each other. Bison on the other side getting the reload on top of it. Heroic, do you have time for doing it? No, Beamy's going to go down. And this is a mess of a fight already.
Beamy, I don't even know why he went into that building. You should have known that Indigo was landing there first. If you grouped up with Paige, they could have had a 2 versus 1 while the rest of Interforce are trying to roll up. Molotov, could give him an opportunity, but immediately gets tagged by the Bison at range. Indigo still at full HP, doesn't want to overcommit. We also see Mad rotating through this area. They want to be involved a little bit, say, hey, we're here as well. Don't forget about us.
All right, here comes the reinforcements, though. It looks like E36 did manage to get a little bit more loot, and Paige, you might be in some trouble. Star-Lord also going to be coming in to provide more reinforcements. Indigo done a great job on surviving right now, and that's all he's got to do. But Paige, he's got himself a toy that could be useful depending on how this push comes in play. He has to have an idea on it. Going for the spray. It does take down Star-Lord. Good spray coming out. Now push comes around the side. Shotgun blast. 1 goes for the second. Gets it. Can he get the 4th? No! He goes down, but damn, it was close.
Oh, the pre-fire was there, but do they have time to stabilize Interforce because the rest of Heroic are arriving right now? 2 members in vehicles. The revive should come through on one of them, but they aren't going to have time to heal up while the assault is happening.
Jumps out. Here comes more shotguns. All considered. Pure Boy last one up. Use the DP. Goes for the spread. 1 tries to get it. Lines it up. Doesn't manage to get the second one. 3 health. Has to go for the reload. It's going to take forever. That's not going to work. Heroic manages to keep it with 2.
Just seeing the reload at that moment, you know, he's thinking exactly what we're all thinking. I'm screwed. I'm dead. But hey,
just lay down.
Might as well, right? Might as well. Listen, it was down to the wire. Very solid attempt there by Interforce, but they are going to go out so early. They have a few kills, 2 to be exact. But now Heroic can stabilize a little bit.
What do you do at that stage? If you got 3 health and you have to reload the DP, do you just go for a punch and pray? I mean, that's about all you can do at that point.
Hope that they have to reload as well.
Yeah, I mean, hope they have to reload both of their guns, maybe like
Yeah.
rearrange their grenades and prep it up, and then maybe
Make
go
sure
for the
their
shot
belt
into
is
it.
tight enough, get their hat centered on.
Just take the ammo box and throw it at them. See what else you can do.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So
that's all you got, right?
yeah, we're looking at everything. Dignitas, only team on military base right now, so they're content. I wouldn't be expecting any bridge camps with the circle, so really just cleaning it up, getting a nice view of Billboard itself there, and just running through it. I mean, it's always fun to loot. I mean, it's just being able to get a nice vision on everything that goes on in military base. Rotations are coming in for a couple of teams, but nothing crazy.
I find it irritating to loot. What are you talking about?
I love
hate
looting
looting that big red.
Yeah, I mean, just walk up it and every single stop, every couple of steps, just get a look down and see what new treat you got. It's almost like going up there and like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Yeah, but like, that's how I feel when you're going through like any other sort of main building. I'd even rather loot up an apartment building, despite how sort of wide it all is, than that. I don't know. Just the up and down doesn't. I don't vibe with it. It's just clunky and annoying, and it doesn't feel smooth movement wise.
I don't know. I just enjoy it. To each their own, and I guess that's the nature of PUBG in general. Some people like certain parts of it, some people like other parts. Everybody's got their favorite. I even have a friend that doesn't even like to shoot, he just likes to drive. That being said, he dies a lot trying to run over people, but still has a lot of fun.
I mean, I was gonna say, I was literally about to ask you, how does that fare for him?
As a teammate that plays with him, not well, but it is still fun because, you know, if you get into a firefight, he's not going to shoot. He's just going to hop in a vehicle and send it, and it's always going to be funny.
Always going to be explosive, one way or the other.
Usually the car that's explosive.
Usually the car, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I said, one way or the other. Usually the car, but sometimes.
And before anybody asks, no, guys, it's not Poro. That is not how Poro plays in the slightest. And yes, I know that we do play together, but Poro is much more of the sit back and the mental style player.
No, Poro screams because he accidentally fires when he's running out in the open and then spins around 360 wondering who shot at him.
I wasn't going to say it, but it happens sometimes. It happened once, but in fairness, that was like a year and a half ago. 2 years ago even. Yeah,
it was like 2 years ago, yeah. But
it was a while ago.
It was such a great moment.
It was funny, though. Love you, Poro. I know that in Paper Thin Inside chat, watching up everything, as everybody is invested to see who's going to be making it. And with this circle, opportunity, man. Opportunity for everybody that needs the points. And whenever we're looking at it, there's, again, some key factors that we're looking at all considered. There's just, it's so close right now. Just a couple of firefights can determine your destiny. And in case you're Oath, it's got to be a couple of them stringed together, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at Danawa. We were just looking at them just north of Yasnaya. They're trying to make sure that to collect points, I guess. I wonder if they're setting a trap for anyone. They might be setting a trap for specifically Oath, because it is not uncommon for Milta Power teams to make that long rotation up the north side through Kameshi to come in from the north on a circle like this, because Danawa do not seem to be in a rush to move at all, nor are they looting. This has to be an Oath trap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see how
or
it
a trap for
plays.
someone to get points, but if it's specifically Oath, I am loving it. And look, Oath are going that direction. They're actually going towards the north.
Yeah, this wide ramp might be a problem for them, but I don't know. Usually, Oath doesn't do all like those big, huge wraps all the time. But given the fact that they know they need points and might be aiming for a late game, this could be 200 IQ coming up from Danoa if they commit into it. I mean, there's just no moving pieces, so it's really a matter of how patient they are. As you can see that their scouts aren't spotting out anything, so no read on how it's going. I almost feel like this also might just be an idea of Danoa to feel how much of a control section that they're getting in the north, because right now, everybody is playing south of the river. That's kind of the gamble in this circle, guys, is north or south of the river. And right now, it's really just Danoa and kind of New Happy and potentially Oath that are going to be in the north.
Yeah, I mean, because the south part of the river is, what, 2/3 of it? Maybe close to like 60% specifically. If we see a shift going towards north, obviously we're going to see more people going that way. But right now, if you had to gun to your head, flip a coin flip or whatever, just make a decision, south is the way to go, especially because I think a lot of teams are coming from that direction already. No one was really looting up Severny or Zarki area. Here comes the Oath rotation. They are actually going through Yasnaya, but Danoa might be pulling off of it.
Yeah. They already repositioned.
No,
I mean,
Leklo
they
is
should
still
be able
here.
to spot it. Are
There's
they going to
one.
stop?
Uh-oh. This could be Oath driving
Oh,
into
no, New Happy.
Hornet's Nest.
New Happy's moving to the south. That's going to be drawing
the
attention.
Oath are going to be driving into not only one team, but two. So this could be good timing on their own to not only get caught off by Danoa, but also find an opportunity to clean up two whole teams and get a bunch of points for themselves.
if they opt into staying, it looks like they're just going to lean into safety and pass it by. This firefight being the perfect distraction for them to move. Danoa, though, needs to make sure that they stay safe on top of this. They want to get points of their own. They don't want to be in a danger position. Sol already has an idea on how the push is going to be coming. Does connect on Neon. And now we'll have to see, can they manage to defend up? Ming's going to be coming around from the other angle of it. Got the line on the side of it, goes for the spray, and but does manage to hold it. It's going to be HS on the other side. He does go down. Are we going to be able to see them right the ship, though, as HS does suspicion onto it? And no, off on this one, now they're starting to pick the fight with Oath at range. They're just going for points. They don't even know what's going on, trying to see if they can connect. Not going to be able to get it, as it's going to be gone too far. Uh-oh. There's the Hornet's Nest on the other side. Oath knows that they need points. And like, was that only one person that shot at us?
Wait a second. Yeah, wait.
Why would you do that?
Well, no, because they also saw in the kill feed. They saw in the kill feed, knew Happy and Danoa fighting. They knew essentially where that was. They know where these teams loot and drop around. They should be realize that this is Leklo. This is the opportunity for us to overtake them. Talk about dropping the ball. This might be Danoa, but he gets the drop on the kickstart.
What are you doing? Confirm. What are you doing there, Oath? You commit back into this, leave your player behind, stop right in front of where you were getting shot at, have one of your members go down, and it's all being lost for 1 point. HS now has a little bit of vision. Here's this firefight. This is just a mess. Oh my God, what is even going on with Fury and Team Liquid? There's just everybody running over each other.
We don't really care about that. Leklo right now could be getting confirmed on a second member of Oath. Does finally get taken out by Relo, but at what cost? The lack of commitment one way or the other. This might have been the biggest blunder by Oath. They still have 2 members remaining, and with the circle going a little bit towards the north, it has a small lifeline for them. But we'll see if they can't get the points necessary to overtake Danoa. That is the window, and with a pair left, they might just be able to squeeze through.
And they gave it to Danoa, of all teams, to have that happen to. GEX, though, looks like they've got themselves some friends, as Na'Vi is just kind of roaming around and trying to get a little bit more control with the way that the circle has lined up. It's still kind of, I guess, 60% north. I would say maybe like 40%. Well, I'll say 30%, and the rest of it's going to be water, and it's going to be to the south. Na'Vi, though, you can see no real fears coming through. They know the fact and how they can rotate through this one, so should be able to continue up to the north. GEX just going to go ahead and let that one go and say, okay, that's fine. You got Savior. We'll just go ahead and reset because, again, team definitely would like to get some more points and get some more distance just in case as well.
Na'Vi also on the rotate. Number of teams trying to push their way towards the north side, and that river is going to be a major factor. GEX, at least what remains.
I do want to point out,
way to stabilize. Yeah,
we talked about the pressure of last game. You know, that happens a lot, and sometimes in how it can influence your decision making. As you know, you need to have these big games because you didn't manage to get the points you wanted to inside the other games. This is exactly what we're talking about. Is what happened with Oath. Is the fact that you can see that they were continuing forward, had one person shoot, and they were like, "Hey, we need points. There's only one person. Let's go ahead and turn around for it." They go drive back by, and you can almost get a feeling of the conversation that was happening. Oh, we're not finding them. We need to go ahead and go back into circle, and then they turn around, start going. Then they have one of their members go down. They're like, "Oh, well, we need to try to keep 4 up," and then that just it was just a set of decisions. And granted, I don't know that's exactly what they're thinking, but that's kind of what happens whenever you get into this last game.
Certainly.
Yeah, and you just feel like you have to get every single point and you have to try to fix everything right now. It just makes it such a just amount of pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, problem is that's what you need to be able to deal with if you want to be a world-class team.
Yep. So,
I mean, Oath, whether or not they're able to climb over Danoa here, if they get the 10 or so points necessary through placements plus kills, they're still going to have an opportunity in the grand survival. So, looking back on the rest of the game right now, GEX, one of the few teams that has yet to get into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling good, though. The longer they can stay alive, that just feels they're more and more
GEX are
comfortable.
safe. With Danoa out, GEX are safe. If Oath take over anyone, it is going to be Danoa. So if they saw that in the kill feed, they should be feeling very, very good about their game so far. But Na'Vi here, they have a different opportunity. They have an opportunity right now to steal the win from Gen.G. Both of these teams are guaranteed to go to grand finals already. It's about who is going to get the 30K prize pool.
Oh, VP, better be careful. Looks like Spyro's spider senses are going off right now. Senses there could be some danger. Instead, leans in. You can see, like, immediately he's like, "Nah, I don't like the way that this feels." Attack all around. Got up with Na'Vi, and they're approaching here. It's a little bit of a mess, but Attack all around has one member very far to the north. They did get a flush out onto one of the Na'Vi members, but this is kind of the whole situation. Is they have to be very careful. These nades coming in. Gloom's not going to connect enough. But now Na'Vi has to move right in between VP and where we saw New Happy a second ago. Good shot, going to connect from Gems. should be able to get that one flushed out. Navi, don't worry, guys. They're feeling pretty good no matter how this firefight goes.
Yeah.
But down to one member already doesn't feel good.
That's not great. This is basically Gen G guaranteed the win on the week, and what a great come up from them. But Lou trying to do the last final shots there. Eastern European brethren. Spyro with the shots. Don't exactly land. Get out of the vehicle. Going for the second chance here, and
Ooh,
there it is.
good. Yeah.
2 kills for Virtus Pro right now, and they're going to want to get as many points as possible here because that wild shift to the west side is going to make it very difficult for them. Heroic, what remains of them, taking a lot of damage here. Curexi's been taken out. It's all into T-Bone. What can you do as a solo player? Mad want this push. They want this finish.
Oh, well, now back over here in Georgia Pool as GEX is slow rolling through. Heroic does get eliminated, and that's no surprise given the amount of members that were still up for Mad on that approach. And so definitely leaning into the north. So teams that moved into the north early are definitely going to be rewarded for it. GEX looks like they're just going to go and stop in position. And Dignitas, that's not what you want to do right now.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
I mean, in fairness, they don't have the best of chances to qualify right now.
True,
So
but also
really,
in
it's
fairness,
just
they have the opportunity for the revive to try and stabilize off of this. So
Yeah.
they ultimately, it's not that big of a deal. It really is just the bleed out timer that's going to be a big effect here. Liquid rotating here on the long Georgia Pole bridge right behind GEX. They're not going to open fire. They don't want to take a fight here. They're trying to get into the zone and try and play throughout the mid game. But this vehicle rotation is going to be heard by Dignitas. You can already
Yeah.
see them on the minimap there, turning around to try and post up a defense.
So that's going to be a problem for Team Liquid, who's still outside in the blue. And while it's still technically phase 3, it's still a painful section to stay out here for as long as they are. You can see Team Liquid not in the happiest of health situations and going to have to continue to reposition around. And Jayers,
hello,
still caught up over here, being patient. Just going to see if he steps into the car. Yeah, go ahead and pick that one up. That's just a freebie off of it. Theo, though, got himself some friends, and he's just feeling good up in this high ground spot. Kaishin, though, not feeling the best as the rest of Gen G is going to come in and support the solo forever man inside of PO, and they're just going to come by. No fear, just spraying as they roll into it. And Kaishin, you got a problem, because now Gen G knows where your other member is. It looks like they've just decided that they want this house to be theirs.
Kaishin once again trying to go for a widespread and is getting punished for it. Landman forced to retreat, trying to group up with Cobra towards the north, who has a Mark 14 for some covering fire. But now GEX are also lighting it up. A full kill onto Dignitas. Not going to be great for them. And now Liquid could also take that opportunity to swing on in. Of course, they're pushing way far to the north. You can see them tangled up with Fury inside way on the north side. But the circle is closing. We have a few more seconds before phase 4 and the mid-game begins.
Fury's got themselves a good defended position on Dignitas, and this could be very, very bad for Dignitas. 3 members up for Fury, and just a car for safety for Dignitas right now. That's not going to be too much over it. But meanwhile, Insight's very far to the north of this and is going to spot out Team Liquid inside their rotation. So really, everything that was going on to the west is going to favor Team Fury, and how they're playing this one right now is, I don't know, Dignitas Shinboy, he's got some big plays of his own, but it's just too many people.
Ooh,
like,
good
let's be
volley.
real. He's just got one piece of cover. Molotov's going to connect. He's going to go down. Fury's going to go ahead and clap that one up. Feeling pretty good about it.
Hello? Wait a second. Did Insight just 1v4 the entirety of Liquid?
They
While
rolled
the
into
rest
that
of his
area. He had to
teammates were
angle for
holding
it.
off Dignitas. What in the world happened over there? Where is
All
this
right.
Fury come from? Another great showing by them so far. If they continue to push this, well, we might see them in a much better position come Grand Survival. Because like Dignitas, there's really no chance of them qualifying off of this weekend, I don't believe. But still, it's going to give some nice wind beneath their sails. GEX here, with Liquid gone, with Dignitas gone, able to move in from this west side pretty uninhibited.
All right, now we got to get a replay of that. Surely we're going to have it pop off at some point. We'll have to see how the observers lean into it and if they manage to have something happen with it. But let's see. Got some movement. This is going to be New Happy watching the VP roll by. And, oh, hey, how you doing, Car? Roll through this one, and I don't think it's going to be too big. Mad's Lash in a little bit of an awkward spot as it's going to be Gen G entirely surrounding them, as Gen G does all the time. Ind does spot out Perfectix to take him down, but Lash is playing this one kind of sneaky, but given the fact of how PO is jumping around on this hillside, I think they already know where he is.
Trying to center up on his position. At the very least, they're not overextending, which is a good sign from Gen G. That tends to be their kryptonite, is trying to go for too much territory. You can see Oath just a moment ago trying to look on how they can get into this next circle, this next zone. Where can they go without too much of a front holding against them? But
I
yeah,
mean, this is
Flash
a very
just
fun
phoning
circle.
it down. He's still just holding this out. The rest of Mad Clan, it's up to them to be a distraction and allow him to be the final uppercut on against a wounded Gen G. It's about wounding Gen G first.
Yeah, I mean, he does have supported angles on this side. That's one of the reasons Gen.G isn't wanting to overpeak this. They know the fact that Dave might have an angle into it. So right now, instead, it's just how brave does PO want to be. Peeking over that one, and you can see the rest of the team is trying to provide a little bit of support, but they just don't have a clean angle either. So PO and Esther do have to make a decision here pretty soon. If they opt into hopping into a vehicle and just try to rotate around to the east, they're going to get spotted by Matt. If we can see them maybe get a knock, that might provide an opportunity for it. But Oath's duo do manage to make it in here. They need points. They need points bad. 23 people still alive, so 21 potential kills around them. And if they go for a firefight, they have to make sure that it's the best firefight that they can possibly take to make sure that they're picking up survival points. And the whole time, they have to pray that the duo from GEX on the other side of it, I mean, well, GEX was probably going to be fine. Really,
GX
it's going to be about the game. It's going to be about
overtaken. Oh, it's overtaken Town Wall, but right now, HS against Mad Clan. It's not even Gen.G that's doing the damage right now. EN is going down 2. Tap also gets taken out by Ming. Huge start here, and this is where Gen.G could get a little overreactive, and this is where Lash might try and be able to save his teammate from sure destruction, but he cannot get the knock. Esther is there.
I mean, just well played all around from Gen.G. Getting the shots into range, opening up, then taking the close range fight. That's exactly how you want to do it every single time. Oath doesn't feel good about their position, so going to send it out back into the blue, seeing if they can wrap around. But guess what? Fury just wiped 2 squads in this exact same position inside. The man himself just spelled doom on Team Liquid. Now can he do it yet again to Oath's run and trying to survive here? Gonna be nades coming out from both sides of it. Inside's gonna go ahead and toss one down. It's gonna be Oath doing a little bit of retaliation into it, but here comes Fury, man. They instantly react, shifting into this position. Snaker's gonna take a lot of nade damage, and I mean, the angles, there's a little bit of a rock cover, but there's just too many different ways Fury can take this fight. If we don't see Oath try to reposition or at least be aware of how this is going to go, they're going to be in a lot of trouble now just trying to defend it up. You can see already 1 down. Snakers is just trying to send it. He realizes that they can't play here, but it's going to be New Happy on the other side. He's got to be cautious as every single place that he goes. There's going to be another person. Rimba spots it out, so Oath doesn't make the cut.
Just cannot make it work. As a duo, it was going to be a hard send. And a hard send to Fury was not the way to go. They get caught out, rug torn out from under them, and now top 5 teams, we blinked, and we saw multiple teams die because there was the lack of positions to send it to. These final games, these final moments have all been full of desperation plays because of how few options there were left. And with 21 minutes on the clock, down to 5 teams, 15 members alive, I don't know how to call this one. This is such a weird game, such a wild game. We're looking at Fury, who have been holding strong. Ghibli still 4 up. Gen.G still 4 up. And then a duo of Kaishin and GEX to remain to fill in the gaps.
Gen.G has such a good rotation point that they can play from right now and have already, again, taken control of about half the circle with the firefights. All the other teams are condensed up against each other, but one of those teams that's caught a couple of friends pretty close is going to be Ghibli. I'll have to keep very close eye on how they play this and if they can keep the numbers up. Gen.G, though, just has that hill that's got so much vision on this. I mean, as they're making the approach in, they're just going to be able to spot out so many different members. See, Ghibli, aware of the fact that they have Insight, who's close, and Insight's just been killing it today. Really killing everybody around him. Cobra goes down from Flood, but it's going to be PO that picks it up. And now Fury has got to realize the fact that they're going to have a lot of people coming from him. I don't know if Flood can condense in to really meet up with the rest of the members, and so it could be a 2v4 depending on how this lines in. Insight, though, feels like he might have the angle to work with. He's stepping up into it, but it's going to be GEX at range that sees him. They don't want to take the shots yet. If they take the shots, it's going to be all into Flood to protect the teammates. Circle is going to go right into the center of it, so that hillside's going to be very, very important. Ghibli now probably going to play the opposite side from this, but that could put them in Gen.G's sights. GEX still keeping the eye onto Fury. How are we going to see it go?
Look at the territory that Gen.G are trying to command right now. The fight between GEX and Fury is lighting up. Trade 1 for 1. Flood's been confirmed. And that means that Ghibli can take control of this northern side if they can get the revival spear. But Anonix swinging around the side again. This wide spread by Gen.G is just making sure that no team, whether they're fighting each other or not, can make their way into this zone. Ronan does get dropped by Lambu. Fury is only down to 1 member up. Ghibli find an opportunity to get a center position, but that's because they had to run away from Gen.G.
Gen.G just has absolute dominant position inside the circle right now. Everybody else is going to be forced into Ghibli's sight lines. SSR had to retreat away, but might be eyeing back into this direction, see if he can go for a res for it. Ghibli has to be very cautious of Insight, who has just been so strong right now. Fury's still sitting on 8 kills. not going to be enough to get them exactly what they want, but it's at least going to give them a moral victory inside of this position, feeling good, moving into the next stage of what's going to be happening for them. PO, though, rest of Gen G have had a hell of a weekend. Now, looking to see if they can close it out yet again, pick up another game. Finally, Insight is going to be going down. 7 kills for Gen G right now, and their eyes are set on the prize as they're looking exactly where Ghibli's going to be positioned at. And the biggest threat that they have to contend with, nades now starting to rain in. There's nowhere for Ghibli to go. That one's going to go a little bit far, but it's going to be GEX back behind it that has vision. After getting the res, Ghibli nowhere to go. Rimba, the last one up, he gets eliminated, and Gen G with 4 now looking at GEX.
What can GEX do? Can they 2v4? Can they clutch this one out? But Gen G's spread control does not get punished. They are holding onto it with an iron fist. And with GEX's defensive playstyle coming in as a duo, it's what you expect. But that means that they are now shoved against a wall. Gen G just a roaming band of raiders waiting for the final few angles, and they know where GEX are. They know exactly where the final team is positioned. They want this final win to remind everyone why they are the team to beat.
Already starting to move into position now. Gen G knows what to do. Look at that, just lined up right against the wall. There's nowhere to go. It's just a chokehold onto GEX. Xenon down. SSR, the last one up. Gen G, while they didn't start the strongest inside of PGC so far, they're ending it in the way we expect it to. Such dominant plays, great awareness, and just understanding how to win time and time again. SSR does connect into Esther, but there's no life. Up against the Blue Zone. The Blue Zone's going to finish it off, and Gen G pick up another win.
He denies the point at the end, but you cannot deny Gen G the win. 10 kills to finish it all off. A bad start, but you cannot discount an ending like this. Week 3 goes to Gen G.
So strong. That's it. Flex a little bit. You deserve it, Gen G. You know the fact that they were under pressure given the performance the first couple of weeks, but then they came out this weekend. This is the Gen G everybody was expected to come in. This is the one that everyone talks about. Every international, the players finally stepping up, getting themselves a guaranteed spot and $30,000.
They were not here week 1. They weren't here week 2, and week 1 was a bit of a disappointment. They win week 3. Let's throw it back to the panel to close this week up and set the stage for the final week of PGC 2021.
Congratulations, a big win for Gen G yet again. And if there was any question about whether or not these gentlemen are on form, it has been answered. Toby, they came out swinging, and they started strong and ended strong.
Phenomenal performance from them. And I cannot help but go back to the interview we had before yesterday's games where they said they were slow starters. You know, they needed the first 1 or 2 weeks to get into it. And now, over these 10 games they played today and yesterday, they averaged just behind 3rd place on average per game. That is scary consistent play from them.
Not too shabby, not too shabby. They will almost certainly, they've locked up the first place. Navi going out early made that really an easy pickup for them. So we'll wait for the chance to get to talk to our big winners, Gen G. What's your takeaway on this team, though, Jordan? We've watched them struggle from the jump. They didn't seem to really be thriving in the winner chicken dinner format. But when it came to points, man, these guys can mop.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They are looking like a team that might walk away with a win in the tournament as a whole. It's pretty early to say it. I know we haven't got into the grand finals even yet. We still have to go through grand survival. But Gen G, the way that they've performed over the last, week and a half or so, coming through from the week 3 survival into the week 3 finals, they have just looked like the unstoppable force that we expected them to be from the outset of PGC 2021. They had the biggest amount of points from any individual week in the weekly finals, and they actually did manage to get just 1 point less than Virtus Pro did in 3 weeks when they only played 2 weeks. So I don't know if that continues to sort of impress. Obviously, Gen G individually as a team, they really seem to be coming together as a unit. And if I had to put a name in a hat today to walk away with the win of PGC 2021, it would probably be Gen G.
Gen G unit coming out and doing some good stuff, man.
It's been impressive.
Tobers.
Yeah, it's been impressive. And I think part of what's been their struggle in weekly survival has been that their play style doesn't really match how other teams tend to play in the weekly survival. Teams, when it comes to survival, they like to group up. They like to play as 4. Gen.G thrive of being able to split out and take control, but when they're constantly met by groups of 4 on every single split position, they get torn apart too easy. Whereas now that we're in super settings, teams spread out more. They try to take control more, and that's where the one-on-one potential of the dangerous Gen.G players can really come to fruition.
Let's take a look at some side-by-side comparisons. Your boy Flood coming in, putting in some work there from Fury with 4 kills, HSM with 4, and of course PO yet again up on top of the leaderboards, Jordan.
Yeah, Flood obviously doing well in that game. I think Insight had a bit of a pop-off moment as well. We didn't really talk too much about it because Fury was more or less out of contention, but they did have a pretty decent game toward the end there, which was a decent positive sign going into the grand survival for them. But, you know, obviously quite largely overshadowed by the fact that Gen.G just kind of walks away with the fitting victory right at the end there, isn't it? It just caps off what a fantastic week it's been for Gen.G.
You bring up the idea of being overshadowed. As we look at this stat here, it brings to mind Inonix. A little bit feels like he's always overshadowed by PO to me, Toby. I feel like PO has been out of his mind amazing and deserves all of the accolades. But Inonix is also playing incredible. He would be the anchor for any other team in the world. And I feel like we often, stat-wise, are treating him almost like second fiddle to PO.
I think one of the things that it comes down to is that a lot of people would put it out that Inonix only succeeds off of what he's been able to get from Gen.G, or from PO's kind of position and help and scouting. But as you're saying, man, Inonix, Gen.G wouldn't survive without Inonix being able to hold flanks the way that he does. That is absolutely crucial.
Absolutely. I mean, it does come down to a lot of team play. It almost seems in some ways that Gen.G, Jordan, is like they're a team, but they seem so comfortable splitting off into sort of duos or 1-1-2s. Like they are just a very diverse team that we've seen this week.
Yeah, certainly. I think, I mean, across the board, there's just been so many moments where you just continue to be impressed, and I'm quite looking forward to seeing what we're going to get from this final 16. And, you know, I just think, like, obviously there's still 4 teams to go. When we do take a peek at how these weekly finals played out, there was some very, very exciting matches, some very, very impressive teams. Gen.G, Na'Vi, New Happy all had really, really quite consistent weeks. I think Na'Vi sort of fell off toward the end there. GEX picked things up toward the end. But that's going to be the nature of competition, isn't it? And it's going to come down to these final games when we do get into those grand finals to see who can just, across the board, manage to keep up that pace over the course of the entire grand finals, rather than just having that one really good game. And I mean, again, you know, I'd keep going back to it, but when it comes to Gen.G, they are that consistent force, and they have been for the last 3 or 4 days of competition that we've watched of them, if we're including the survival games. You know, it has been consistency from them every single day. They've had, you know, as Toby said, like top 3 average placement over the finals. And I think if you were to go back to survival, it'd be somewhere similar to that as well. They just had so many really impressive games, lots of kills, lots of really high placements. So that's what you're going to need to beat. And that's a really tough ask at this point in time, I'd say.
Let's dig deeper there, Toby. Is that, there sounds like there's something to be said there that, like, a lot of folks are kind of ideating that, like, oh, they're peaking at the right time. But are they peaking, or have they been just this good all along? They're just not great at getting chicken dinners sometimes. You know what I mean?
Again, I feel like it depends a lot on the lobby that they're in. I mean, right now here, a lot of teams with a hell of a lot to play for are going to try and take more control. And Gen.G, I mean, when given the space, Gen.G are so incredibly dangerous. They play it in a similar way of Virtus.pro and other teams that like to spread out and take control. And if you allow Gen.G to play a Gen.G game, it's also going to be a Gen.G lobby a long way of the tournament, so don't allow.
I got to cut you off because it's a Gen.G interview, I believe. It's addition to the lobby. Let's go check it out.
아니 진짜 일단 너무 감사합니다. 이게 약간 어떤 기분이냐면 해외여행하다가 한국인 만난 기분이에요. 한국어로 인터뷰할 수 있다는 게 굉장히 행복하네요.
맞아요. 우리 좀 오늘은 다이렉트로 소통할 수 있기 때문에
그러니까요.
너무 편안하고 기쁩니다. 아니 젠지는 위클리 파이널 1주차에 참가해서 포인트 43점으로 이번 위클리 파이널 3주차를 또 맞이했는데 아니 무슨 이번 파이널에서만 어마어마한 포인트를 누적을 했어요.
그렇죠. 이제 굉장히 어마어마한 포인트. 사실 그랜드 서바이벌로 좀 향하게 될지도 모르는 상황이었는데 이런 결과를 좀 예상하셨는지 이노닉스님께서 한번 들어보시죠.
Were you expecting these kind of results to proceed directly to grand final?
폭발적으로 점수를 먹은 것 같아서 다행이라고 생각합니다.
I am really relieved that we were able to gain lots of points.
이미 오늘의 감동을 위한 빌드업이 아니었을까. 그동안에 좀 약간 아쉬웠던 과정들은 정말 감동이 배가 되는 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 저는 그리고 진짜 이노닉스 선수한테 너무 궁금한 게
네.
사실 그랜드 서바이벌 16매치까지 갔잖아요. 그런데 마지막 매치에 이제 팀보이스가 유튜브에 올라왔는데 그걸 들어보니까 딱 피오 선수가 좀 중요한 타이밍에 기절을 했거든요. 그때 이노닉스 선수의 슈퍼 세이브가 나왔거든요. 지금 이 위클리 파이널 우승과 이 그랜드 서바이벌 직행은 모두 그 싸움에서 시작됐다. Yes or no?
그건 맞죠.
맞죠. 예.
예스.
근데 어차피
You went to Grand Survival 16th match and Pion got knocked out at the very critical moment.
예.
위클리
you think
서바이벌에서
that,
이노닉스 선수와 인터뷰할 때
weekly survival was most important part towards the coming up to the weekly final?
피오
Yes.
선수도 오늘 정말 잘했어요. 특히 9번째 매치에서도 혼자 남아서 포인트 다 챙기고 탑4 안에까지 들어갔거든요.
Pio, you have shown off great skill to survive in the match 9. What did it feel like when all your teammates were knocked out
슈트를 입고
at the
마지막까지
errand
혼자
door?
살아남아서 포인트를 끌어올렸던 게 굉장히 좀 큰 영향이 있었을
그쵸.
것 같아요. 예.
그거 아니어도 우승했을 것 같긴 한데
그렇죠. 결과적으로는 그렇죠.
그냥 그 판은 다 이제 재밌게 뭐 혼자서 잘 해볼게 하다 보니까 먹게 된 것 같아요.
Even if without the survivor skills, we would still have won tonight's weekly final. But I was trying to do it with some fun and bring excitement.
그냥 어차피 우리는 우승할 거였다.
When did you know that Genji won the golden ticket to the grand final?
그렇죠. 예, 원래 그 다른 팀에게 회식하라고
We knew that we were gonna win,
회식을
anyways,
이제
without
젠지가
looking at Navi's kill log or anything.
예. 기가 막힙니다. 그리고 이제 또 아수라 선수에게 또 질문 한번 해주시죠.
정말 젠지가 밀배 자기장이 많이 나왔는데 아쉽게도 밀배 원일 때는 성적이 아쉬웠어요. 그랜드 파이널에서 분명히 보완할 점이라고 생각을 하는데 이에 대해 어떻게 좀 생각을 하실까요?
You have shown weakness under the military base circle, but we are getting a lot of military base circles these days. How are you going to improve on that in the grand final?
동일한 모습을 보여주지 못하더라도 세 판 중에 한 판은 폭발력 있는 모습을 보여줄 거라고 생각해서 밀배원이 자주 뜨더라도 한 판은 좀 크게 한탕하겠습니다.
이제 그랜드
Chris Pio shows great performance under the Super Bowl from once in 3 times. We will get the military base. We will win the match despite the military base circle. So we weren't too concerned.
정말 많이 올라온 것 같아요.
맞아요.
특별히 또 어떤 훈련법 같은 게 있었나요?
Was there any particular practice method?
교과서 위주로.
네, 교과서 위주로
정석으로.
열심히 했습니다. 밥 개 열심히 먹었어요.
We studied by the books.
밥도
예.
먹고 영양제도 잘 챙겨 먹고.
영양제까지.
We've eaten well, took lots of vitamins,
그런 나이죠. 네.
and slept well.
체력 관리가 분명히 중요하거든요. PGC 기간이 또 있기 때문에 정말 이렇게 해서 선수까지 활약을 해주셨고요.
네. 그리고 이제 젠지에게 또 너무나 궁금한 것이
네.
그랜드 파이널을 이제 앞두고 있잖아요.
맞아요. 설레요.
네. 그런데 그랜드 파이널을 앞두고 이 여유 시간이 있거든요. 이제 이 여유 시간을 어떻게 활용하면서 그랜드 파이널을 준비할 것인지 한 분께서 좀 말씀해 주시죠.
You have some time till grand final. How are you going to prepare for that? This question is to Pio.
약간 팔짱 끼고
네.
재밌게
재밌게
누가 치킨 먹으면은 막 가음 지르는지 좀 재밌게 볼 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
We are going to have fun watching Grand Survival.
팀만 안 올라왔으면 좋겠다 하는 팀 있나요?
Is there any team that you do not want to see at the grand final?
아무나.
제가 저희는 항상 진짜 저희만 잘하면 된다 하다 보니까 잘 되더라고요. 남을 신경 안 쓰는 게
It doesn't matter.
좋은 쪽으로
Anybody
영향을 미치는 거.
can make it through the grand survival, and we do not care about it.
누구든지 이긴다는 마인드죠.
정말 이 네 분의 여유가 참 느껴지는데 아직도 믿기지가 않네요. 이 승리의 기쁨.
정말 너무 감동입니다. 정말 이 젠지가 이 우승을 결정짓는 순간 저희도 대기실에서 같이 울었어요.
맞아요. 소리
정말
지르고
이거.
울었습니다.
환호성이 진짜 터져 나왔다니까요. 저 대기실에서.
자, 이렇게 해서 위클리 파이널 우승을 차지한 젠지 팀 선수 중에서 또 가장 멋진 활약을 해준 선수도 잠시 후 만나볼 텐데요. 일단 이동동선과 함께 3D 맵부터 만나보시죠.
네, 일단 젠지 같은 경우에 마지막 매치 자기장이 굉장히 좀 기분 좋은 자기장이었죠. 그러면서 이제 다만 좀 아래쪽에 많은 지분을 가지고 있었던 자기장이 위쪽으로 좀 변화하는 그런 서클이 나왔는데 피오 선수가 미리 강을 건너가서 카이신 공략할 준비를 했던 게 굉장히 크게 작용을 했던 것 같습니다.
네, 이때 또 어떤 대화를 하셨는지 좀 인상적인 오더가 있었다면 어떤 게 있었을까요?
What kind of conversation went through when you guys crossed the bridge and prepare for Kaishin?
잡아줄 테니까 넘어와서 만약에 잡게 되면은 강북차고로 박아라. 이렇게 이미 얘기가 다 돼 있었어요.
와, 진짜 이거는 젠지를 위한 매치였다.
We already had a discussion to wipe them out if they come across the bridge.
기록인 것 같습니다, 정말.
아, 또 이제 GX와의 교전도 참 설렜어요.
아 마지막
네.
쥐가문의 그 대장을 정하는 그런 싸움이었죠. 이 쥐가문의
쥐가문의
짱이잖아요. 예. 아수라 선수.
한마디 해주시죠.
예, 이 쥐가문 어떻게 생각하세요?
저희 지가문은
네.
저희 팀 멤버가 바뀌지 않는 한
네.
영원히 젠지가 지가문의 짱이지 않을까 싶습니다.
아 맞습니다. 저도 정말 공감해요. 이 젠지는 지금 이 4명일 때 가장 조화로운 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 자, 오늘의 우승팀이죠. 위클리 파이널 3주차 젠지의 데이터까지 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다.
예, 일단
토탈 포인트 119점이에요.
와 사실 이게 뭐 우승을 안 하고 싶어도 우승을 하게 되는 포인트예요.
You have total kill points of 119. It's a number that's impressive enough to win the weekly final, even if without the earning the ticket.
믿기시는 표정이신데요.
119점까지는 몰랐습니다.
Were you expecting this kind of kill points in Onyx?
119점은 저도 몰랐어요.
No, we didn't expect this.
네, 이렇게 해서 플레이 오브 더 위크 젠지 피오 선수가 됐습니다.
와.
The player of the week is Genji's Pio. Congratulations.
네, 자, 피오 선수 어떠세요?
What does it feel like, Pio?
소감 한번 부탁드립니다.
사실 컴퓨터라 조금 아쉽네요.
아 그래요?
It's a small disappointment because it's a computer. It's a PC. I would have preferred to have the prize money.
왜냐면 세상은 다양한 방식이
Well,
있어요.
there are many methods to trade it.
그렇죠. 당근 예.
같이 뭐 팀원들이랑
아 여기 모니터는 이노닉스 선수 주고 이제 또 키보드는
You could give the monitor to Inonix and give the others to other teammates. You could share it.
네, 저희가 위클리 파이널 3주차 플레이어 오브 더 매치 위크로 선정된 선수에게는 에일리언웨어 PC와 모니터 그리고 게이밍 기어 세트를 드리겠습니다. 피오 선수 축하드립니다.
아 정말 축하드립니다.
Congratulations to
그리고
Pio.
이제 마지막으로 또 이 이 젠지를 사랑해주시는 팬분들에게 한 마디씩 좀 선수들이 해준다면 굉장히 좋을 것 같아요.
Please give us a shout out to your fans.
뭐 속히 말해서 그 인터넷 돈은 뭐같이 부활했다는 게 제대로 된 것 같아서 기분이 좋고요. 그러니까 이 분위기 그대로 끌어서 그린드 파이널에서도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 그리고 이거
We rise like Phoenix and will try to show as much as great performance of the grand final.
농담. 예.
네, 이거 두 분이서 협의를 보시고요.
그렇죠,
우리 피오
그렇죠.
선수도
예,
한마디
대화하세요.
해주시죠. 네.
물론 위클리 파이널은 이노닉스 선수 때문에 갔지만 사실 어떻게 보면은 저는 나머지 팀원도 다 잘해줬기 때문에 가지 않았나. 왜냐면은 그 바오난 유나이티드 그 뒤에 그 대신 죽어준 이제 아수라 선수가
아수라 선수가 팀보이스를 주는데 이노야 여기
일본 팩에 살아 이랬단 말이죠.
살아.
그런 복합적인 문제가 있기 때문에 저희 다 같이
그렇죠.
잘했기 때문에
이 컴퓨터는
올라가지 않았나.
이제
We came out of weekly final thanks to Inonix, but all our teammates did a great job. So everybody contributed to tonight's victory.
정말.
그런가요? 저는 잘 아는 것 같고.
또 팬분들에게 그럼 또 마지막 한마디 해주시죠.
What about message to your fans?
지금 엄청 잘하고 있긴 하지만 그래도 긴장을 늦추지 않고 다 같이 좀 다듬어가지고 그랜드 파이널에서는 꼭 좋은 모습도 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다.
We are doing good so far, but we'll try not to relax and try to show our best performance.
항상 응원해 주시는, 그러니까 못해도 응원해 주시는 분들 때문에 항상 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같고, 또 못할 때 찰지게 욕을 하시는 분들 때문에 또 다른 자극을 느꼈어요. 그래서 뭐 욕을 하시든 응원을 해주시든 관심을 가져주시는 것만으로도 너무 큰 기쁨이니까 많은 관심 부탁드리고
Thank you for the support when we are doing not so well, and thank you for your criticisms when we are messed up. So thank you for your interest in us all the time.
항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 남은 대회도 열심히 노력해서 1등 하도록 잘 준비하겠습니다. 그리고 고마운 사람이 또 있는데 저희 감독님, 코치님 고맙고 또 저희 선수단 이사장님,
그랜드 파이널 우승하는 예.
단장님, 부장님 다들 감사합니다.
예.
Thank you for your support all the time, and we will prepare our best and prepare for the remaining grand final and try to place number 1. And thank you to our coach, staffs, and everybody in our staff team. Thank you.
오늘 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 우승 축하드립니다.
Thank you for the interview tonight.
그랜드 파이널에서의 활약도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 3주간 진행된 PGC 2021 위클리.
I'm not sure that I got all of what they said in that, but what I think the big takeaway is Gen G is looking dominant. They've bounced back from a tough start, and they're aware of that, and they're in it for the long haul. Let's take a look at the overall standings as we get ready to go towards the grand final. Over on the left side of your board, Ents and above is through. They go straight to the grand final. They start to prepare for one of the biggest weekends of their life as they will battle for their share of their battle for the $600,000 first place prize. That said, everyone below that, with the exception of BN United, do still have a shot at this thing, Jordan. They can fight their way in, and as Snakers tweeted, we earned our spot in the Grand Survival, because that's essentially what's going to happen. Is these teams have 4 games to make a move.
Yeah, they certainly did. I was really pulling for them. I thought they could do it, so I'm proud that they've managed to make their way through. Congratulations, Oath. Look, all I will have to say, though, is that I think that is going to be out of the frying pan into the fire for many, many teams that were playing in Week 3. Obviously, whether it was Survival, whether it was in the finals, you knew what was ahead if you didn't manage to make that top 12, and that was going to be the dreaded Grand Survival. And this is going to be an absolute Herculean task, particularly for those teams right down the bottom of the scoreboard that are going to be coming through in the last couple of places, the last couple of opportunities. I don't know, is it Archangel Predator that comes in last, plays 1 game and potentially makes their way all the way through to the grand final off the back of that? Look, we'll have to wait and see how that all does pan out, but I mean, geez, I wouldn't want to even be one of those teams that's starting in the Grand Survival, let alone being Archangel Predator.
Let's walk through this graphic real quick before it disappears. Grand Final on the right side, they're through. For those of you watching at home, those guys are playing for the big money. Grand Survival starts with the teams that are there in the middle. They have 4 games to make a statement. They get a chicken dinner, and they move to the right side. Game Home, Unique, and Archangel Predator, you know what? They get a chance, Toby. They can come in late.
Yeah.
Archangel has 1 more shot. I mean, it's something.
I mean, we've seen Navi do it. 1 game, 1 win. We've seen Multi-Circle Gaming do it. We've seen Gen G do it in 1 week. I mean, it's doable, but it is a hell of a tall order. What I will say is, I think, honestly, coming into this Grand Survival, calling it a coin toss is a bit of a stretch, but it is going to be incredibly difficult to prepare for these teams, because there's going to be teams that usually would go super aggro, that have so much in the line, including everyone, that they don't dare to aggress. That are going to be teams playing super passive. Normally they go, oh no, now we're in the Grand Survival, now we have to do something we don't usually do, now we have to be more aggressive. So preparing, relying too much on previously gained info, I think could potentially come to bite you, because teams are going to be very, very desperate for those wins.
You know what? That's all the time we have for today. We finished our final weekly final. We know 12 of the teams will be playing in the grand final. But before we sign off, final thoughts. I want to get your takeaways. We're going to start, Toby, with you. Final thoughts.
I am looking forward to the Grand Survival. I know the viewers are going to be looking forward to the Grand Survival. I pray to dear Lord and whoever you guys believe in out there for the players for Grand Survival, because that is going to be a bloodbath.
Jordan, I want to say thank you to you. I think this is your last broadcast, so I want to give you the chance to get your last words in, your final thoughts. It has been a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much. Let's get it.
Thank you. Well, I mean, yeah, it is my final broadcast. I'm going on holidays next week, so I'm going to be looking
Nice.
forward to that. I will be watching along, though, to definitely tune into the Grand Survival, but more importantly, the Grand Final. I'm quite keen to just watch as a spectator and enjoy things. All I will say is the 4 teams going through from the Grand Survival will be Fury, Attack All Around, Boomerang, and Game Home.
Absolutely. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All of his region. Good luck to you, and I hope that works out. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. On behalf of all of us here on the broadcast team, myself, Toby, Jordan, Cameron, Matchroom, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching. Remember to come back. We got a 3-day break, but then the meat grinder, the mental challenge of 4 games to define something you've worked on all year, and for some cases, multiple years. This is what the teams have played for. This is their last chance. It is going to be an epic show. So make sure you're here to watch it. And until we go live with that Grand Survival, play more PUBG.